Okay, chat. The ad break is over. It's time. I said we're finishing this game today. I'm hoping we are, but we're on chapter 4 of 5. So I don't know if we actually will, but we're gonna try. We're like in the middle of chapter 4. It really comes down to how long is the last 2 chapters of the game. Also, Discord's streamer mode is working again. Dude. I mean, it is kind of normal for these types of games to have a very long final chapter, but judging on how long to beat, I don't think that's the case here. But we'll find out. And again, we're like halfway through, I think, the 4th chapter anyways. But it's been a bit. It's been a week actually. So wait, was I even using a controller? I don't think I was using a controller. No, I wasn't. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. It's totally possible it ends up being long, but again, I was just going off of the how long to beat thing. So in this chapter, another royal family. I'll have to kind of recap for myself as it is. This family, I guess. Wait. I just realized she's the only one that doesn't have blue hair. Kinda weird. Yeah, there's this guy, the Fragas, that's his name. This guy was schmurdered. This chick was what was it? She was disowned 5 years ago, and then came back to talk to him. I guess she has like a bunch of debt, and then he ends up dead. And everybody's like, oh yeah, she wanted inheritance. But then everybody realized, or then we're realizing, she wouldn't have gotten inheritance if she killed him, because she wasn't on the will. So it's a little weird. So she's the youngest, she's the middle one, and then she's the eldest. Okay. The case around the murder itself is kind of confusing. I still don't really entirely get it. Basically, the guy locked himself in his room, in his office, and then was stabbed to death while the room was locked. And there was some sort of, like, magical spell that was, like, putting everything on lockdown, and you couldn't use magic during it, unless you had something like the Sword of Spell Eating, which nullifies magic, including nullification magic. There's also there's this concept. Where is it? There's this concept that's like, if you use something that nullifies magic. I don't remember where this is at. But it's like if you make 2 barriers, 2 nullification barriers, they cancel each other out. So I feel like that's the Chekhov's gun. I feel like that's the Sword of Spell Eating being gone is like just a red herring, and the other thing is what happened, because they wouldn't explain this fucking concept to you if not, which again is one of the big issues I actually have with the game, is that it's like kind of too obvious of like, oh, Here's how this thing works because you need to know it because of course you do. We set up her psychological profile, right? Like maybe we didn't. I don't know. I don't know where we're going. Storage room. We haven't gone here before. Into the storage room, hoping to investigate the air vent that connects to Lord Frega's study. Oh, there was an air vent that connects to it, right, okay. When you come across a person laying on the floor. Jan, is that you? Oh, he's sleepy. He's having such a good nap. Mr. Hughes. Whoa, it's you two! Oh yeah, that's right, I probably have to like... This is the first time in a bit since I've streamed this game, so I probably have to do the thing again, because it's probably showing my eyes being like mostly closed when I'm reading this. We'll see. Hey, you taking a nap in the storage room? You need to take a break from all the chaos going on. Yeah, it is. I need to set like 2 different modes. Mostly because the text is tiny. I need to take a break from all the chaos going on. The Kingsguard won't let us leave until they finish the investigation of the murder. This pompous noble shooed me away when I tried sleeping on one of the couches. I mean, yeah, dude, you probably shouldn't be sleeping on the fucking job. Expect anyone to find me here. Anyways, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. Do you think you could tell us what happened? My nap's kind of ruined anyways. Alright, dude. I fucking hate this. So you're working as a servant now? Not exactly, but I was part of the catering staff. Oh, okay. So he's not actually directly hired by them? Which I guess makes more sense. Twins started their own food business after Frege threw us out of the academy. Oh, they all got thrown out. Okay. That sucks. No, it's not your fault. Even if Redmond was still headmaster, I'm sure the board would have found some other way to get rid of us. Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too? No, they just contracted some staff for Lord Frege. Okay. A bunch of the other businesses did the same thing. You wonder how they feel about this. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. William must have offered them a lot of gold. Ooh, meow. Hello, Opie. I believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or what? The prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the air vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard? Well, I didn't hear everything. I was taking a nap. Dude, this guy is so... I fucking hate him. Oh, I'm fucking sleeping all the time. He hasn't witnessed any. That's the problem. I mean, it's not really a problem, but I'm just... He hasn't witnessed fucking any. He's too busy sleeping. Why were you napping here? I didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped here. Right. You recall Steelwind mentioning that. Anyways, I heard the sound of some kind of struggle going on. You think this dude had the Zodiac killer in front of him and didn't realize? Maybe. Didn't hear everything, but I heard Lord Frege shout, "Who are you and what do you want?" Well, that wouldn't be a normal thing for him to say if it was one of his daughters to show up. That went on for a few seconds, then I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed. Did you hear the voice? I didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Okay. The voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something. Huh. Okay, that's an interesting set of facts, if they're reliable. Just Jimmy Hoffa's burial. Who the fuck is Jimmy Hoffa? I don't know that name. Why'd you enter the storage room? The servants were complaining about rats. They sent me to take care of it. Old mob boss? Oh, okay. Or one of them running in the vents upstairs, and I followed it here. Figured it had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked. Didn't have anything else to do, so I took a nap. I wonder if he caught the rat. Because it could have been a familiar. This was another thing that the game informed us about last week. Doesn't give much to go on, but his testimony could become relevant later. For now, you should probably move somewhere else. Okay. I mean, it's telling me what to do, but I want to see. Supposedly, here the location, blah 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 blah. Alright, whatever.
Arcanum.
God, that voice line is so fucking for kids sounding. It's crazy. Okay. Storage. Wait, this is where we came from. Where are we going? There's not a lot of places to go, actually. Oh, that's right. I just remembered this video, or yeah, this chapter starts us off like with the trial itself and then jumps us backwards to this. And we actually end up prosecuting as Tyrion. Alright, so whatever we're doing involves being here. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna present shit again, because I'm pretty sure I had like some sort of shit going on. He's showing her everything. Okay, hang on. Let's read this. After his meeting with Beatrice, William Frege retreated into his study and locked himself. So this is after she had met with him. The only person who he spoke with was La F. She told him about the theft of the sword. But William didn't seem to care and returned to his business. Through her thoughts, you know that he entered the study to make some sort of adjustments to his will. Okay. Dog, she doesn't know shit. And for some reason... Huh. I could have swore we hadn't done an argument with her yet. It was like an argument. We got a map. I never even looked at these maps. Where's the study? Storage room. Do I like cats? Yeah, they're alright. I've never owned one. Sitting room. God, it's a fucking rich people place. That's right, Juh. Yeah, I like cats. I don't really have a ton of like knowledge about them though. They do be, as the kids say, hoggers. Alright. Maybe we go here and we show stuff to Steelheart. I can't believe immediately after declaring that she is my wife, the game says we're gonna have her turn into a key-smashing brain mess over the prince. What's the fucking point? That's the real reason I took the last 2 days off, actually. Value in remembering and honoring our kingdom's society, especially unsavory parts. The exhibits were heavily protected, only a powerful mage like Beatrice could have broken into them. Understandable, go off. Dude, I'm saying! It's crazy. I think we're just gonna have... Still fail to understand how you think Beatrice broke into Harold's insecure exhibits. Despite being blind, she was an extremely powerful and learned mage. Her abilities even surpassed her father's. It's really a shame that this is how it all turned out. Wait, hold up. So there's supposed to be a vent? Wouldn't be possible. The chimney is far too narrow, and even a small child wouldn't be thin enough to fit through it. Window that leads into this room. Could the murderer have escaped through there? No, the window doesn't open, and the glass is magically reinforced. Large mahogany table at the end of the room. Lord Frege must have done his work here. It's a bookshelf full of books. I wonder what kind of books Lord Frege owned. Wait a minute, they're all blank. But that's kind of weird. All of his real books are on the floor or his desk. That is a very weird thing. But okay. There are several books about economics and politics. It doesn't look like there's anything of note. Painting of some scholar, there's some text on it. Rook Resinger, economics scholar and aristocratic accountant. He was known in some circles as Rook the Cook. Rook the Cook. Okay, dude. Sometimes I wish I could have a nickname like that. Jesus Christ. Call me Rook the Cook, dude. A Crimson Demon. Not that one. Right, that was her nickname. So there's supposed to be a vent in here. But, Dashy the Mashy? I'm not a masher, what do you mean? I think I'm lacking a lot of information about Beatrice Frege. From the way you were both acting, you and Aster seem to know her. Your mentor didn't tell you about— How am I a masher? What do you mean? Explain. Mentor didn't tell you about her? Try not to pry into her business, I see. Honestly, I don't know much about what happened either, but Beatrice and Lord Frege's eldest daughter, was the eldest daughter and the former heir to the House Frege. Former heir? But 5 years ago, she fled Frege Manor and went into hiding. None of us knew where she'd gone or even if she was still alive. Last night's ball was the first time in years that Aster and I had even seen her. Right, Aster is the prince. Mashy in the TV, as in the TV show Mashy, the strong radar vibes. I have no idea what show you're talking about. Do you mean MASH? Like the fucking old-ass military show, MASH? Yes? Oh. Christ. I don't know shit about that show. I've watched it like 3 or 4 times. I think I've probably seen like maybe at least 5 episodes of that show, just in passing. I don't remember anything about it. That's true. How did Miss Tamora meet her? I feel like we're not supposed to be... This is not who we're supposed to really be talking to, it feels like. But... he was a chauvinistic pig. That's pretty blunt. My family has been at odds with the Freges for as long as we can remember. Father is probably salivating at the thought of House Frege losing its head. I don't even know what I just presented. Oh my, I just presented badge. Awesome. Despite it being these most presented possible. Crime scene is locked. Room with no method of entry. Lord Frigga is still dead. That means the murderer used something to nullify the lockdown in some way. You really use the sort of spell? You can do so? Man, it really feels like we're supposed to like. Okay, let's go to the. I don't know. I don't know where we're going. I want this guy to die. Not literally. But he definitely feels a stepladder. I agree. She was real for that. She just says I agree, and that's the. What the fuck? There are several boxes in this room. They contain various cleaning supplies. Yeah, we're likely not supposed to even be in here anyway. And this guy just seems useless. Okay, Beatrice, it's back to you. I don't know what you're doing, or what we're talking to you about. I could have. He's probably busy making changes to as well. Just speak with him. Something you're not telling us. Sorry, I don't know anything else. I just believe that's why he was killed. If you can reveal what she's hiding through an argument, she might be more willing to cooperate. You should figure out what else she knows. It's time to mash present on everything. I think we've seen this one before. Very good sitcom, some silly episodes, some incredibly dark going into the horrors of war, a tonal woodflash. Ram, but they need to make a video game based on Clue, kind of click and adventure-y, like Until Dawn. I don't know anything about Until Dawn. I've heard of it, but I've never actually looked into it. But I mean, there is a Clue video game, and there's plenty of like whodunit style visual novels, like I mean, obviously like Ace Attorney. There is on Windows XP. Dude, nah, dude, I think there's one that's like more recent. Hang on, let's go to Steam. Clue. Clue/Cluedo. What is this? Oh, this is literally Clue. It's from 2018. It's probably... This is probably just like a multiplayer game though. Yeah. I think I've played the one you're talking about though. Yeah. Okay. I remember this being talked about. He was my father, but I can't say I have fond memories of him. I was gonna say it's literally just I imagined so, since it looked like when it said Clue/Cluedo that it was, or it's probably like Cluedo or something. I don't fucking know. I hate Europeans, dude. But I mean, it looked licensed, so I figured that was the case. It must have been difficult to deal with. You have no idea. He was cruel, tyrannical, and only ever cared about his own legacy. He was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to maintain his power and status, including his own daughters. Sounds like his treatment of Beatrice was particularly harsh. It was. He never saw her as a worthy successor to our family's legacy, simply because she was a woman. Even after her accident, he used her disability. Oh, yeah, we saw this already. Basically, there was an accident where she was trying to create a spell or something. She ended up going blind because of it, and then He's like, oh yeah, you're disabled now, so have fun being like a wallflower. They eat their last haw. Yeah, dude. This glorp shit. I don't know, this was something weird he got from her. We need to find out what she knows about the will. Which isn't a lot. Wait, I can present... Hold up, I can present, spells and shit. I don't know, maybe there'll be something... Tell us about... What's your relationship with Miriam? My youngest sister? I actually don't see her that much. Really? Even though you're sisters? Our lives as nobles keep us very busy. We rarely have the chance to speak with each other, and ever since Beatrice fled the estate, she's been throwing herself into schoolwork. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Okay. We haven't even... Yeah, whatever it is, we haven't even triggered her potential argument. I think there's like a piece of evidence or something we just haven't found. What can you tell me about yourself? Maybe there's like examinations. Dots. Yeah, the main idea is this place hasn't been used. Oh? Trace of transmutation magic under the bed. Can't see it clearly, but let me take a closer look. It's Crimson Lotus. That's the sword. It's my sword. You never knew her sword had a name. This is where it's been. Why would it be here? This is also the room where they found the sword of spell eating. Are the two thefts related somehow? But why? The only thing similar about them is that they're both swords. There's definitely more to this, but what? So it was... Went to the coat room to change. Told her store had gone missing. Someone was taking it. Then we found it in the room, which is also where sort of spell eating was found after it was stolen. You think you've learned everything you can for now? Move. Okay. New location. Explore the manor further and find one of its many signatures. Oh, this fucking piece of shit. Why can't he have just, like, went to jail like he was supposed to? He's sipping on a glass of wine. His expression turns disdainful the moment you enter the room. Oh, wonderful. As if my day couldn't have gotten any worse. Von Sanctus, what are you doing here? The head of a noble house has just been murdered. Can't very well return to Arnex after my affairs are in such disarray. Anyways, forget what I'm doing here. What are you doing here? I just wanted to have a friendly chat with one of my favorite noblemen. I hear that you've been keeping busy since we last met. It must be difficult losing your empire to House Freyga. Tyrion, we do need his help. Is that so? What makes you think I'd ever help the likes of you? It would take suspicion off of you, and let's face it, with your reputation, you could use all the help you can get. How dare you? I'll have you know that I am still a respected member of the nobility. Respected? Is that why everyone is talking about your hand in Justin Way's death? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal would destroy what little remains you have of your reputation. But it makes no difference to me, and to be perfectly honest, I'd like nothing more than drag you onto the stand and embarrass you a second time. Holy shit, dude, he's fucking going in on this guy. You can practically hear him grinding his teeth together. Very well. If it means I won't have to endure your presence any longer, I'll oblige and answer your questions. Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you. Mess? Wouldn't you have much to gain from William Frega's death? On surface level, you might be right, but it's far more complicated than that. House Frege controls the banking houses. They are the main pillar of support for Wyverngard's economy. William's death could have unimaginable economic consequences, regardless of who inherits his house. Wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. That remains to be seen. Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Frega's death. Like who? If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most. I think that's supposed to be her dad, Steelwind's dad, I guess? Prosecutor's father? But you just said that Lord Frega's death could have unimaginable consequences for the economy. Do you think that brute cares about the economy? No. All that man cares about is power. Pure and physical power. House Steelwind and House Frege have been fighting for control over Wyverngard for generations. And in his long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military had become far less valuable to the crown. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to the crown prince, it might not even be considered a pillar family anymore. Oh gosh. The death of William Frege is probably exactly what Steelwind was waiting for. I was wondering if somehow the Steelwinds were going to be involved. Because the other thing is, at the start of the chapter, before we had our flashback, we find out that Lady Steelwind has stab wounds and was like fucking on the stand with the necromancer kid actively healing her like the whole time, covering up the fact that she had literally been stabbed, and she just like passes out and starts bleeding all over the place. So you know, I can't imagine she's the one that killed him or got into a fight with him, but that almost feels like what it's pointing at. But man, I'm gonna be so sad if that's what they actually go with. If our economy were to suffer, it would cause civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. That does make sense, but could Arya's father really be involved with this? Sure, you think Lucio would have much to gain from this, but can you think of anyone else? There is Harold Haraldson. That can't be his real name. What would Mr. Haraldson gain from Frega's death? From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. What the hell? Why? Not sure of the specifics, but supposedly Lord Haraldson has refused to omit the less flattering parts of Wyverngard's history from his exhibits. It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. So that William declared he would be removing House Haraldson from his estate. You don't want to suspect Mr. Haraldson, but you need to examine every possibility. As the curator, he would have the easiest access to the sort of spell eating, and he could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks. At the very least, you should give Mr. Haraldson a chance to explain himself. That makes things interesting. You can tell me about the defendant in the case. What? She's your client. Surely you would know better than I. Humor me. Well, I'm sure you're aware that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she dealt a blow to House Frege's reputation and directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement. She was engaged to the Crown Prince? Oh shit. Beatrice was engaged? Yes, it was quite the scandal at the time, and Lucio wasted no time in pushing his daughter into taking Beatrice's place. Ah, is that why those three were so awkward last night? Honestly, this situation is just an absolute mess, and that woman's return will complicate things. Beatrice's return complicate things? What do you mean by that? Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you on about now? Please don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus. Fine. If you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Laef. Laef. Since Beatrice showed no signs of returning, it was apparent that Laef would inherit House Frege instead of her. I know when my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house. So we both came to an accord. My son and Laef were arranged to be wed. House Von Sanctus would have been absorbed. At least my Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frege. You nobles are absolutely awful. Yeah. Yeah, kinda. Think what you will, I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with your generation. You have no sense of duty or obligation. Laef has already expressed resistance to this marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. Now I worry she'll hide behind her sister to end the engagement altogether. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Well, I've never mentioned any of this, and as much you would hate to think it. William's death would get her out of this arranged marriage. You should talk to her about this. Anyways, Von Sanctus gave you a decent list of suspects. Probably learned everything you can from him now. Best to move. Okay. No, not present. I don't think there's anything.
Arcanum.
No. Repario Arcanum. Let's go to the gallery first. Let's like collect everything we can. Because there's still like the argument we have to trigger with the other chick. Return to the gallery and see a legion of knights. However, you don't see Mr. Harrelson anywhere. The Inquisition must be questioning him. Perhaps you should follow another lead. Okay, fine. But what if I didn't?
Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Evocation is a school of magic that creates and unleashes raw energy. It's the most primal of the 7 schools of magic. Someone must have used a powerful spell to blast the display case apart. Interesting. We move. Let's go to the bedroom then. And then we present this new information. My apologies. What do you mean? Oh, never mind. What was William doing? Argument. Laef seems to be hiding what her father was doing in his study. You doubt that she's doing this out of malice. You might not even think that it's relevant to the case. But William Frege had many enemies, and he retreated to his study to do something that night. And that something could be related to why he was murdered. Alright, let's see if I can remember most of this stuff. Is there something you're not telling us? Okay, psychological profile. You just met her, and she has no reason to trust you. She believes in Beatrice's innocence over everything else. She's usually sincere, so it's unlikely that she is actually involved in her father's murder. You might react well if you respond with a similar sincerity. Okay. I have a feeling that you know more than you're letting on. What? What was your father doing in his study? I already told you, I don't know. I have no idea what my father was doing. Father was a private man, he wouldn't share something like that with me. Okay, we're presenting something. I don't know what. You're just presenting this. It could be that. I think it's just gotta be this, right? What is this? It's proof that you had some idea of what your father was doing in his study. I think that really proves anything. Okay, try something else. Cool. Proof that you knew what he was doing in his study. Ah, right. That's the thing. He's making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he? Did someone else tell him? How did you find the need to hide this from us? I didn't. Thoughts you saw earlier seem to disagree with that. Only just met today, so I understand if you don't trust us, but the Inquisition thinks that Beatrice murdered your father, and they claim that she did so for his inheritance. It's absolutely absurd. Regardless, your father's inheritance is a likely motive behind this murder. Many people would have a lot to gain from his death, including you. Excuse me? How could you even think that I'd be capable of something like this? We don't think that you are. It's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. I think we just rationalize. I didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. This means that their plan heavily relied on who William Frege was leaving his assets to. We need to know, Ms. Frege, how was your father planning to change his will? I don't know. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. That's definitely not true. Is that really true, though? I already know about your arranged marriage to Jaden von Sanctus, and I also know that as part of the deal, Jaden would inherit House Frege instead of you. Definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it. It means that you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So what aren't you telling us? Can't trust you. We're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. The four Pillar families and the crown have so much to gain from my father's death. How can you assure me that this information won't be used against my family? I have no stake in this conflict. I was only hired to arrive at the truth. Expect me to trust you when you're so obviously close to Prince Aster and Lady Stolen. Okay. Nothing I could possibly say to make you. I don't know. I felt like saying the phrase "There's nothing I could do to make you trust me" would not have worked. But okay. Please understand. I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father, and to do that, I need to know everything that he was doing that night. No reason to trust you, but somehow I can tell you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice? You're about to reassure her that you will, but something in the back of your mind stops you. I'll get to the truth of what really happened. Okay, if that's truly what you're planning to do, I'll tell you what I know. I'm trying to be uncooperative, but I didn't know I could trust. Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable. I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned and was even more impudent than before. He must have been angry about something she said during the meeting. He tell you what their meeting was about? Didn't, and honestly, I didn't really care. Happy that she returned. My father clearly felt the opposite. Before he entered his study, he told me that he would be pruning the family tree. Okay, so that doesn't imply that she was being added back. That implies, which is kind of what I was thinking, it implies that of the two people that were on the will as it was, one person was getting removed. So, He was going to disinherit my sister and several other members of our family. Well, he started drafting a new will to reflect that decision. So several other, okay. Beatrice angered William Frege enough for him to declare that he would be disinheriting her that night, but she was already disinherited. Okay, whatever. Has anyone found the draft of his will? No, it was one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began. You doubt that it would be even be enforced. He never got a chance to submit it for probate before he died. But you can't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Did anyone else know about this? No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steelwind when she was questioning me, because it would have given Beatrice a motive to commit the murder. Anyways, thank you, Ms. Frege. Mr. Cuthbert, yes. His sister is not a bad person. There's no way that she'd do something like this. Despite what she says, she seems to have some doubts. It's in good hands. Ruby Tamora is the one defending her in the trial after all. I hope so. Anyways, you think you've learned everything you can from Lab. Only one last person to speak with, and it's Harold Haroldson. Interesting events. This is a complete mess. To enter the gallery, you spot Haroldson inspecting the shattered remnants of the display case. If you recall correctly, the display case that he's looking at once held the sword of spell eating. Mr. Cuthbert, I had a feeling I'd see you again. He's working for that Crown Prince. Can he be trusted? Seems word has spread about your deal with Aster. Hello again, Mr. Haroldson. Harold. Right. Harold. I'm sure you already know that I'm investigating the murder of William Frege. The prosecution suspects that someone used the sword of spell eating to break into Lord Frege's room. I was wondering if I could ask some questions about the theft. Tell you what I can, I'm not sure how much I can help. Okay. Really, the museum owns such a powerful magic item. I expected the noble houses to take them for themselves. The nobility of today don't have much use for items such as these. The power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength. A noble wouldn't want to wield the sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories. Demon? Right, the sword of spell eating is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage. Is it making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They definitely betray you the first chance they got. Well, legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. I mean, like a legally binding contract? Yeah, I don't think it's legally binding, homie. I think it's like literally fucking if you disobey, you die. Once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It said that violating its terms will result in instant death of the offender, no matter who it is. So I guess there's some protection. Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand it's possible to exploit and use loopholes in any contract. And according to the legends, demons take pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. Interesting. During the prosecution, the theft took place during Lord's Ball. Shouldn't there have been plenty of witnesses in the gallery at that time? That's the strangest thing. Supposedly, the gallery room was completely empty when it happened. That can't be right. Honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter the display case. Was protecting the case that powerful? They were powerful, but that's not the issue here. It would be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it. Another thing to completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed. Huh. Interesting. You're saying that the force applied was excessive? And that's not the worst of it. It's clear that the Sword of Spell Eating wasn't the only item that was stolen. Oh yeah, it's the ring, right? Mentioned that another item was stolen. Yes, it's extremely concerning. After the Sword of Spell Eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits, and that's when I discovered the armbands of intellect. Oh, that's what it is. Have been stolen. And unlike the Sword of Spell Eating, we still haven't found the armbands. Look at the glass case where the armbands used to be. They've been removed, but the glass case is completely intact. Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. That's interesting. What's going on here? The two thefts are completely different from one another. Are they even related, or did two different thieves coincidentally steal from Harold that night? Mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects for the theft? Not everyone attending the ball could cast spells that powerful. It kinda is. I don't really know. I'm still actually not sure where this is going. Like, I don't have a solid idea of what happened. Because there's a bunch, there's like 8 different leads that the game kind of throws you in, and some of them were last week. But I'm led to believe someone or even multiple people used like familiar magic, because you can cast a familiar and basically see and act as the familiar. And we even ran into a wolf, I guess, at some point during the ball. There's also the idea that, like, I don't know, maybe when they cast the lockdown, like, it made it so people could just, whoever it was could just get straight into that exhibit and steal the armbands? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know what kind of protection was even there, like, on these things. Hello, Tanuki, Mumki. Banger. According to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frega's magic was powerful enough to have done this, discounting the fact that she's completely blind. I'm well aware of that, and it doesn't quite sit right with me either. Was there anyone else at the Lord's Ball capable of matching her power? Only the heads of the 4 pillars could have invoked magic this powerful. But apparently, Beatrice is an exception. Huh. Or is she being scapegoated by one of the house leaders? Cases can be opened normally, can't they? Otherwise, how would you transport the artifacts from place to place? The magical locks on the case can be disabled. Okay, deal. Is he hiding something? Are they normally disabled? They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. Fair. Many people know this password. Only myself, I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved. Okay. I kinda don't believe that. I kinda don't believe you're the only person that knows it. But sure. Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Could he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? A witness told us that you got into an argument with William Frege on the night of the murder. Was William Frege planning on defending the Heralds in all of history? Yes, he was. He made that very clear. That doesn't mean that I had anything to do with his murder. We're not saying that you did, but I need to explore every possibility. I need to ask, did your argument that night turn hostile? I'll admit that our discussion turned heated, but it never escalated to threats or violence. How insulting he was, it should have. Okay. Well, it sounds reasonable at least then. He deserved. This everyone involved is like Yeah, this guy fucking sucks. It actually is perfectly okay that he died. It's just, they're all like, it wasn't me that did it, but like, I'm happy that he's gone. I love this shit, dude. I love the angle that this game goes in regards to how everyone feels about the political situation here. William was being unreasonable, and I was frustrated, but that's all there was to it. I shows more resentment than he's letting on. Did you have any conflicts with him prior to that night? I have had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the royal family about what I was displaying in my museum. King believed that some of my exhibits were too controversial for public eye. What do you mean? I'm sure you've noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and the nobility. I've never been one to shy away from the bloodier parts of Wyverngard's history. Citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. However, the king believed that my historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds, nothing but simpletons, the lot of them. Nobility thinks they can smooth public relations by censoring history, as if they couldn't get any worse. Anyways, it's clear that Harold is passionate about his work. Ayo, the pizza here. Hey, Mary. Thank you for your time, Harold. We'll be on our way. Your ears burn? Why? What'd you do? We have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere. So many people have had a motive to kill this guy, but who actually did it? Perhaps you should take some time to review everything that you've learned. Motives aside, let's go over the events that happened that night. We probably needed this, honestly. It all started when the Sword of Spell Eating was stolen. What do we know about the thief of the Sword of Spell Eating? We don't have a specific suspect. We do know something about them. The thief is a powerful mage. It's the Ayo pizza here meme. I don't know anything. No, I honestly don't know anything about just Ayo pizza here. I never actually looked into the meme beyond just Ayo pizza here. So old Dashy would not have known. I'm sorry. Hate to break that one to you. Okay, so this is him telling us that we need strong magic. The only way they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass. What about Harold? He could have just unlocked it using his password. He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but he wouldn't have shattered. He couldn't have shattered the glass. A powerful mage could have done that. I doubt Harold would lie about that when he could easily confirm it with Steelwind. What happened next? They brazenly stole the Sword of Spell Eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to Kingsguard. And this is them discreetly placing everything on lockdown. Found it in the room. Believe she stole it. This last statement. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What does this tell us about William Frege? I think it tells us that he's a piece of shit. Last account gives us a clear fact about when William died. William died, what, after the body was found, after the theft was reported. I mean, that's true. F spoke with Lord Frege before he went into his study. I didn't say that. Had to have been him. This is also true. Spoke with Lord... Okay, hang on. Let me read this to understand. Lev spoke with Lord Frege before he went into his study. Unlike the Nightgrave case, the time of death was after the encounter. Yes, so after... Where's the dialogue? Spoke with Lord Frege before he went into his study. Yeah. Unlikely that she saw someone... Yeah, had to have been him. Okay, what about this? Lev met Aster before the lockdown activated. This is also true. Not Aster, fuck. Dude, you're telling me that that's the right answer, but saying he was killed before it was lifted is the wrong answer. Why were those two options? Whatever, dude. William Frege was murdered after the lockdown was activated. This means that whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown, broke into the magically locked room. They had to have used the sword, right? It's likely, but not necessarily true. Anti-magic field would have also had the same effect. The murderer could have stolen the sword of spell eating to throw off the investigation. Anti-magic field is a high-level spell. Not many mages would have been able to cast it. Now, any of the nobles here will let us see their spell compendiums. Because of how powerful anti-magic field is, we can still conclude that the murderer is a powerful mage. This actually narrows down our list of suspects. Still not concrete evidence, though. And we haven't even spoken to all the suspects yet. We got a chance to speak with Lucio Steelwind. Just as that's what I would do. But the court is corrupt and refuses to actually make noble people do anything. Unless we can, like, lock them in and be like, look, this person is like a prime suspect. Not just that they have a motive, we have to prove that they could have done something. Either way, it's a good start. And it's not as if we're defending this case. Trial is getting close anyways. You don't doubt Ms. Tamura's abilities, but you should share what you've learned with her before the trial begins. A little strange that you haven't seen her since the investigation began, but she might be meeting with Beatrice at the dungeon. Let's go to the Inquisition dungeon. She wasn't at the crime scene, so she must be here to discuss the case with Beatrice, or at least that's what you thought. You don't see her anywhere. Mr. Cuthbert? Hi. You were so caught up in your thoughts you didn't notice you were walking right in front of Beatrice's cell. I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, hello, Eris. Celeste lets out a shriek as Eris approaches you two from behind. For a split second, you see her hand dart towards her sword. It appears that she still hasn't gotten over her instinctual fear of Eris. Eris, what are you doing here? Ah, Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. He sent me here to help her through this ordeal. That brings up many more questions. You don't really have time to pull on that thread. You have less than an hour before the trial begins, and you need to find Ms. Tamura. Have either of you seen Ms. Tamura? I have some things to ask her. She was just here, but she left to retrieve some documents from her office. Do you have any idea when she'll be back? She didn't say, but if your discussion has something to do with the case, I could pass a message to her. I feel a little hesitant for some reason, but it is her life on the line. If anyone should know about what you found during your investigation, it's her. Let me tell you what I know. I guess she can cast like the send message spell. From your list of suspects to the possible motives behind the murder, notice that with each revelation she becomes more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must be stressing her out. Let's see. You've certainly been very thorough. Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone. We underestimated him. If he reveals these findings to Prince Aster, he might suspect something. Sorry, I was just in deep thought. And you were able to catch one of those thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sure you're aware that Prince Aster has your best interests at heart. I know. Though we haven't spoken for the last 5 years, I still consider him a dear friend. And I suppose you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him. Of course not. This is bad. Even he wouldn't support us if he knew that I was involved. Interesting. What was that? Her thoughts just said that she was involved. Did she actually murder her father? Something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. You look a little pale. Beatrice is actually behind this, but how? She's completely blind. She couldn't have navigated through the manor and avoided the guards. No, you must be taking your thoughts out of context. That's it. Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired. Think very carefully about what to say next. There's one way to get a certain answer through the eye, but if you're wrong... Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you? Tyrion. You see her gaze narrow in response to your question. Once again, she claps her hands together. She's clearly trying to stay calm. Do you suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert? You can answer my question, Beatrice. As if I'd even need to justify it with a response. But no, Mr. Cuthbert, I was not responsible for my father's murder. At least not directly. I was technically an accomplice. An accomplice? Did she work together with someone? Cuthbert. Is tomorrow. Your mentor seems to have sensed the mood in the air. She raises an eyebrow at you. Is tomorrow. Can I speak with you alone for a second? Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Is tomorrow. Beatrice, she actually did murder William Frege. Ms. Tomorrow's gaze narrows. Her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear you. What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that? Use the Eye of Horus on her. She conspired with someone else to orchestrate the death. Have you told anyone else about this? No, it's not as if they believe me anyways. You're the only other person who knows about my abilities. Okay, just stay quiet about this for the time being. Anyways, I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour. What? You're not seriously going to defend her, are you? Of course I am. I'm her attorney. But she's guilty. I saw it. Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. You think I can just abandon a client minutes before a trial? No, but... It's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and who's not. Everyone has a right to an attorney. The court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutee to keep things fair. More importantly, you had no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client without my permission. But I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later. Huh. I see. Before you have a chance to respond, Ms. Tamora walks away. Celeste sees both of you awkwardly approaches you. Hey Tyrion, is everything okay? Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this. You don't blame her for not believing you. It's not as if you can tell her about the Eye of Horus. So literally Tamora's the only person that knows about our ability, I guess. Allegedly. I think what actually is the case is Eris knows as well. Because Eris is the fucking devil, or devil adjacent. And I also think the Eye of Horus is a power granted to him through a pact that his mom made with a demon. I think that's what was alluded to last week, if I remember right. Although, why haven't you told her? Alright, I believe you. What? You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? But if what you're saying is true, what do we do now? Think long and hard for a moment. I don't think we need to do anything. What? Steelwind is handling the prosecution, and she's definitely no pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll just have to trust her to get the job done. Either way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved. If you say so. It's really none of your business. You have no stake in this. You're not obligated to do anything. Do everything you can. It's in their hands now. And then she fucking passes out. It's none of your business. This isn't your fight. William Frege was a tyrant and a bigot anyways. He's a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world is better off without him, and it's not as if you didn't try. All you have to do is wait for the trial to run its course. Objection! There it is. Alright, and now we're back into the... after the flashback. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert? Cuthbert, what the hell are you doing? I don't know. What I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. Were you even kidding? As if you were ever the type of person to stand by and do nothing. It's time. The prosecution. I would like to cross the right to cross-examine this witness. Bailiff? Please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I am holding him in contempt of court. Wait, hold up. You didn't really think this through, did you? Instead of following his orders, the bailiff walks over to the judge's podium and whispers something into his ear. What? I see. Very well then. What are they saying? I was gonna say yes. I imagine when he like walked up, he's like, "I'm objection. I'm gonna be the prosecution." I'm like, I don't think that would fly. Like even in this kind of world, I totally expected that to be the initial response. Of course, I don't remember what the testimony was, but I don't think you're like needing to remember it. I think it's gonna go over it again. What are they saying? It appears that Ms. Steelwind has somehow predicted that this would happen. In accordance with her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as the prosecutor in her stead. The hell? You can't be serious. I'm honestly just as surprised as you are, Ms. Tamara. But Ms. Steelwind has apparently designated him as her stand-in. Oh shit! It's unorthodox, but it's also legal. You recall something strange Steelwind asked you earlier today. The prosecution would have had to have instilled a succession plan in case. There you go. Yep. Exactly. Interesting. So, what would you do if one of your clients was guilty? Oh yeah, this. Saying that we would draw and tell them to find another lawyer. I don't know. Hard choice, but I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. Can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. Yeah. Did she somehow know this would happen? I think she was like hurt even during that. Because I think we saw little homie Wallace, that's his name, hanging out with her even at that point. And I think at any point that Wallace was near her, she was probably already injured and needed a healer. Well, this isn't how I expected the trial to go. Shortly after you barged in the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed behind you. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest you. Guess we're really doing this. What's wrong? This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom. I mean, this is where the prosecutor is supposed to stand. This feels way too jarring. Ruby, can we switch tables? What? Please ignore her. No, this is way too weird. Tira, get her to switch with us. It is funny because, yeah, it shows, like, everything. It looks a little different. Celeste. For the love of, I genuinely do not care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly. Okay, dude. With that out of the way, let's resume the proceedings. Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots. We are, Your Honor. Much as you hate to admit it, you are more comfortable here. Not that you want to encourage her. With all of these interruptions, I think it's best to review the proceedings up until now. I want to be on the judge's bench. Heyo. Prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frega's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness who testified that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Ms. Tamura? You are, Your Honor. Very well. Considering the consequences, I think it's best to have Lady Frega repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega to the stand once more. Oh, this is Miriam, not Beatrice, I think. Ms. Frega, could you please give your testimony in the court once more? Yeah, this is Miriam. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it, she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study, told us that he had completely disowned her, and removed any claim she had to the Frega estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. Your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after her departure. Yes, he did. As such, Beatrice would have no motive to murder her father. Any inheritance she could have received would be long gone by the night of the murder. Is that really true, though? Okay, so, hang on. I mean, we can present, but we're not actually gonna do it. This is the confusing part, is... Where is it? This one. The other attorney. Yeah, Ruby is 46. She is like our stand-in mom. She is our guardian. That is the deep lore here. She was our mom's fucking lawyer. I thought you were laughing, and then I actually read that it's hag. But yeah, she was our mom's lawyer, lost the case, our mom was put to death, and she ended up becoming our guardian. Okay. Until the night of the murder, many of her friends hadn't seen her. She finally returned home. This meeting didn't end as planned. Beatrice angered Frega enough for him to declare that he would be disinheriting her that night. Huh. Father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice. It was probably a threat to us. This all happened 5 years ago. Objection! Ms. Frega, it's clear that you're regretful of how your eldest sister was treated. That guilt must have eaten at you all for... Oh, Jesus Christ. That guilt must have eaten at you for all these years. Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history with the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in her wounds. It's merely pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Ms. Tamura. She clearly regrets... Oh, not to... Okay. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago. So perhaps she's trying to make up for that by lying to protect her. Excuse me? Did nothing of the sort. Miss Frega, you testified that your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frega, he openly declared that he would be removing her from his will. He even entered his study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendant? It makes sense if he had already disinherited her 5 years ago. Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? It's clear that they had no understanding of my father's estate. They had no understanding. Miriam, this testimony came directly from your sister. What? And she should have also been present during this alleged meeting 5 years ago. Well, she must be mistaken then.
Objection.
Your Honor, how can we trust second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here? Wouldn't it make it more sense to have Lev give her testimony directly? I must agree with you, Miss Tamora. Lev, Frege, would be allowed to clear up this misunderstanding. Looks way too confident. What is she planning? You're not sure if it was intentional, but Miriam's testimony was false. Could she be lying to protect Beatrice? And if so, is Ms. Tamora expecting Lev to do the same? Bailiff, please escort Lev to the stand. Ms. Frege, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that your father decided to disinherit Beatrice, and he decided this after their meeting on the night of the murder. Is that correct? Yes, I did say that. You see, Lev, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think that she's committed perjury. Oh no. So the idea is this chick will protect all of her sisters. And I think she's just got fucking ADHD in that, like, oh shit, now I need to protect my younger sister real quick. Also because, you know, in protecting her younger sister, it would also solidify the case, you know, that Beatrice didn't kill her dad or whatever. So now she's just gonna lie. Awesome. I wouldn't go so far as to say, witness, lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences, even for someone of your sister's status. No, she couldn't have. Wonderful. Are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's testimony? Ms. Tamora, you can't just intimidate the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert. I'm just telling the witness that what may or may not happen depending on what she does next. The choice is ultimately hers. So, Lev, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could you please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said? Yes, of course. It literally is, yes. But this is the kind of shit we've got going on here. You see, Miriam was quite young when my father called us into this study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. Father would often lie to us. It was one of the many ways that he kept us in line. The encounter that Miriam described was just another one of his lies. Oh, she's... okay. So she's just gonna go at the angle of, what I said is true, sister just didn't really know and she was lied to. Which, fair. Despite their disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. He always held on to the possibility that she would become desperate enough to return home. Truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frege's future. Okay, but that's not true. You know that. See, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known that William Frege was planning on what he was planning for his estate. Occupation rich. Is that what Lev says for her occupation? Yeah, I can actually check that right here. Profile. Where is she? Noble. Yeah. Don't worry. Let's check these out. Okay. Defense attorney, bodyguard, attorney, prosecutor, knight, student, freelancer, student, nobleman, student, historian, occupation, monkey. Occupation monkey. I like that Yuchi has his own profile. That's crazy. Prince. Wait, yeah, where's Aster? Aster's not here. Custodian, noble, nobleman. I expected, honestly, this one to say, like, noble, nobleman, noble. Like, half the people we talk to are nobles. It's crazy. Luckily for you, she's not the only person that gave her statement to you. Wait, what did that just say? Definitely trying to cover for her. Luckily for you, she's not the only person that gave her statement to you. Okay. Okay. So we're presenting something, but what are we presenting? Finally a job I can aspire to. Monkey. Imagine it's this. Or it's this. This, yeah. Yeah. So... Truth is that none of us knew what he was planning. I think we just do this. Ms. Frigga, do you really have no idea about House Frigga's future? No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us. With Beatrice gone, you would have been the only one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans for House Frigga? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you knew exactly how William's inheritance would be divided before that night. Lev, according to Lord Von Sanctus, you were arranged into a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement, am I correct? I have no reason to comment on that matter. Cuthbert. Witnesses' personal matters are hardly any of our business. Yes, I must ask that you keep this discussion relevant to the case. Your Honor, Lev's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She's extremely averse to this marriage. Because of that, she made sure to know every detail about it, about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frigga would be inherited by her future husband. So that raises the question, Lev. You already knew the intricate details of this marriage. Why would your father tell you that he was disinheriting your sister? That statement would only make sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant.
Objection.
Oh shit. Present a decent argument, Cuthbert. But your claims rely on one assumption. What assumption would that be? Even if he was lying, the victim declared that he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. He must have already been named in the will previously, otherwise there would have been no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise. And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frigga was acting logically. What are you talking about? It's clear that he was extremely controlling of his daughters. By your own admission, Frigga was resistant to the marriage arranged by her father. In addition to that, Miriam Frigga found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial a few months ago. He needs no reason. Exactly. And finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice Frigga, the prodigal child, finally returned and made a public appearance during the Lord's Ball. What are you trying to insinuate? In his eyes, William Frigga's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you. Even if that declaration was clearly inconsistent. But he wouldn't. Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. Man, that is so crazy how hard you can just lead your witness in these fucking games. Statement couldn't have possibly been true. If by some chance it were true, that would make you guilty of perjury. Or perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. But a gaslighter. It's part of the 3 Gs. She participates in all of the 3 Gs, by the way. She does do the gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. She does all 3. If your father's statement were true, the court might be inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand. Ms. Tomorrow, are you threatening her? As I said before, I am merely stating the facts. Witness is free to act as she sees fit. Just asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next. What do I do? Damn it. She's pressuring Left to side with her. She's clearly conflicted though. Isn't there anything you can do? Feel a sense of clarity when you look at her. Is the Eye of Horus reacting to her stress? You wonder. I'm sorry. I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert. Wait a minute. She knows. She knows what he's doing. No, wait. It's too late.
Naught can remain concealed.
You did it. You activated the empowered eye. There has to be something in her mind that you can use. The state of her father's inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in her mind that can definitely prove what was on his will? What are we gonna project into her mind? Let's project the rats into her mind. So I hate to admit it, this trial is a perfect opportunity to back out of the arranged marriage. Von Sanctus's holdings are weakening by the day. I doubt he'll be able to put up much resistance. No, we're doing the projecting though. But yes, this court is absolutely toxic. Not even a joke. Once Beatrice inherits the estate, we might be able to rebuild our family. She's assuming that Beatrice will inherit House Frege. Rats in brain. Jesus. Confidence must mean she's certain of what was in William's will. But how do you prove that? Okay, that was the same one. I need to make sure that I tell the truth without harming Miriam or Beatrice. Beatrice couldn't possibly have done this. I'm sure Miriam also has her reasons. They couldn't rely on me back then, but they can now. You can get any leads from that. You should try something else. You should try getting some bitches. Beatrice, after all these years, you finally returned. I can believe that this is how things have ended up. If only I was as strong as you, I'd be able to endure this. Okay. None of these have anything to do with the estate. What if I project Steelwind into this? What? Why am I thinking about this? That didn't evoke any useful thoughts from her. Nice. Hang on. Project the monkey? No. Why would Miriam say those things? Am I misremembering what happened? No. I would have remembered something like that. She must be trying to protect Beatrice. I did, but I'm trying to go after the things that have to do with her will at the moment. Otherwise, I'll start throwing random bullshit at her. So Miss Miriam's testimony was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. Interesting. Okay, and then what about her dad? Father, I know we had our differences, but I did love you, and I never wanted you to die. She seems guilty and genuinely surprised and regretful about his death. From your encounter earlier, you know that Beatrice had an accomplice, but you doubt it was Lef. Who else would we be looking at here? I guess I doubt it. No. Here's the only other person I'd be interested in. No. Okay. Okay. Things regarding the will. I mean, we can try to check this out. I doubt. How did both of the swords find their way into Beatrice's room? Could Tracker have? Tracker? That's the wolf. No. This McCoy's sword is one thing, but he couldn't have possibly broken into the Haraldson gallery, although he was extremely fixated on it. Who the fuck is Tracker? Does she know how Celeste's sword was taken? When she wants to follow that lead, it will be all for nothing if you can't turn the trial in your favor. Just try something else. Yeah. It's kind of what I figured, but it is interesting that we get extra information out of this. What else even is there? Security. Method of entry? No. We don't think that she has really any involvement. So I don't think anything regarding murder weapons is really going to be useful. I don't know, I guess... Person. Who would be a good person to... Ruby Tomorrow. I've heard stories about her. Never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. Wonder if she'll be at the will reading tomorrow. Will reading? She must be talking about William Frege's will. I believe you've had enough time for deliberation, Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or no? I'm not, Your Honor. At least not yet. It's clear we won't get anywhere until we can confirm the state of William Frege's will. And we can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frege's will is read to his family. How did you... I see. Once his will is read, it will become public record. Suppose I have no choice but to suspend this trial until such time that William Frege's will is read.
Objection.
This is ludicrous. The case against my client is completely outrageous. We spent the entire court proceedings arguing if her motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client. It is tomorrow. You clearly don't believe that the defendant had anything to do with the murder. Of course I don't. She's completely innocent. Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did? Sneaky. Yeah, this he gets to pull the prosecutor's thing of, hey, you can't just say we didn't do it. You gotta tell us who did. God. Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? No, I am not. Mr. Cuthbert is correct. The court does not have enough information to pass a verdict. Until the Inquisition has time to investigate these new developments, I will be suspending today's trial. We will resume the trial tomorrow afternoon. Court is adjourned. Fucking anime-ass gavel pound every single time. I love it. Well, that happened. Well, that just happened. Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking. But out of everything that happened today, I can't believe that Steelwind somehow knew that you would do that. That is strange. Did she seriously predict what I'd do off of that one conversation, considering how things turned out? Suppose she was right. She was right on the mark. But that was still a big leap of faith. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on sleep. Today's been exhausting for a lot of reasons, and your work has only started. Still have no idea who Beatrice's accomplice was. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, she actually has kind of exhibited trust in us as early as the second case. So the question remains, who really murdered him? The hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya? Listen, I have the situation under control. If that's true, I'd hate to see the situation you consider out of control. Eris. My father is not pleased with today's developments. You promised that the verdict would be passed before William Frege's will became public record. This has thrown quite the wrench in our plans. Understand. Cuthbert is just confused, but he's not a threat to us. Better hope you're right tomorrow, or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind. What? House Frege is too important of a prize for us to let go. Bring us results tomorrow, or else we'll continue to make more drastic take more drastic measures. Interesting. Okay, so I think this more adequately says it was not Steelwind getting into a fight with Frege that got her stabbed. I do remember at the start of the chapter, actually, Eris puts the guards and Steelwind to sleep. Maybe she stabbed her then. Maybe she stabbed her then, I should even say. For the first time since the Lord's Ball, you're finally able to get some sleep. You woke up this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading. You arrive back at Frege Manor and see that Beatrice, Lev, Miriam, and Von Sanctus have all gathered, along with Miss Tamara, who is accompanying Beatrice as her attorney. You're not really sure what to say to her after everything you've done. The air feels too awkward to approach her and talk about it. Thank you for all for coming today. As William Frege's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Wyverngard when I say, enough. Just get on with it. Very well then. Get straight to the point, Lord Frege's will was magically sealed when it was given to me. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death. Although I imagine none of us expected such a time to come so suddenly. Anyways, Lord Frege's assets included sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Wyverngard, 10 million gold in various investments. 10 million? 10 million gold. I can't even begin to imagine what anyone could even do with that for a fraction of that wealth. And lastly, sole control and ownership of the Frege noble house. The executor takes out a large envelope and uses a runestone to dispel the magical seal. I, William Frege, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all of my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden Von Sanctus. Huh. Interesting. None of his daughters got anything. Provided that he enters into a legal and binding engagement with my daughter, La F. Frege, within 6 months of the date of my death. Oh? What? That's... William must have added that addendum to prevent Von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. But a legal and binding engagement is predicated on Lev accepting it. She clearly doesn't want to go through with it, so if she simply waited 6 months, Von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate. In the event that Jaden Von Sanctus does not enter into such an engagement, within the specified time frame, my assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of House Frege will be divided equally among my children, as per the laws of our kingdom, all 3 of them. You were right. William Frege never disinherited Beatrice. This would make Miriam's testimony false. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, she had a motive to commit the murder. Glance at Miriam, it's hard to read her expression, but something appears to be on her mind. Without a word, she walks out of the room, ignoring both Beatrice and Lev. Lev, on the other hand, seems to be in good spirits. Isn't this great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frege now, just as it should have been. Actually, about that. In light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule... Slayer! If Beatrice Frege is found guilty in the current court case, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister. You see, I shouldn't feel so happy for myself. That can't be all, can it? Surely William added a note of Lev's obligation to marry my son. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Lev Frege is an adult with legal autonomy. She is free to make whatever decision she wishes about who she legally marries. Now, if you'll excuse me. Dude was really hoping that he would have it in his will of, your daughter will marry my son. That's crazy. Wait, we're not finished yet. Come back here. I'd love to catch up with you, Lav, but I was only allowed out of my cell to attend the reading. You know, it's an Inquisition night outside the door, and he seems to be watching Beatrice intently. Don't worry. I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can talk all we want about our family's future. Of course. A group of knights led Beatrice out of the manor, and left follows after them, leaving you and Celeste alone with Ms. Tamora. About what I did. Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert. It was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steelman clearly put you on the spot. Felt pressure to do something, and you made a rash decision. But I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw. Wait, what? Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend persecuted mages? Beatrice is guilty. I saw it. I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. This is not up for a discussion. Always regarded and respected Miss Tamora. You suppose that's always made you deeply scared of disappointing her. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on than you do, and she's still your mentor. Want to believe that. You really do. Deep down, you know that is wrong. Ms. Tamora may believe in Beatrice's innocence. You can't just abandon this case and let her escape justice. Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared now? You know what you have to say, but the words won't leave your mouth. From behind you, you feel Celeste hold your trembling hand. It's warm and comforting. It's the same sensation you felt back then. Somehow you can feel it through her hand, as if she's silently telling you that you know what you have to do. Your anxiety fades, you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Ms. Tamora. What? You said it yourself. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor of equal power to keep things fair. That's not what I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, and if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me. Fine. Do what you want. But you're only going to make things harder for everyone. Well, Tyrion. As soon as Miss Tamora steps out of the room, your body drops to the floor. Her bravery you felt before got replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue. Scaled Lord, that's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that. You still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively. I mean, right now you're just kind of sitting on the floor. Yeah, I need to take a moment. And go back to the ballroom. Return to the ballroom and take a moment to recover. You spot Commander White at the edge of the room, but you don't pay him much notice. Takes you a while before you feel ready to stand. You okay? Yeah, I just needed a moment. Anyways, the will reading bought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of the new information we just learned. So, where should we start for? Oh, we have the Knights Inquisition at our command. Let's go, dude. Right, you're the prosecutor now, so that would technically make you his boss for the time being. This is weird, right? Yup. Awkwardness aside, I've never really led a task force before. What would Steele normally do in this situation? Well, she'd normally have us investigate areas of interest. Right. Context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. Well, we're lacking a lot of physical evidence. Could you and the Inquisition search the gallery in Beatrice's room? Perhaps you can find evidence of how the sword of spell eating was stolen. Whatever you say, boss. That covers the Inquisition. What are we going to do? It's clear that Lord Frega's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at the modified will that he was drafting. It might give us some time about what he was really planning to do with his inheritance. Okay, so where are we going to find that? Maybe it's in the study now? I don't know. Come on, where is it? As you enter William Frega's study, you spot a figure rummaging through the drawers in his desk. Isn't it here? Where else would he put it? Miriam? What? As soon as she notices you, Miriam quickly closes the drawers and walks towards you. You already saw what she was doing. She was definitely looking for something. This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam? As if that's any of your business. Considering that I'm the prosecutor, it's very much my business. Give a side glance to the night station outside the room. They should have stopped her from entering. Perhaps she used her status to intimidate them into letting her through. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room. You have a feeling you know what it is. You appear to be looking for something, Miriam. What could be so important that you disturb an active crime scene? None of your concern. I'm merely trying to find something that belongs to me. Really? Because I have a feeling that we might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will that your father was drafting, aren't you? That's... Are you trying to destroy it before we can get to it? No, of course not. I just need to see it for myself. Did she really do this? Is she also suspicious of Beatrice? Why are you so determined to see the drafted will, Miss Frega? Just wanted to see what my father's final wishes were. But your father already had a will filed previously. Wouldn't that be enough? You also suspect something, don't you? Of course not. Beatrice would never do something like this. Miss Frega never even mentioned Beatrice. You know how things may look. Please understand, I'm just trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked with someone else to orchestrate your father's death. Unlike Lash, she didn't immediately deny it. This means that she already had her own suspicions. Where is the will, Miriam? I need to see it. I don't know. I haven't been able to find it. Recall that she was frantically searching William's desk earlier. It's probably telling the truth. It should have been here. I can't find it. He locked the door when he began drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition closed off the area after the body was discovered. That means that someone took it during the lockdown. Okay. It was probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right? Yeah, that would make the most sense. Which means that whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever was written on it. Looking more and more like the motive behind this case was William's inheritance. Anyways, looks like we won't be able to find the will. The fact that it was taken must imply something. For now, we should follow our leads. Also the question of who committed the murder and how. We already know the how. The murderer stole the sword of spell eating and used it to break into the study. That's true. Think about how they would have needed to move around the manor. Oh shit, now we get to do the mapping. Murder took place on the first floor within William Frega's study. The gallery was on the second floor. They would have needed to go upstairs, steal the sword from the gallery, then use it to nullify the lock on the study. Not only that, they would have needed to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room. That is true. About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, why would they plant the sword in her room? That's a good point. Perhaps they had a falling out. Her partner might have tried to betray her by pinning the blame on her. If that were true, why wouldn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Steelwind? Maybe because of the Slayer rule. Remember the guy at the will reading also mentioned that. What is it? The law passed by the Crown centuries ago. According to that law, if someone is involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they will not be allowed to inherit the deceased property. Oh, so even if it's an accident. Interesting. So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut of the inheritance if she took a plea deal. More importantly, it doesn't sound like Miriam completely believes in Beatrice's innocence either. If that's true, what else can she tell you? Miriam, it almost seems like you suspect Beatrice as well. Am I correct? I don't know what to think anymore. Why else would she threaten me? She threatened you. Wait, she was threatened? Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way? What? Of course not. Her testimony yesterday was quite convenient for her defense. Almost got the whole case thrown out. And left didn't seem to understand what was going on either. The way she gave her testimony yesterday was almost like she was covering for you. Does she seriously not know? Does he seriously not know? Please, promise me that you won't tell anyone about this. Don't tell anyone what happened. An hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Tamura. She gave me a list of statements to give in my testimony. Dog! That's crazy. Statements were true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny. What? She had information that I tried to keep secret, and she threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with you. We love witness tampering. Dude, this is crazy. No, no, she would never do that. I'm telling the truth. Please, you can't tell Tamura that I told you. She'll ruin me. The eye shows that her fear is genuine. She's not lying. I've seen that woman do all kinds of shady shit in the cases I've worked. Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you name it. You're right, that was part of the first trial. But you're just the same. Successor for the devil of defense attorneys. The rumors, they can't be true. I refuse to believe it. Hey, Tyrion? Are you okay? Now is not the time to doubt yourself. There's too much at stake right now, and you have a job to do. You should check on Commander White. He might have found something. Okay. Just don't push yourself, okay? Yeah. You have plenty of time to think about this later. Okay, where is it? The bedroom? You enter Beatrice's bedroom and see the Inquisition combing through it. Looks like their search is focused onto her bed. Hey, kid. Commander. Still doing a deep search of the room. We're not done yet. Should probably come back later. Okay. As you move around the manor, you peek in the sitting room to see if Von Sanctus is still there. Who the fuck is this guy? That's Steelwind. That's Lucio Steelwind. Never mind. You don't see him, but you spot another individual. He's calmly reading some sort of book. You can feel a menacing aura emanating from him. This aura. You must be daft if you think I wouldn't notice your presence. What? Did he notice you? You barely entered the room. It's your father-in-law, you don't even recognize him. Well, I did end up recognizing him, which is pretty good for never having seen him before, but you know, the axe is a pretty good clue. Where you have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes towards you. Wait. You bring up your arms to block his blow, but in hindsight, that probably won't do much against an axe that large. Prodigious. You open your eyes. Celeste is now standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. Not sure what happened, but it looks like she knocked him several feet backwards. You two. The hell was that? You could have killed him. You shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaved him in two. Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. Who the hell do you think we are? You are, even. I am Lord Lucio Steelwind, Grand General of the Wyvern Guard military forces. So this is the prosecutor's father. It's a pretty good sprite. They do share the same intimidating stare. Yeah, it is a solid looking sprite. I like it. Celeste, it's fine. I'm not hurt. She looks more than irate right now. She begrudgingly sheathes her sword. Anyways, Lord Steelwind was one of the people with a motive to murder William Frege. And as a fellow head of the Pillar House, he might have some information about William and his affairs. If looks could kill, Decoy, one might misinterpret that look of yours as murderous intent. Aw, guess you do have some battle instincts after all. I honestly wasn't sure, since you so obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your... Celeste. Such a lack of respect and discipline. If you were one of my soldiers, I'd have you hanged. If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself. Okay, let's all try to stay civil here. Lord Steelwind, you were here at the Lord's ball when the murder occurred, am I correct? I was. You mind if I ask some of the questions about what you saw that night? Dude, she's spitting, dude. Pretty good. If that's okay with you. Suppose I must oblige. Considering that my daughter has so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you. So sorry to hear about what happened with your daughter. I'm sure that you're very worried. It's her own fault for exerting herself, despite her injuries. Even the bravest warrior knows when to stay off the battlefield. How can you say that? Your daughter was trying to do the right thing. By prosecuting the heiress of House Freyga, she had very little evidence to substantiate of conviction. If she wanted to strike a blow on the rival house, she should have been certain that her enemy would fall. But now, if Beatrice Freyga is found innocent, any hopes of an alliance between Freyga and Steelwind will be completely annihilated. It's clear that he and the prosecutor have vastly different priorities. Where were you throughout the night? So loathe gatherings like that, they're a complete waste of time. I was in this room, but then I received word that Lord Freyga's lost heiress had made an unexpected appearance. She was supposedly speaking with Crown Prince, so I made my way into the ballroom. Did you speak with them at any point? No. Needed to make sure she wouldn't try anything. Interesting. Okay. Kept my distance and stayed near the Kingsguard. Was this because you were wary of Beatrice? Yes, I was. Crown Prince has always been a bleeding heart, and the Freygas are trained to sharpen their tongues from birth. I needed to make sure that she wouldn't try to interfere with his engagement. We were worried that she was going to try to take Aster back. Ah, okay. But it was clear that wasn't her intention. But you did overhear their conversation. What were they talking about? Conversation was completely inane. It was all just small talk. Lady Freyga spent most of her time playing with Prince Alaric. Right. Aster's younger brother was there too. Also, this music is like so fucking like distracting. I'm turning my like PC volume down. You know that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. She had some unknown goal by speaking with Aster and his brother? Went to the ballroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after the lockdown? Before the lockdown. That sounds about right. This means that she was accounted for before the theft was reported. And did you see her leave at any point? No. She spoke with the two princes for quite a while. Didn't leave their side until she was arrested. Sounds about right. That means she was accounted for the entire night. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense, because she had a meeting. Was seen speaking with Aster and Alaric during the ball. She spent the entire night speaking with them. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Interesting. There are thoughts that she was an accomplice in William's death. Was she there to distract the Kingsguard? Thank you for answering your questions, Steelwind. I'm merely repaying my daughter's debt. He was surprisingly pretty cooperative, but that doesn't lift any suspicion off of him just yet. You'll need to find more evidence if you want to know for sure. Anyways, we should probably move somewhere. Let's go, Celeste. McCoy, what? Your spellcasting is undisciplined. Your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior. As if that means anything coming from you. It does mean something. Be nice. Come on. An undisciplined and defiant brat. Keep it in that corner. Don't let it get away. Get away from him. We found the rat. As you enter Beatrice's room, you see Inquisition cornering something near the back of the room. Oh, it's the wolf. Okay. Some sort of animal. A wolf, to be exact. Wait, is that? I recall spotting that same wolf on the night of the Lord's Ball. Has it been in the house since the murder? Intruders. We must protect Queen. What? Did you just read his thoughts? Protect territory from enemies. He must see the Inquisition as intruders in this territory. Does that mean he sees this room as his home? Slowly start to walk towards him. Wait, Tyrion? Stay back, kid. It's a wild animal. There's no telling what it'll do. You ignore them and continue to approach him. Don't worry. I'm not here to hurt you. Huh? This human. He can speak language of dog? Bro? He's just speaking English. What do you mean? Wait, you can understand me? Why are you talking to it? Speaking plain dog, of course. Tracker, understand. What's going on here? The Eye of Horus allowing you to speak with him? Never really tried it before, but perhaps your powers aren't limited to humans. Anyways, this could be a good opportunity. I wonder what else he knows. We're gonna start talking. We're literally gonna start questioning the dog. Tracker, is that your name? How did you... Yes, Tracker is Tracker. That's the name Queen give to me. Tracker, occupation, dog. Based. Tracker gestures to laugh when he mentions his queen. Called you his queen. You know him, laugh? Yes, but how? Are you talking to it? That's We're so caught up in speaking to Tracker, you didn't realize how strange this scene must look to everyone else. I'm a dog whisperer. You never mentioned that before. You honestly expect us to believe something like that? Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself. Wait, how do you know that? It's her familiar. So Lef, are you able to communicate with Tracker? I suppose there's no sense in hiding it anymore. Tracker is my familiar. Familiar. There's the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey. Recall that the familiar bond spell allows the caster to telepathically speak with their familiar. That must be how she's speaking to him. Never mentioned him during questioning. Wasn't relevant to the investigation, and I've been keeping him a secret from my family. Does that make sense? But I doubt William Frege would have allowed you to keep an animal in his home. Well, I don't appreciate you keeping this info from us. But it doesn't look like anyone got hurt. And aside from his dog, we haven't really found anything new. Didn't find any more physical evidence of the theft? Looks like you've run into another dead end. Unless... Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder. What? Tracker? Rutrow? What is this face? Get rid of the UI. I'm trying to see the fucking... I want to see this face. This literally just looks like the Doge face. This is literally the fucking Doge face. Fucking crashing out, dude. It is! Jesus Christ. He's supposed to stay in his room. Wait, is that why you won't allow the servants to enter it? You won't want to keep him in Beatrice's room. He's very insistent that he stay here. Tracker likes the ambiance. Right. Wait, if you live in this room, did you see who brought the sword of spell eating here? I already asked him about that, but he didn't see anyone. He must have been taking a nap. Either that or he was roaming outside even though I told him to stay here. Yeah, there it is. We can see it without the UI now. God damn it. Damn it. Trackers see a lot of other things, though. Trackers see many new people that night. Right. He was roaming the manor during the Lord's Ball. He must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, he was walking around. I've seen something that the Inquisition doesn't know about. Can you tell us what you saw the night of the murder, Tracker? Tracker sees rats. Maybe more difficult than you thought. I need you to be more specific. You go in order, tell me about everyone that you saw that night. Okay. Tracker was taking a nap in room. Tracker woke up from loud sounds outside. Tracker hears small things running in the walls. Tracker called Queen, but she didn't answer. The Tracker decided to check sound alone. Tracker follow sound outside. That's when Tracker smelled a bad smell. Bad smell? That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. A bat? Bats aren't really flying rats, but you smelled a flying rat? You mean like a pigeon? Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker borked at him. Tracker must have scared Rat because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. Aw. The rat had a stick? Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bork to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls. Went into the walls? That's when Tracker picked up the stick Rat dropped. And finally answered Tracker. She told him to go back to his room and hide. After message, Tracker bring stick back to room for inspection. You remember what time this encounter happened? What is time? God, I wish that were me. Animal wouldn't really have a concept of that. What do you say, Tyrion? You see anything? Well, he definitely saw something. Okay, let's try to take a moment to work through this. He's an animal, and despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive. So you should carefully examine each of his statements. The first thing he heard was small things running in the walls. Recall that someone else observed something similar that night. Tracker heard rats running in the vents. Must have heard the rats that Jan mentioned. They weren't actually running in the walls, they were running in the vents. Next thing he did was call the Queen, but she didn't answer. Why didn't she answer his message? I wonder... Yeah, it's this. Left didn't respond because she never got the message. Telepathic capabilities granted by familial bond were disabled. So that's interesting. I kind of wondered if it would be like, because it's a familiar, I didn't know if it would be pure magic and as such dispelled during like the lockdown or what. But I guess he's just like an always living creature now. She doesn't even have to cast summon Tracker every time she dies. This is bullshit. That's 400 mana that she doesn't have to use. Hate it here. Which means that this encounter happened during the lockdown. That covers his first two statements, but you're not really sure what to make of the flying rat he saw. Why did you refer to the rat as flying? Because rats don't normally jump and fly. Yes, I got that. It's possible that what you saw wasn't really a rat. Rats are rats. They're small things that run and hide. So rat is a general term for him. He uses it to refer to small animals that are acting suspiciously. Anyways, with everything you know now, his last statement doesn't make sense. Why did Tracker finally hear laugh? After he picked up the stick. The stick. That was stolen. Hold up, how do we... It's a forgery? Huh? The familiar in this game is just a normal animal that you bond with, not a summon. Yeah, no, I got that. I got that that's what it's getting at. Yeah. Well, the answer is super obvious, soy smirk. I'm just looking at the options more or less, really. It's like... I mean, I'm also... Yeah, I mean, I know the syntaxes. I know it's not was not. It's just, I'm just sitting here like... Okay. The stick that Tracker obtained was actually... Is it the Sword of Spell Eating? But the question is, why would he hear her with this? Why does this matter? Tracker, about that stick you found. Where'd you put it after you came back to this room? Tracker hides stick in safe place under the bed. Oh, right, because it works in like a radius area. Also, he would have touched it. Right. Okay. Duh. Jesus Christ. It looked like that sword my friend is carrying. Hey, your friend stole my other stick. Your other stick? Yeah, Tracker found it when he was hiding from the Metal Man. You're referring to the King's Guard. Must have left the bedroom when they were searching for this Sword of Spell Eating. Wait, are you the one who stole Celeste's sword? Tracker. Did Tracker do a bad? It's as I suspected. Tracker was the one that brought Sword of Spell Eating here. I have no idea how or why, but the Sword of Spell Eating was lying in a hallway somewhere. Tracker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room. It can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice for the theft was... If it weren't for Tracker, the Inquisition would have never honed in on Beatrice at all. But why would the Sword of Spell Eating be lying in a random hall? I hate this face. I hate this sprite, dude. It's so fucking cursed looking. Left, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a bit? Okay, Queen, he smelled good. Tracker, trust him. Thanks, I guess? Okay, but only if you allow me to accompany you. You know about Miriam's position, but how does Lef feel about you prosecuting Beatrice? It's possible she might try to sabotage the investigation if you let her accompany you. But as Tracker's owner, you don't really have a choice. You nod to Lef. You also send a subtle gesture to Celeste to keep an eye on her. He silently nods and slowly follows behind her. Alright, Tracker, can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats? Sure thing, King. Oh, I'm the king now. It looks like you've received a promotion. Okay. Hallway. Oh, vent! You allow Tracker to lead you to the location where he found the Sword of Spell Eating. Surprisingly, it's fairly close to Beatrice's room. Apparently, didn't travel very far before he met those rats he mentioned. As you continue towards your destination, Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense. What's wrong? Enemy. Oh. Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker steps between you and Eris and begins angrily barking at her. Oh dear. Tracker, stop that. Left tries to calm Tracker down, but he's undeterred. Continues to bark at Eris, and it looks like it's taking all of Left's strength to hold him back. Terribly sorry, he's not usually like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals always disliked me. It said something and then it backspaced. Fucking Eris, dude. What is Eris doing here? Recall seeing her at the barracks too. Said that her father is friends with Beatrice, but is she involved in this case somehow? Animals have always been able to see me for what I am. Nice. Nice. Anyways, you came here for a purpose. You should examine this hallway and see if you can find any clues.
Repario Arcanum.
What? What do you see? The vents have traces of illusion magic inside them. Traces also go deep inside these vents. The same for the vents on the other side too. There's an air vent over there. It appears to go from the ceiling to the ground floor. Is this where that rat escaped to, Tracker? It's where the jumping rat went. I thought you said it was a flying rat. Tracker, see that too. Okay. Probably be better to just move on. Anyways, where did this rat come from? Come out the other wall. Okay. I mean the vent on the opposite side. Yes, Tracker saw a flying rat escape that way. What is this rat doing here in the first place? Why would there be traces of illusion magic inside the vents? What spell could have possibly left those traces? I told you many months ago. Illusion spells tend to do one of two things. They either create a freestanding illusion, or they can disguise an existing creature. Doubt someone created a small freestanding illusion in the vents, so a disguised creature must have been inside these vents at some point. These vents are tiny. No one would be able to fit inside them. Tracker could see them now. Tracker did one final bork. Uh-huh. But a rat would be able to fit in these vents. Well, yeah, I guess that'd be true. That would mean that that rat had an illusion spell active on it at the time. Not only that, he said that the queen finally answered him, and this happened after he picked up a stick. That shouldn't have been possible because of the anti-magic field. Parker saw this rat during the lockdown. They would have been inside the anti-magic field created by the lockdown. Only be one way that rat could have an illusion spell active on it. Can't mean that rat was holding the sword of spell eating. Does that mean? But how? But literally how? Was it a tiny rat, or was it a giant rat? Like how? Like, or was the spell like miniaturized? Like what are we gonna learn here? How is that possible? Rat wouldn't have the strength or hands to carry the sword. Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously. What if it's the fucking monkey? Do you think the monkey would be able to? Believe it wasn't an actual rat. Still couldn't have been a human, right? Right. It would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Just fucking lay it out for me then, I guess, game. Don't even let me fucking spitball. Just tell me, I guess. Come on, man. This is genuinely my one complaint with the game. It is way too much just like, this is what the thing is. You don't need to worry about it. Here it is. Are you serious? You know that Harold had a motive to kill William Frege. He was planning to fund the Haraldson Hall of History. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frege decided that he was going to defund Harold's museums. Must have struck a deal with Beatrice. With Beatrice's portion of the House Frege, she could have easily kept his museums funded. He could have faked the robbery and sent his familiar to murder William. Can't believe this. Something else that Tracker said. Smell where he was. fell onto the floor after it. Okay. The rat had a stick. Tracker, you said that you had to smell to see where the rat was. When he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down? Yeah, Tracker couldn't see the rat with his eyes, so Tracker used his nose to see it. Monkey was invisible. No one would have noticed a small invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. This is also how he would have had an illusion spell on him. So that makes sense. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic, so it's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene. Interesting. Gesture is to clap both hands together, which she is that is just something she does all the time. Neat. Let's make sure we get the understanding of this correct. The spell makes the target creature or object completely invisible. While invisible, the target will be completely transparent and undetectable visually. If targeting a creature, this spell will also affect anything that the creature is wearing or holding. Okay. Then there's the position of the air vent. Currently in the hallway, just north of Beatrice's room. This air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align the two floor maps together, this vent must lead to the storage room. Air vent there curves upwards, this must be where it leads. According to Jan, that air vent led directly to William's study. It would have been the perfect route to enter William's study and leave undetected. Wouldn't have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room. Why would he need to use a sort of spelling at all? Because of familial bond, they can telepathically communicate with each other. They'll probably need Eugene to hold the sword so he could tell him exactly where to go. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder. Okay, makes sense. Harold could have easily faked the robbery to take suspicion off of him. It's even possible that he was lying about how the display case was shattered. I've known Lord Harold for many years. Just can't believe that he'd be involved in this. She may have known him for a long time, but she's never read his thoughts. His thoughts were very hostile and rude. Despite his kind expression, he's very good at hiding what he's truly feeling. And Beatrice. There's no way she'd participate in a plan like this. Look, Laugh. I know you don't want to suspect your sister, but it's not that. Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this. She's completely blind. She wouldn't have much of a choice. Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself. She'd only employ someone else if someone else's help if she had full control of them. Lev probably knows her better than you do. But you doubt that working alone would be possible with her condition. Can't think of any other way she'd be involved in this. Finished here, aren't we? Yes, thank you for lending Tracker to us. I want to help you find out what really happened. Don't make me regret trusting you. If you're truly on the side of justice, then you won't. Good. Now if you'll excuse me. So that's it, right? You finally know who really committed the murder, then. And if you can get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. If he does that, you might be able to convince her and Ms. Tamora to take a plea deal. Although, knowing Ms. Tamora, that will be easier said than done. Anyways, this is definitely the lead that we were looking for. Is it really, though? I still don't have physical evidence. I have to do for now. We're running out of time. We'll have to call Harold to the stand to testify about what he did that night. If I can push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying. You doubt it'll be that easy. He has a good poker face. Just how much will he be able to hide his true thoughts? Alright, I gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony really necessary? Sorry, old-timer. My orders come straight from the prosecutor. We're going to need you on the stand today. Understand. I'll do what I can to help. Okay. Court is now resumed. Let's review. So much debate over William Frega's inheritance. More specifically, it was unknown whether the defendant had any claim to her father's inheritance. This detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant even had a motive to commit the murder. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today and is now a part of public record. For the results, William Frege was planning to leave all of his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jane marry the victim's daughter, Laef. And it's clear that Ms. Laef will never follow through on this engagement. If the engagement is not made in 6 months, William Frege's assets will be divided among his 3 daughters. See, so there was no mention of the defendant's disinheritance. No. Correct, Your Honor. This means the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death. Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there is still very little physical evidence that implicates my client. May I remind you that Miriam Frege was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings. That itself is extremely suspect. And William Frege was clearly not above manipulation and lying. Can't prove that she knowingly gave a false testimony. I'll admit that I can't prove that. I'll also admit that there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case, which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Haroldson to the stand. Lord Haroldson, sword spell eating clearly plays a large role in the murder, and its theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in this case. Wait, I want to know why the fuck Tracker stole Celeste's sword, by the way. Unless it was literally just dog see stick, dog want stick. I don't, whatever, dude. As the gallery's curator, I believe he can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen that night. More specifically, you can find out what he did on that night of the murder. Yay, stick. Yay, stick. The court would definitely benefit from this insight. Bailiff, please escort him to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Of course, my name is Harold Haroldson. I'm the owner and curator of the Haroldson Hall of History, located in Hammerhearth. Can this... Do we need 7 H's in this fucking... in this sentence? Do we need... Harold Haroldson Hall of History, located in the Hammerhearth. He's also a historian. This is glorb shit. It's quite the alliterative thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one that called it out. Harold, could you please testify to the court about how you discovered that the spell of sword eating... I can't do this anymore, dog. The sword of spell eating was stolen. Who will help? I was keeping an eye on my gallery's exhibits when I realized that my familiar hadn't returned. Called to him telepathically, but he didn't respond. I was worried, so I went around the manor to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered that the exhibit... Sorry. That the exhibit that held the sword of spell eating was completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime to the knights, the ball, and they activated a discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword and my familiar later that night. You went to search for your monkey, and that's why you didn't witness the theft. Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. He must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them. Or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover that he's using to hide his actions. How do you prove that? How do we prove that he didn't even... Either that he didn't even actually go search for him, or... what? Return from where? Bring to Eugene Harrison, Your Honor, it's the name of his witness. Or name of the familiar. He's a spry orangutan monkey. He must be with my day-to-day. Anyways, you said that he hadn't returned. Does this mean he left you earlier that night? He always likes to explore large buildings. He usually doesn't leave for that long. Okay. But he didn't respond. No, that doesn't make sense. Sometimes. He's a young boy, so he likes to have his privacy. I try not to pry, but I was wary of what would happen if a noble or a knight came across him. He usually knows not to bother people, but you never know what might happen. Uh-huh. You left the gallery room. Worried something bad happened to him. Where'd you go? Eugene usually knows to stay out of people's bedrooms, so I went downstairs and searched for him there. Checked the bathroom, sitting room, and coat room. Then I finally checked the kitchen and pantry. I've gone there to steal some snacks. You didn't find him in any of those places. No. The glass was completely shattered. This is despite the presence of several abjuration spells that protected it. It would have taken an extremely powerful spell to break it. As you saw, the glass display was shattered into shards. Unless Harold had a way to dispel that magic, a powerful mage must have destroyed it. Perhaps Harold had Beatrice shatter the glass before she went to the ballroom. Yep. What use would the lockdown have been? Not much. The wielder would have been immune to the anti-magic fields and the spells that prevented people from leaving. But at that point, the King's Guard just wanted to activate it for good measure. That is kind of funny, all things considered, that he reported the theft of the fucking basically nullify magic sword, and their response was, alright, we're gonna place an anti-magic field. Alright, so statement just now is missing some details. What details should you ask him to elaborate? How did you find Eugene? How did you eventually find Eugene that night? After an hour of silence, he finally responded to my telepathic messages. He met up with me in the gallery before we went to search for the sword. So this would have been after the theft was reported. Yes. He would have had to pick up Eugene after he murdered Lord Frega. This must be the alibi they're using to account for the time that no one could see Eugene. This detail could be extremely important. Harold. Yeah, whatever. It says that he went around the manor to look for Eugene. Do you think he's telling the truth? Maybe, but his so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse to not be seen by anyone. Decent alibi, if not without its flaws. Poke some holes in the alibi. Uh-huh. I don't feel like this is super... I don't think that was that useful, right? He finally responded to my telepathic messages. I met up with him in the gallery room before they finally found the artifact. I don't think we can just slam Tracker's testimony right now. Maybe we change it to something else. How did you eventually find the Sword of Spell Eating? Kingsguard, and I slowly and carefully checked each room in the manor. After about an hour, we finally found the artifact under the bed in the defendant's room. That's where that's where he hides his sticks. Now you think about it, he's probably the one who stole Celeste's sword. We already know this. This detail could be extremely important. How? Okay, whatever. Uh-huh. How am I gonna... He's missing the part with the earrings being missing. I don't know if that's important. I don't know, maybe that's not. Maybe it is supposed to be that one. Met up with him in the gallery room. I don't... What? Okay, hold up. Age question marks. This dude's 76 years old? How is that her dad? Dude, he was 56 when he had her. No, wait, no. $58. Holy shit. Okay, so this motherfucker searched for him for an hour. Returned to the gallery, discovered that the exhibit had that it was destroyed, and then another hour later, he finally comes back. I still don't really know what the hell it's wanting us to do here. Because there's no real way to fucking... How do we disprove anything? How do we poke holes in that alibi? I don't know. I mean, there's no penalty for me just throwing shit out at it. So,
Objection!
yeah, I don't think this is it. Of course, it's not gonna really give us anything here. Met up with him in the gallery room before they found the artifact. Should tell me about the theft. Care. Creates magical barriers that prevents anyone from leaving or teleporting out of the building. That's it. That's all it is. You can still move throughout the building. Okay. I wonder...
Objection.
No. I was just curious, though. It's interesting that it doesn't have anything to say about this, though. Yeah, but that's not even the ones that are missing. This one is.
Objection.
But also... not super important. I don't know, whatever it is, it feels like you have to poke at this one. And I have no idea what you want us to poke at with. Just that he finally responded to my telepathic messages.
Objection.
Okay.
Objection.
Uh-huh. Alright, fine. Change it to something else, I guess. It was the wrong one anyways. How did you find the sword?
Objection.
Okay. We are floundering, I am not gonna lie. What do you want from us here, dude? How are we poking holes in your alibi?
Objection.
Because none of these really make sense. That's just true. I don't get it.
Objection.
We're just gonna keep on fucking slamming shit, I don't know.
Objection.
Wait, I mean, hold up. That should have actually been... Okay, never mind. I have an idea.
Objection.
This one. I was about to say, that shouldn't have worked. And Eugene, before you went to search for the sword of spell eating, this mean that happened while the lockdown was still active. As much as I was worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important. That's the thing. You said that after an hour of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene. That leaves one question. How did you communicate with him telepathically? You were both within the magic field. Harold, in response to the theft, the Kingsguard activated the lockdown system. That same lockdown system would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of the manor. The field should have suppressed the telepathic abilities given to you by familial bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all. Are you accusing the witness of lying? Sure. Cuthbert is blowing this entire thing out of proportion. Anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. Can't assume that they managed to cover every inch of the manor, especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal. It's tomorrow. Let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot in the lockdown system. Magical telepathy, granted by a familial bond, connects two people. Even if Eugene wasn't affected by the magic field, Harold would be. Very true. So how did I hear him that night? Only one answer that makes sense, Harold. I did hear Eugene telepathically, because Eugene was wielding the Sword of Spell Eating. Sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you saying that the Sword of Spell Eating was stolen by the witness's pet monkey? I am, Your Honor. It's the only way the witness's testimony makes sense. It doesn't have a rebuttal. You should push this while you still have a chance. Harold Haraldson, you were the one who stole the Sword of Spell Eating, weren't you? What reason would I have to steal something that already belongs to me? To take suspicion off of you. Because you were the one who had William Frege killed. You staged a robbery and used the Sword of Spell Eating to make Eugene invisible. Then you sent him through the manor's ventilation system, all so you could have him murder William Frege yourself. Or for you, that's what it says. Well done, Cuthbert. Suppose you just can't stop yourself pursuing a lying witness. What I do best. Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense? Quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecution's allegations. He's misguided, but he's just doing his job. You're expecting his thoughts to be hostile like before. And you also refute your statement about Eugene telepathically speaking with you. No better than to lie on the stand to try to save myself. I explained how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown, but how do you do it? So he doesn't know how that telepathic communication happened? Perhaps he overlooked it when he was playing the murder Beatrice. And that's your position, Cuthbert. That the witness sent a monkey to murder William Frege. You sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Do you have any evidence that refute that? No. I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Cuthbert. Wait. Tyrion? Mr. Cuthbert, did you forget you were prosecuting Beatrice Frege? Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear that Cuthbert can't stop himself from finding the true culprit. Wait, I also meant to say that the defendant conspired with the witness to commit the crime. Oh, really? Do you have any proof of this conspiracy? Oh, of course you don't. But even so, let's assume that you did have evidence to prove your statement. If this was really a plot formed by my client and the witness, what would my client even contribute to this plan? What you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Haraldson and his familiar. Well, the glass. You would need a powerful mage like the defendant to break the sword's display case and stage the robbery. So her contribution to the murder was breaking some glass? Can you prove that my client shattered the display case? And can you prove that she did so knowing that it would somehow lead to her father's death? You might have gotten a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt. The physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has just brought forward physical evidence that implicates Lord Haraldson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony. There has to be some explanation for this. Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? So I was just thank you for finding the answer. Damn it. What you did was make it more difficult to prove your case. But Harold has to be involved in this. You weren't wrong about that. Only Eugene would be small enough to traverse the air vents. So isn't there anything else you can use? The threat of indictment. Harold must be stressed. It's gotten you out of the tight spots before. Maybe you can find the evidence in his mind. Use every trick you have, Cuthbert. It won't help you. Ignore her. Calm your mind and focus the Eye of Horus on him. You have to find something, anything, that might tie the murder of Beatrice.
Naught can remain concealed.
Okay, simple enough. It's truly a shame that Beatrice was driven to flee from her own family. If only I'd introduced myself to her, perhaps we could have found a solution together. He doesn't know her? But how? She planned the murder with him. Unless... The monkey. The monkey specifically. Just what were you doing that night? You really wield that sword? If only for a brief moment? Shouldn't have known exactly where Eugene was that night. Or should have known. Why would his thoughts say that? I can't believe that one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. Completely disrespectful to the culture and history behind it. He's speaking as if he truly had no hand in this. That can't be true, can it? What's going on? He's speaking as if you really had no hand in this. You can guard yourself from the Eye of Horus, but you can't lie to it. If that's true, are you wrong about Harold's involvement? Are you really innocent? See anything, Cuthbert? Your Honor, it's clear that the prosecution has nothing left to argue. Very little evidence implicating my client, and there's a far more likely suspect in front of us right now. Yes, I must agree, Ms. Tamara. At the very least, I see no reason to prolong this trial any longer. Wait. Beatrice couldn't have personally done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind, she was with the two princes for most of the night. So who actually killed William Frege in his study? Think about this. The reason why he suspected Harold in the first place is because of what Tracker said. Definitely saw some kind of animal, but someone else is familiar. Who did Tracker see in the air vent? I think it's Eugene. Right, it had to have been Eugene. Tracker found the sword in that hallway. And Eugene couldn't have communicated with Harold unless the sword protected both of them from the anti-magic field. But why? Did Eugene just happen to be in that hallway? That also doesn't explain why the sword of spelling was even there. No, Tracker said that Eugene came out of the air vent on one side of the hallway, then he fled into the air vent on the other side. And for a small monkey, those vents would be extremely cramped. He wouldn't have entered those vents out of mere curiosity. Why? You know that Harold didn't participate in the murder, but did he know about what Eugene was doing that night? Okay. Eugene was not acting of their own free will. No. No. I mean, this would be crazy. Oh, he was... Okay, he was just on his free will. Okay. But that doesn't make sense. That's the explanation that makes the most sense. Sure, I guess. How and why? Harold is the only person that is magically connected to Eugene. I guess when it's saying that, it means that, you know, just... it wasn't Harold controlling him. So, whatever. And even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, she wouldn't have been able to direct his actions telepathically. Beatrice couldn't use any other conjuration spell to contact him either. She was also in the anti-magic field when she was with Aster. If Eugene was the one who murdered William, was he acting independently? That can't be possible. This plan required knowledge of Frega Manor's ventilation system, also involved murdering William during the lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but a normal monkey wouldn't have known how to identify and destroy the will, even if Beatrice had somehow trained him to do all this beforehand. Oh my god. I wanted it so- oh wait, no, not Harold, Eugene. Oh, come on. That would have been crazy, though. Oh, wait, it still could be, That's crazy! Couldn't be. Discovered that the armbands of intellect had been stolen. The monkey was wearing them. Huh. And Eugene gave them the spoken password? Or can use the spoken password? But someone could have overheard him saying it. Someone that's constantly looking over his shoulder. But how would he use it? That doesn't make sense. Whatever. You've made some ridiculous statements in the past, but there's no way the judge will even entertain this theory. You'll have to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up this discrepancy once and for all. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court. Really. Frankly, find that hard to believe. Please trust me, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we all aren't seeing. And it's one that no one will believe. He's going to bring the monkey onto the stand. And how? How the fuck is he gonna get the monkey to talk so that people can understand what's being said? We have a plan now. Very well, I'll give you one last chance. But know that if your next witness fails to unveil any new information, I won't hesitate to end this trial. Understand? So I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment. Yeah, he's definitely bringing the fucking monkey onto the stand. Why? Your Honor, the prosecution calls Eugene Harrelson to the stand. Never mind. I retract my earlier statement. I'll be passing my verdict. Wait, just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you in contempt for even suggesting this. You honestly think I'll allow a monkey to give a testimony in my courtroom? Yeah, it sounds pretty out there, even for us. I like to remind the court of the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar. This means that Harold Harrelson can speak with him telepathically. This is absolutely... Show me the law that says an animal can't give a testimony, Your Honor. Maybe unprecedented, but it's not against the law. Very well. Your Honor, can't be serious right now. Are you actually going along with this? Ms. Tamura, I am looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against this proposal. So I have no choice but to oblige his frankly insane actions now. Guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything. Can't believe I'm saying this, but... Bailiff, please escort Lord Harrelson's monkey to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation in the court. Could do without the sarcasm, Miss Tamura. Eugene is Eugene. Eugene Monkey. Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Harrelson's translations. Oh, great. Can't see the armbands on him right now. He must be at his normal intelligence now. Although, how would he even wear them? Perhaps he held them in his hands. They only require physical contact, after all. Eugene. Did you steal from the gallery on the night of the murder? Ook, ook, ak, ak. Eugene, never steal from Harold. Eugene, respect Harold. You'll have no problem testifying about where you went during the Lord's Ball. Can't believe I let you convince me to permit this. Oh boy. Eugene, explore house. Look for new place to play. Eugene, also look for spiders. Spiders, yum yum. You think Eugene steal armbands of intellect? Eugene, never steal from Harold. Harold, friend. Eugene, always Harold's friend. Keep strong together. I fucking hate this. Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open. Is this really going to help us? Look, you just have to trust me on this. Trust you? Sentence sounds like it turned into a question at the end. Wasn't accusing you of anything, Eugene. Perhaps you accidentally unlocked the case and took them thinking they were some sort of toy. It'd all be an honest mistake. Eugene, not dumb. Eugene, know how important artifacts are to Harold. Eugene, never take from him. Interesting. Wait, interpret.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery. Eugene, no. Eugene would never steal from Harold. Cuthbert, don't waste our time by having him repeat that statement. That's the thing, Miss Tamura. That's not the same statement he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. Never mentioned the armbands of intellect. What are you talking about? The witness lacks the understanding to differentiate between the artifacts. It was clearly just a simple mistake. Not just the fact that he named the wrong artifact, Ms. Tamura. The fact that he used its actual name. Maybe I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, animals can't speak the same way that humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, their vocabulary is extremely limited. Right, Tracker called the spell a sort of spell eating a stick before. It's hard to understand what he really meant. Exactly. So that raises the question. How did Eugene know they were called the armbands of intellect? What did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and replaced with a well-made replica. Where are the armbands right now? If he had worn them when he was sneaking around, he would have never had the opportunity to put them back. The armbands are still missing. The armbands are still missing. Okay. At this moment. Under the bed, somewhere in the manor. Oh, okay. Thought I did this one already, but I guess not. Can't be. Is he really? The armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene couldn't wear them on his arms. So where would he wear them? He initially thought that he carried them in his hands. There's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain that you didn't steal the armbands of intellect? Eugene told you already. Eugene would never steal from Harold. I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat. The fucking glasses. Are you serious right now? Don't think he's wearing them right now, do you? The only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken on the night of the murder, and they are still missing. Eugene did indeed steal the armbands that night, he would have never had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation was over. This is absolutely ridiculous. You're spinning a fairy tale. You honestly expect us to believe that a monkey increases intellect beyond human limits. If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, it's going to be Eugene. See him fully bright character. He slowly but silently lifts his hat. No, you can't be serious. Eric can see it plainly. He's wearing the armbands like a crown around his tiny head. From out of his hat, you see him pull out something else. He's lighting up. Holy. Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Oh, we can just fucking talk now. Nice. Are you serious? It's probably a blessing in disguise. I don't think I could bear debasing myself any longer.
Objection.
Objection to the monkey. On what grounds, Ms. Tamora? On what grounds? Everything about this situation is objectionable. It's downright absurd. Is he seriously Beatrice's accomplice? But Ms. Tamora can't deny what's clearly in front of us. I was not ready for today. I was even talking right now. Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under the right circumstances. Okay, dude. Evolved? Please, I've observed your society. I think calling humanity evolved is quite generous. This can't be happening. Well, are you all done gawking at me like a bunch of simpletons? Simpletons? Wait a minute. Quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts. Uh-huh. 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 Every insulting thought you've seen from Harold, they weren't Harold's thoughts at all. Oh shit, that's right. We can't really differentiate the thoughts between things. That's crazy. They were Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing the armband since you first met. I still don't understand. Why would you even take the armbands in the first place? I'll admit that the Lord's Ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance. Put them on by accident? My unawakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them. When I first held them in my hands, I experienced a sense of clarity that I had never felt before. I was afraid of what I'd experienced, so I left them alone. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day. We were hooked. Wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you're not wrong. I already knew the password to Harold's vault, so I'd come in from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. But the more time I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power when I had to put them away. And that's when you made the replica. While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would have eventually discovered that they were stolen, but he would have concluded that a noble from the Lord's Ball took them. It was the pressure that he was receiving from the crown. I'm not proud of what I've done, but I've never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal the Sword of Spell Eating as well, and I certainly didn't expect a murder to happen that night. So you still maintain that you are innocent? Of course I do. I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frago, nor did I take the Sword of Spell Eating. Allow me to elaborate. Oh boy. I'll admit that I took the armbands, replaced them with replica, but I was not the crook who stole the Sword of Spell Eating. The thefts were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying in the middle of the hallway. Wondered why such an important artifact would be lying there, so I took a closer look to inspect it. That's when I heard Harold call out to me telepathically. The sword must have protected me and Harold from the anti-magic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene. That's just all true. You didn't need to shatter the display case of the sword. Yeah, he already knew the passwords. Trackers said that Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped into the air vent that led into William's study. His actions that night were definitely not as innocent as his testimony implies. Must have lied somewhere. Okay. What's his testimony here? Something strange involved the scent to the hallway. He saw a flying rat. When this happened, and this is in the hallway. He dropped the sword on the hallway. Okay. I don't know, this all checks out though.
Objection!
I don't know, maybe I'll fucking press it, I suppose. That's when you made contact with it? Yes, I was quite surprised too. At the time, the magic of the armbands was being nullified. But when I picked up the sword, my intelligence finally returned. Oh. That's how I knew that what I was holding was a sort of spell eating. Interesting. That location was near the Frega's bedrooms. Don't tell me that you... What do you take me for? I know what a bedroom looks like, and I'd never enter one uninvited. Then why were you there in the first place? I was coming back from the rooftop garden. I suddenly felt something interfering with the armband's magic. Yes, I was worried that something had happened, so I made my way back to the gallery to meet with Harold. See, could you add this to your testimony? Very well. I mean, I guess this is where I do this. Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail within many truths. What are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert? You said that you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. You take any detours? Of course not. With the armbands nullified, my intelligence was slowly fading. I wanted to return to Harold as soon as possible. Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map of the Frega Manor. This is the location where that wild dog found the sword of spell eating. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell eating when it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room? That's... Why are you nitpicking such an insignificant detail? More like curry boat? Yeah, that's... You were real for that one, Fuko. Probably just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway. Ms. Tamora, Eugene came from the rooftop garden, and he was adamant that he went directly to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting with his worried companion. He definitely took the direct route, but if he did, he would never have been able to see into that hallway. See your point. But what does this mean? It means that the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the sword. It wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. It came from the air vents in that specific hallway. So why were you in that hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Because you wanted to hide what you were really doing that night. I admit it, Eugene. You snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vent in the hallway to break into William's study. After that, you murdered him using his letter opener, didn't you? That's not what I went there to do. No. Didn't mean... Huh. So he did go in there probably to tear up the will, though. Order. We're in the court. Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frega's study during the lockdown? Yes. I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think. William Frega was already dead when I got there. Yeah, okay. What did you just say? It's true. You honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Cracker took the sword of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could walk through the air vents. I understand how unbelievable and suspicious it sounds, but do you think I lied in the first place? But it's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. You have to believe me. You don't see any contradicting thoughts through the eye. Could he really be telling the truth? If that's true, it only brings you back to the one question you've been asking since this all began. Who really did this? Okay, Eugene. Let's assume you're telling the truth. Do you actually believe me? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still my only suspect for this, and I know better than anyone about jumping to conclusions, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. I see. However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be something, anything, that might point to who really did this. Very well. I'll tell you what I saw. Although, I doubt you'll believe me. God, I can't believe this. Fucking monkey is smoking on a pipe. That shit is crazy. Discreetly made my way to that hallway through another air vent. I exited the air vent in that hallway and tried to leap to the other side. Not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something that I didn't see. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me. Wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. That's when I found William Frega. He was dead on the floor and lying in a pool of blood. And as if I were blessed by the Scaled Lord himself, I found the will that he was drafting, so I destroyed it. Frankly, Mr. Haraldson, I find that story very difficult to believe. I assumed as much, but you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction. Isn't it more likely that you murdered the victim? You clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying that he was already dead. Honestly, I really don't know what to think. Is he really telling the truth? Collided with something he didn't see. Okay, so the testimony doesn't actually say anything about the fact that he couldn't see, but that was a thing. So someone was holding the sword, using an illusion spell. He jumped into them. The person must have dropped the sword, I guess? But if they would have dropped it, then the illusion spell would have faded. I imagine, at least. Let's just ask him more. I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy? I have impeccable dexterity. It sounds like you struck a nerve there. Must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me. And you know it was that. Held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return, but I also heard Harold calling out to me. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly. this wild dog have a white coat of fur? He did. Are you acquainted with him? Something like that. Well, next time you meet him, tell him that I don't appreciate being called a rat. Ha! I am a proud orangutan. I can understand him. I've picked up a little of the canine language through my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I admit it's barely conversational. As much as you want to test the validity of those claims, they're not relevant to this case. It happened when you entered the study. It seems awfully convenient that he was murdered before you arrived. You know, it may have been, how it may seem, but I'm telling you the truth. You have explanation for how the assailant broke into the study without the sword. I unfortunately do not. It's obvious your testimony doesn't match up with the evidence. Whoever did this either entered through the vents, or they used the sword to nullify the lock. Your own testimony states that the sword was abandoned in the hallway. It doesn't match up with what you thought happened, but it does really contradict the evidence you have. Does it really contradict the evidence you have? Anyways, what did you do when you discovered the body? It was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched the room for something I could use. So you were the one who took the will. I've been trying to find it. What did it say? I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire document. I found an order to use his executor to defund the Heraldson Hall of History. Since he went out of his way to specify on the current copy, I concluded that his former will didn't have this addendum. So you could save Herald's museum by making sure it never got submitted for probate. Anyways, do you have the will with you? My apologies. I crumpled up the will into a ball and ate it. And then then left the room before my intelligence was completely gone. Ugh. Really hoping to see if William followed through on his threat to disinherit Beatrice. Seems to be telling the truth this time. I agree. We still need to be sure. Carefully inspect and press each of his statements. Didn't I press everything? Maybe not. Why everything in the first place? It all began when William Frege got into an argument with Harold. That cur wanted to defund the prestigious, I guess they're both true, or they're both correct, Heraldson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets, so I devised a plan to break into his study, find something that I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a small air vent in the hallway, and it connected to William's study on the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in his study all night, so I thought I could look through his documents without anyone seeing me. I suppose that does make sense. Is he really telling the truth? What happened when you tried to leap to the other air vent? Oh? Hard to believe, but you can't see any direct contradictions. Should you press him more? What if he's telling the truth? Eugene did do this. Your next course of action is clear. Although that still wouldn't explain how Beatrice fits into this. All something that Tracker said to you. Yeah, he was invisible. Or, well, yeah, he said the fucking monkey was invisible, but when the monkey tried jumping from the vents, he bumped into something he couldn't see. Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow? No, I hardly have the means to. Even if I had, someone somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me. He doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Very few mages do. Right, you recall Eris saying the same thing during the Nightgrave trials. Only a master of illusion magic could do that. That's how your first thought Beatrice was involved. But if Eugene is truly innocent, did she turn someone else invisible? But if that's true, you're right back where you started again. No, think through this. Eugene's testimony fills in a blank that's been missing. Uh-huh. What happens when you cross-reference with what Tracker's... with Tracker's rest? Yeah, whatever. So he barked. and that's when he fell to the floor, and then the sword fell to the floor at the same time. How did it end up in that hallway? Okay, I mean, that's simple enough. You've dropped the sword in the hallway. But how does that make sense? Did they hide the sword there like you originally thought? No. Always close to the gallery. There are plenty of better places to hide the sword. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it would have been found even sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there. It's only mean one thing. Why was the thief in the hallway? The thief was breaking... through Liam's... shouldn't it be into? I mean, this works. No? I'm thinking of very little reason why a thief would be walking there. Oh, okay. So no. Aw. Okay. Sure. The thief was also sneaking through the air vents. Not a reason why they would be there. That would imply that the thief was as small as Eugene. Could it have been another familiar? And if so, why didn't Eugene notice them? Wait. Uh-huh. He collided with something he didn't see. In other words, it was something that was invisible to him. As a master of illusion magic, Beatrice is one of the few people that, at the ball, could cast invisibility. I wonder if she could cast Familial Bond. I wonder if she'd be able to see through the eyes of the familiar. You've been approaching this situation correctly the entire time. Through the eye, you knew that Beatrice was involved somehow, but you just assumed that she was one part of the larger plot. The breaking of the glass and the casting of invisibility, these were the elements that you knew she was involved with, that never really fit together. Unless she was the one pulling the strings the entire time. There's only one way she could be in control the entire time. What would she use with the murder? A couple of memories flood into your mind. Uh-huh. Forever connected. I could even see through his eyes and cast my spells through him. Uh-huh. Oh, right, yeah. Then she shakes your hand after she does that. That was the weird part. You didn't know that she was blind back then, so you barely even noticed it, but how did she know that you were holding out your hand? You have any other questions for me? If you're wrong about this, Beatrice will surely be acquitted. After that, the Inquisition will turn their attention to Harold and Eugene. There's only one way to know for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He is dismissed. What? I see. You have something else planned, don't you? Yeah, I actually need your help. Really. You tell her about your plan. Really, I feel like you're making some big assumptions here. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that? I know, it's the best play we have. You remember what Steelwind said yesterday? The moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Ah, right. Of course, it's standard procedure. Invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. Mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility. If everything goes the way I think it will, you'll be able to confirm its location. Once you do that, you need to reveal it to everyone. Alright, I'll follow your lead then. So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do we proceed? Your previous witness brought about more revelations than I could have ever guessed. However, you still haven't given a substantial explanation about how the murder occurred, or who actually did it. I understand that, Your Honor. But it will all make sense after I call my next witness. Another witness? I understand your hesitance, Your Honor. Everything that we've learned throughout these trials is finally coming together, and this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot. Your Honor, the prosecution calls Beatrice Frege to the stand. Okay. Seriously, Cuthbert, you went to all that trouble just to end up calling my client to the stand? You and your client have the right to refuse, Miss Tamura, but I wonder how that will reflect on your client's character. It doesn't really matter, she's already standing here with Miss Tamura. You can carry out your plan regardless of what she decides to do. But it will have much more impact if you can bait her into lying on the stand. My client says that she's willing to testify. However, we would like to propose a short recess. These new developments, I'm sure you can understand that we have much to discuss. I see no reason not to grant the defense's request. Really okay? If we give them time to prep, they might realize what we're doing. You know, I don't think we have anything to worry about. In building a psychological profile, Beatrice, since this case began. It's hard to read her expressions, even with the eye. Uh-huh. She'd never live in a cage. She wanted freedom and control, and she would do whatever it took to get it. For sure, the accident that blinded her didn't help things. When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything, her wealth, her status, and her family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frege. If she was willing, she could have even secretly pushed her father past the gates of death herself. But she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. We have no idea why this is how she chose to do that. Perhaps it had something to do with their meeting. You do know one thing. Beatrice Frege will never put herself in a position of vulnerability. To endanger her freedom, she'll make sure that she can see who she's up against. See it. In the interest of giving the defense time to deliberate, we will be taking an extended recess. Court is adjourned. As you were exiting the courtroom, you sent Celeste to do some reconnaissance. It should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during the Nightgrave trial. Again, Celeste, were you able to see it? Yeah, definitely there. And it sits on her shoulder most of the time. Oh, so she just straight up has a familiar on her shoulder, and she just casts this every hour. Huh. Interesting. But she does it without even doing the incantation. so she keeps it close to her. That's good to know. Looks kind of weird though. I've never used detect magic like this before. Well, you doubt that someone like her would choose a conventional animal, especially for something like this. Cuthbert, Ms. Tamora, there's something I need to show you. Preferably alone. Celeste gives you a concerned look, but you nod to her to show it's okay. She moves to sit on the bench where she can keep an eye on Beatrice. Okay, lead the way. Oh shit, we gotta save again. Dude, this is a long-ass fucking chapter. Ms. Tamora leads you out of the courthouse and into the city. Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she avoids answering your question. Alright, we're here. You arrive in an empty alley in the frankly seedier part of the city. As Ms. Tamora approaches one of the derelict buildings, she's met with a large burly man who's guarding the back door. The man silently acknowledges her and steps aside to let her in. Ms. Tamora, where are we going? Sorry about this. I'm sure you're confused. Please trust me. I'll explain everything. Where you have a chance to ask for more information, she moves into the building. The man guarding the door looks at you expectantly. The entire situation doesn't sit right with you. You still continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know that you can trust her. As you head further into the building, you find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. From how it looked outside, you would have never guessed that it would look like this. Almost looks like a room that you'd encounter in Frege Manor. As you enter the room, you spot several mercenaries standing at various points in the room. God fucking damn it, I knew it was going to be you. And most surprisingly, you see Eris standing at the end of the room. You give her a confused look, but she simply smiles and waves at you. Sitting at a desk next to her, you see a man with an eye patch. Looks like he's expecting you. Ah, Tamora. Upon seeing you two, he cordially welcomes Ms. Tamora before turning his attention to you. And you must be Tyrion. Tamora has told me about you. See, who are you? I've been called many names over the years, but my favorite has always been the Eye Taker. Oh, you. Okay. The Eye Taker. From the sounds of it, you've already heard of me. Ms. Tamora, what is this? My daughter, Eris, has told me all about your work prosecuting this case. She's his daughter? I have to say, I'm quite impressed. Getting a monkey to testify? I don't think I could even pull off a grift like that. Pretty much I'm blown past my expectations, why I get to the point. As soon as you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know that your interruption put them on edge. Relax, everyone. Kids will be kids. Father myself, you know. Anyways, I'll get straight to the point. With certain interest in the outcome of this trial. What are you talking about? Little Lady Frege has been a client of ours for a long time. Done quite a bit of favors for her. The time has finally come for me to collect those debts that Steelwind mentioned. They all belong to me. There's no need to worry. No, she's good for it. That is, if she can inherit House Frege. Tamora's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce her sentence by rubbing the right hands. But, you see, there's that pesky Slayer rule. Thing is, Cuthbert, I need Beatrice Frege to be acquitted in the current trial. So that's what this is about? House Frege's gold? That's why you helped her murder William Frege? Please, my goals aren't nearly so short-sighted. I have big plans, not just for Beatrice, but for this entire kingdom, and I need House Frege for that. It's like you needed Justin Way. Tyrion. Justin. It's really a shame what happened to him. Don't act so innocent. Would have never tried to rob Dracogen if you didn't threaten him. That's so. You think I just randomly showed up on his doorstep one day, demanding gold? He was the one who came to me for help. I just told him to pay back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, it would have been some other criminal. That's beside the point. Enough about what I wanted from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you. You want me to throw the case. I love this kid. I don't have to beat around the bush with this one. No one will doubt you, especially considering the amount of work you put in this already. You don't need to do anything. Just take a dive. Let someone else take the fall? No matter what happens, the court will blame someone for this. If it makes you feel better, you can assign Timora to defend the old man and his monkey. That way, everyone can come out of this unharmed. Everyone wins. Except for the fact that a murderer will be put in charge of House Freyga. Please, if that's any worse than the people in charge of the other noble houses. If you recall, there's already a murderer in charge of House Von Sanctus. They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They rig the system, they pay, threaten, or even kill people to get their way. All we're doing is leveling the playing field. Tyrion, please, just listen to him. Can you just go along with this? I told you a long time ago that there was certain parts of my job that I couldn't tell you about. Well, this is it. This is what we need to do to beat them. Those rumors about you, they're all true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you're guilty of each and every one of them. You used him to do it. All so you could keep winning. You blackmailed Miriam, Miss Timora. Oh, as if we should show any pity for that spoiled princess. Dreadful thought that just entered your mind. Steelwind, she was attacked the day that Beatrice was arrested. Was that? I didn't know that's what they were planning. Damn! Despite my confidence in Timora's skills, I'm afraid there was too much riding on this to leave a chance. You've got to make your own luck if you want to beat the system. How could you? She almost died. We never expected her to strain her injuries like that. And we definitely didn't expect you to take her place. Believe me when I say that I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now. How could you even consider working with someone like him? Do you think it's a little arrogant to judge her, Cuthbert? What? You talk about defending people as if you two are even close to being equals. But she doesn't have the luxury of looking into people's minds, now does she? You told him about the Eye of Horus? The future of magic is changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom, and I also have big plans for you. You think I would ever... Tyrion, stop! To be honest, I hate it as much as you do. But whether you like it or not, we need their help. This is... Think about every client you defended. Think of Celeste. You didn't have the Eye of Horus. What would have happened to her? If even one thing went differently, Pierce would have gotten away and Celeste would have been executed. Taken chances and followed your instincts, and that's worked for you so far. What if it's not enough? What if the system is too corrupt for you to fight against next time? With the Eye Taker's help, you'll never have to worry about that again. If I had accepted this help sooner, I could have saved your mother. What's it going to be, kid? You already know about what happened to that Steelwind brat. I don't need to tell you what'll happen if you don't play ball. Wait. No. What? Maybe you're right. Yeah, I can't always win against the nobility unless I play dirty like they do. But this is wrong. Tyrion, I'm not going to compromise my principles. Not even for you, Miss Timora. I'm sorry to hear you say that, kid. I really am. With one motion of his hand, every mercenary in the room draws their weapons. Please, you don't have to do this. Whatever conviction you had before is slowly fading. You should have never entered this place. You knew something was off. There are about a dozen mercenaries here, and there's even more guarding the way out. You're nowhere near as physically strong as Celeste, but maybe you can make a break for it if you get lucky. No. Oh, she followed us here or something. What the? How did you get in here? My whole job is keeping this guy safe. You honestly think I'd just let you take him to an undisclosed location? Doesn't matter, as if one girl will make a difference. What are you all waiting for? Is that really her? On seeing Celeste, the mercenaries cautiously step back. No one wants to make the first move. This monstrous aura, it has to be her. What the hell are you doing? You have her surrounded. By his command, no one takes a step forward. Look, let's all just sit down and talk about this rationally. Perhaps a different approach is warranted here, Father. What? Can I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make him see things our way. Oh boy. I'm sorry, sweetie, but Yep, I did not see what that said, but you know what? Okay. You've never been wrong before. I'll leave them to you, love. Shall we go, you two? Celeste silently watches Eris with her sword drawn. Unlike the mercenaries, Eris seems unmoved. Merely walks past her and out the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances and follow after her. This is the only issue I have with this, is that it's so easy to miss what's even being said. Like it's to the point of like you blink and you miss it. But most of the time it's like just little extra tidbit stuff, so it's kind of whatever, I suppose. That was close. I don't think I could have fought that whole room while protecting you. That means she could have fought them if she were alone? You are really courageous to a fault, aren't you? Eris, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not changing my mind about this. I'm well aware of that. Why do you think I intervened? Oh, well, thank you. It's really okay. Would your dad be mad? You should be asking Tyrion that same question. He's seen your adoptive mother's true colors and rejected them. Are the two of you going to move forward? She's not my... Isn't she, though? She lost any right to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you. She only did that because I asked her to. It wasn't her choice. But it was. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Eris. Back then you barely knew Tamora. It would have been a stretch to even call her a family friend. She was the adult in that situation, and what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility, instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tamora took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. She even homeschooled you, didn't she? As a result, you never formed any other relationships. You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Don't you think that's a bit sad? She isolated you because she wanted to use you. It's not true. That's not why she... From what I've seen today, you really have no idea who Tamora is. Even in the Eye of Horus, you're clearly a terrible judge of character. Eris, you're going way too far. To save you from more heartache, let me give you one last piece of advice. Eris leans in really close to you and begins to whisper into your ear. Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you? What? Sure, you understand now. Tamora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You already burned that bridge, so where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore? She's not with Flintheart dead. She has to worry about her mother. Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or do you actually think that she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection that she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer. You know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Yes. Yeah. Why are you doing this? Because I want to finally break you. I'm just trying to keep you from getting hurt. May seem cruel, but you have to be realistic about these things. You trusted Tamora and she betrayed you. Trying to make the same mistake twice. Celeste didn't hear anything she said. She seems to notice how it's affecting you. Eris, that's enough. Ah, my apologies. Been told that I've been too blunt sometimes, but I do hope you'll think about what I've said. Anyways, the trial should be starting soon. Should make our way back to the courthouse. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends. Hey Tyrion, are you okay? What did she say to you? She reaches for your hand, but you instinctively yank it away from hers. Tyrion? Sorry, I didn't mean to... Okay, really? Okay, is he mad at me? Can think about everything else later. For now, you know what you need to do. You need to convict Beatrice Frege. Interesting set of events. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. The defendant prepared to take the stand. Tamora, I asked you a question. Is the defendant prepped or not? She is. If the prosecution still wants to move forward with the prosecution will be moving forward with us. Please bring in the witness. You still see it, Celeste? Yeah, it's still there. Should I reveal it now? No. Let's really make a point of it. Wait for my signal. Thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Frege. Mr. Cuthbert. My understanding that you were with the two princes for most of the night. Yes, I was. Which is why I'm still quite confused as to why I'm being charged for this crime. Out of everyone there that night, I'd have thought my alibi was the most solid. That remains to be seen. Clearly. Anyways, since you still maintain your innocence, you'll have no problems going into detail about your supposed alibi. As you know, I was with the Crown Prince, Aster, and Alaric for most of the ball. Went there after my meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for this murder. Lord Steelwind and the Kingsguard kept watch over me for the entire night as well. Neither had the means nor the opportunity to steal the sword of spell eating and break into my father's study to murder him.
Objection!
Oh yeah, this is just like autopiloting. And that, Miss Frege, is where you're mistaken. You definitely had the means to commit both crimes while under the eye of everyone there that night. The most effective tool an attorney has is revealing a contradiction in a witness's testimony. If not only completely shatters your opponent's argument, it also makes the court doubt whether the witness is acting in good faith. Usually, you've used evidence to reveal contradictions like this. Now, Celeste. Burrio. Wait, what are you doing? Oh, it's like a fucking imp! Your Honor, the witness's testimony is clearly... Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? Tyrion, get behind me. Monster. It's a monster. Someone call the Inquisition. The Knights, the Kingsguard. Anyone. Your Honor, can you please restore order? Oh, he pieced out. He's spooked. The old man fled out the back door the moment he saw me. It can talk? It's a demon. Must be. It's just like the legends say. Can we all just calm down? Takes a while before you can get everyone in the room to settle down. Eventually, it was clear that the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone, at least not yet. Court ordered extra guards just in case, and you're eventually able to bring everyone back to the courtroom. Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? Sorry, I didn't know it was a, actually, what are you? Are you a demon? Ah, yes, I am a demon. They actually exist? I thought they were only a legend. Your Honor, not only do demons exist, the defendant has made one into her familiar. She's only blind in the literal sense. She's constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar to see. And? What do you mean, and? It's pretty obvious that making a pact with a demon is incriminating by itself. Tell me, Your Honor, do the laws of Wyrengard prohibit entering an accord with a demon? They don't, but then my client has committed no crime. Even so, I really would have preferred not revealing Maranoth like that. Maranoth? Is that your name? It's what most people call me. Demonic familiar. Suppose you have a point. Having a demon as your familiar isn't technically illegal. However, this does prove that the defendant had a way to commit the murder, all while under the eye of everyone in the ballroom. She could have sent Maranoth upstairs to the gallery and then had him steal the sword of spell eating. After that, they would just need to traverse the vents at the Williams study, just like Eugene did that night. The fact that her familiar is a demon proves that she couldn't have done that. What do you mean? You saw how everyone reacted when they saw Maranoth's form. Monkey may have raised some eyebrows, but someone surely would have reported Maranoth if they saw him. Tomorrow. Client is a master of illusion magic. Can I assume that we'll find invisibility in her spell compendium? You might. With that connection granted by Familial Blonde, she could have cast the spell on him regardless of where each of them was. I'll admit that my client does know how to cast invisibility. Your theory raises another question. Could my client continue casting it unnoticed? Continue casting it? You'll understand once I go over the order of events that night. At an unknown time, someone stole a sword. Due to the timing of this, I'll admit that it would be logically consistent if my client was the thief. However, sometime later, my client met with the Crown Prince and was watched closely by the Knight's Guard. The King's Guard, even. From witness accounts, including yours, we know that this happened at 12:45. Since this time, my client didn't leave the King's Guard's sight. It was around this time that William Frege retreated into his study and locked the door. He made a point of telling everyone that he didn't want to be disturbed. Then at 1:03, Lord Haraldson finally discovered that the sword was stolen. He reported the theft to the Inquisition, and they activated the lockdown system. Shortly after the report, Frege tried to speak with her father about the theft. William Frege reiterated that he did not want to be disturbed. I saw his face, and there weren't any traces of illusion directly on his body. Okay, that's cool, I guess. This means that William Frege was still alive at this time. Unbeknownst to everyone at the time, William Frege was attacked by the murderer at 3:12. This is confirmed not only by Jan Hughes, but also by the autopsy. Then at 3:26, the King's Guard found the sword of spell-aiding in my client's old room. King's Guard tried to arrest my client for this, but the Crown Prince told them to stand down. At 3:36, the lockdown was lifted. Jan Hughes reported what he heard, and that's when the Inquisition and the King's Guard discovered the body. The theft must have happened before 1:23, when it was actually reported. In order to keep Maranoth concealed at every step, my client would have needed to keep him invisible from 1:03 to 3:12. Not only that, she needed Maranoth to wield the Sword of Spell-Eating to ignore the effects of anti-magic fields. This means he would need to be invisible for more than an hour. What's your point? The point is that invisibility has a duration of 1 hour. I'll admit that my client could have cast invisibility before she met with the Crown Prince, but if she wanted to keep Maranoth invisible, she would have needed to recast the spell at some point that night. As you know, my client couldn't have done so during that night without the King's Guard noticing. Okay, but she literally casts the spell every single hour. Every day. And no one even knew that she had a familiar. What the fuck do you mean? That can only mean that the defendant refreshed the invisibility right in front of everyone watching. In front of the entire King's Guard, the two princes, and Lucio still went? Unlikely as it is, it's the only conclusion I can come to. I have a feeling you'd say that, which is why we have a witness who can confirm that Beatrice didn't perform any magic that night. A witness? Your Honor, the defense would like to call Prince Alaric to the stand. I see. Who would have certainly been close enough to notice the defendant casting magic. But wouldn't the Crown Prince's testimony be more suitable? Are you trying to say that Prince Alaric is unqualified to give proper testimony, Your Honor? Of course he's saying that. He is 7 years old. No, of course not. Is the prince ready to testify? Throw a spine for Lord's sake. Thank you for coming in, Prince Alaric. Could you please? Hold your tongue, knave. You'll speak when you are spoken to. God, he sounds exactly like Miriam when we first met her. Honestly, he behaves exactly how you'd expect a prince of this rotten kingdom to act. Master's the odd one out of this situation and makes you wonder what made him so down to earth. Your Highness, Mr. Cuthbert believes that the defendant used her magic while she was with you and the Crown Prince. I gave my statement to the instigators. This man dares to question my testimony. Yes, he said it, not me. Wow, the judge didn't even think twice about throwing you under. Very well, if my testimony is required to strike down these redundant accusations, I will dispose upon you. Redundant? Don't you mean ridiculous? Cuthbert, do not dare to suppose what His Highness really means. His boots must be shining from all that licking you're doing. What was that? Nothing. Damn. I think Lady Freyja cast magic right in front of me. Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of the Kingsguard, my brother, and Lord Steelwind. We conversed for the whole night, and I didn't see her cast any magic. She's been through so much over the last few years, all because of her horrid father. You'd never do something like this. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous. He seems really convinced that he didn't see anything. You doubt that he's intentionally lying. Celeste, usually when you cast detect magic, I can see magical energies overlaying your eyes. There's always a visible magical effort. Okay. Yeah, there's always a visible magical effect on the target when I cast a spell. But Maranath was probably in another room. The Kingsguard wouldn't see the initial magical effect of invisibility. I mean, if there wasn't a visible effect in that room, she would have still needed to say the incantation, perform the gesture with her hands. Like how you shout Repario Arcanum every time you scan a crime scene. Don't shout it. I mean, you do shout it. She must have done the incantation and gesture at some point during the night. I wonder if she can speak the incantation through the familiar and then do the gesture herself, but that would still be kind of weird. Like, why not just do the gesture as the familiar then too? Did she ever get an opportunity to conceal herself to do so? Okay. Is there anything to present? I doubt it. She was also accounted for. Yeah, this is literally just being accounted for the entire time. That's the whole shtick. So we're just gonna press everything. But would they have really noticed her casting one spell? The Kingsguard are the most vigilant knights in the kingdom. They are trained to watch and counter mage's spells. The defendant needed to target someone who was in another area. There would be no visual indication that she was using magic. She would still needed to perform the incantation and complete the gesture with her hands. Pretty knowledgeable about the arcane arts, but as a prince of Wyverngard, you suppose that's to be expected. If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her until she was arrested for the murder. What would you speak about? Well, stories about what she did while she was away. She was researching something, I forgot what she said, something about the old cult. In the occult? Yes, that's it. She was researching ghosts and demons. Considering who her familiar is, her research must have paid off. Anyways, Your Highness, could you please add this to your testimony? I must. Told me and my brother how the occult are a fascinating phenomena. I didn't see her cast any. Okay. The occult are a fascinating phenomena. What a weird thing to have him add, but sure. When saying the occult is a fascinating phenomenon, be more grammatically correct. Come on, Tyrion, don't be one of those guys that corrects other people's grammar. Yeah, we all say things incongruently sometimes. I feel like he might be projecting a little. You're clearly sympathetic to her situation, but you must have only been a toddler when she left 5 years ago. Brother spoke of her a lot, he told me all about her. I could tell from his face, he was really sad that she ran away. It's not romantic, Aster clearly cares about her a lot. Prosecutor must have complicated feelings about that. She'd never do something like this. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous. Can't speak for Miss Steelwind, but I'm just trying to get to the truth. Liar, you just hate her because she's a noble, don't you? Lord Von Sanctus told me all about you. You just want to lock nobles up because you're jealous of how much gold we have. So he speaks with Von Sanctus frequently. It actually explains a lot about his personality. Plus, what do you usually need to do to cast a spell? There are a lot of things that I need to account for. Stamina, focus. Assuming that she's in perfect condition, the bare minimum that she would need to do. Have to focus her magic, say the incantation, and perform the gesture. How does she hide it? He probably meant don't be absurd, but there's not much to gain from correcting him. You think the idea was absurd, Your Highness, but the defendant was clearly good at keeping secrets. She could have easily concealed her actions at some point during the night. A brief moment to say the incantation and perform the gesture would have been all. I wasn't the only one watching her. Okay. The occult are a fascinating phenomena. Man, fuck off. I'm crashing the fuck out. That's the incantation? Whatever. Cast a spell, a mage needs to speak an incantation. There's nothing that says you can't say anything before or after it. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you that the occult are a fascinating phenomena. That's exactly what she said, word for word. Yes, the stories she told us were quite interesting. It really stuck a court with me. See. Well, even if they weren't very interesting, your testimony proves that she did cast the invisibility spell that night. You deaf? I already told you. No one heard her say any incantations, nor did they see her perform any gestures. Fortunately, your testimony proves the contrary. Beatrice Frege said an incantation and performed a gesture right in front of you, all without anyone noticing it. Your Highness, there are two components required to cast invisibility. First, the caster must speak the incantation, Occult Are, and clap both of their hands together. As I'm sure you've noticed, the defendant has a habit of clapping both of her hands together to call him herself. Now that I think about it, the habit must have come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Maranoth to see, so she must constantly cast invisibility to keep him invisible. Cuthbert may have an explanation for how she hid the gesture. She would have still needed to speak the incantation. However, she did speak the incantation. The witness's testimony proves it. What are you talking about? I never said that she spoke any incantation. Your Highness, the incantation for invisibility is Occult Are. Now recall what you just said. You said, the Occult Are, fascinating phenomena. The pronunciation of that one phrase is identical to the incantation. See, so she hid the incantation in her conversation, and because her target was a creature that was outside of the ballroom, no one saw the magical effects. This means that Maranoth had the means to murder William Frege, just as Eugene did. I mean, the means is completely different from actually having done it, Cuthbert. Very few people had the ability to shatter the display case to seal the sword of spell eating, and even fewer people had a familiar small enough to traverse the vents. Which also makes Haroldson's familiar an equally likely suspect. Not like my client's familiar. He admitted to breaking into William's study that night. Your client's familiar is truly innocent, then why not have him testify before the court? Bruh. See, well, it's not as if he's the first unprecedented witness we've had today. Is this Maranoth willing to testify, Ms. Tamora? See Tamora deliberating with Beatrice and Maranoth. Can't hear what they're saying, but they're clearly in disagreement with each other. Maranoth, in particular, seems to be the most vocal about his displeasure. Your Honor, unfortunately, Maranoth is unwilling to testify. Why the change of heart? My client's familiar may be a demon, but he's afforded the same rights as any other person. He is not obligated to testify. You look at Maranoth, and he's grinding his very sharp teeth together. Holy shit, Poggies. Thank you for the resub comp. Why Ruby kinda bad, though? They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. For some reason, he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. Why are they being so secretive all of a sudden? Witness can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating themselves, but a refusal to testify is suspicious in and of itself. Mora had no issues with Beatrice taking the stand earlier, so why would she change her tune when it comes to Maranoth? Despite what she said, Maranoth seems like he disagrees with their decision the most. Is it possible that he's the weakest link of the three of them? If so, he might be the key to implicating them. Demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. You wonder. I see. Maranoth is well within his right to refuse, if that's what he truly wants. It is. Well, I suppose it's for the best. I doubt he'd be able to corroborate your story at all. Maranoth grinds his teeth together. It sounds like metal grinding on metal. Considering his diminutive figure, I don't blame him for being a coward. Oh my god. Mr. Cuthbert, could you please refrain from provoking the literal demon? It's fine, Your Honor. He can't do anything without his master's word. Between him and the defendant, it's clear that Beatrice is the brains of the operation. You shut your filthy celestial mouth. There it is. Maranoth, what are you doing? Well, not stand here and be insulted by a bloody Heavensborn. Heavensborn? I'm still within my contract, and I will not flee from the likes of him. You want my testimony? I'll give you my goddamn testimony.
Objection.
Your Honor, my client does not consent to having her familiar testify. Tamora, didn't you say earlier that Maranoth is afforded the same rights as any other person? He has a right to refuse to testify, but only he can decide if he wants to exercise it. He's clearly intent on giving it. So, Maranoth, why don't you testify about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Gladly. This will be interesting. Provided sight to my keeper while she spoke with the princes. I'll admit that she did cast invisibility on me during the conversations. She needed to keep me hidden after all, but I never left the room where my master was. Nor did I steal the sword of spell eating. You have nothing on me, Heavensborn. You don't even have proof that I entered William Frega's study. Do you honestly expect us to take your word for it? Or do you have any evidence to support your alibi? I only speak the truth, Heavensborn. There were mages other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. And by your own admission, none of your witnesses saw me on the night of the murder. The one lacking evidence is you. Here's a point. You still need definitive proof that ties him to the murder. Presenting contradicting evidence might not be possible. However, he's clearly lying in his testimony. There's something strange about the way that he's speaking. Why is he pausing so much? Not seeing any thoughts to the eye, but perhaps you can try to interpret the meaning of his words. Uh-huh. Oh.
Objection!
Who's taking pauses before certain statements, but not all of them. I mean, pretty much paused before all of them, but alright. More importantly, his word choice was different. Did he slip up? Maranoth, looks like you misspoke and used the wrong word. What? Through most of your testimony, you referred to Beatrice as your keeper. You referred to her as your master during one statement. Why is that? For the first time, he doesn't have a response. So I'll ask again. Did you leave the ballroom that night? I didn't leave the room where my master was. He's using the word master again, even though you pointed it out. Why isn't he correcting it? That mean he's intentionally using that term? So why? Why is he using the term master? Must be a reason. Beatrice is not Maranoth's master. If you take his words at face value, the master he is referring to isn't Beatrice. And if Beatrice isn't his master, then his statement, I never left the room where my master was, would technically be true. Why even bother making that distinction? He clearly has no moral hang-ups about committing murder. Could have just lied. Why wouldn't Maranoth simply lie? I guess? Sure. No, it can't be. Demons are clearly different from humans, but would they seriously have a limitation like that? It would explain why Tamara and Beatrice were so opposed to having him testify. There's only one way to know for sure. Witness, can you repeat the following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. What kind of ridiculous request is that? Pause. We must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Please don't waste our time. Just conducting a little experiment, Your Honor. So I'll ask you again, Maranoth. Say the following phrase. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. Your Honor, Cuthbert is clearly making trivial requests to stall for time. His request is not worth a response from the witness. That's not what I'm doing, Tamara, and I think you know that. Maranoth, we truly don't know much about demons aside from the stories told in myths. So is it possible that demons are physically unable to lie? Damn it. Sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but that seems quite ridiculous. Why wouldn't the witness be capable of lying? I genuinely don't know, Your Honor, but his testimony speaks for itself. I can easily refute it by granting my request. Say Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green, witness. You said it yourself. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. Not what I asked for, witness. Repeat the statement I told you, word for word, nothing after or before it. Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to fulfill such an outrageous request. I'd be compelled to agree with you, Mr. Morrow. The witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling that request. Well, we're all waiting, Maranoth. You can easily prove me wrong by repeating my statement cleanly. Filthy heavens burn. Say it, Maranoth. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is blonde. Technically, it's a dirty blonde. Oh, shut up. Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Maranoth? Are you actually unable to lie? I think his silence speaks for itself, Your Honor. Remarkable. I would have never imagined. And with that, proving my case becomes a much simpler matter. Maranoth, did you murder William Frege? Sure you understand, witness. Under these circumstances, saying silent is basically an admission of guilt. No reason to stay quiet, Maranoth. Tell him the truth. I mean, it kind of seems crazy, yeah. I don't know. It's a little weird. But he did agree to testify himself, so I don't know. Lady Beatrice, what are you? I believe it's time to come clean, don't you, Maranoth? Are you gonna make a comment about his tongue? Oh, never mind. Could have been easier if you just asked him if he could lie. Yeah, because he wouldn't be able to say yes, but he would have just said nothing. I don't know. There's definitely, I feel like, yeah, there would have been easier ways to ask, but whatever. I believe it's time to come clean, don't you, Maranoth? I see, so that's your play. Don't think you can just stall for time, Miss Frege. Maranoth has no choice but to answer the question. Do it, Maranoth. Tell the court the truth. To answer your question, yes. I did murder William Frege. What are you doing? Ms. Frege, does this mean you are confessing to the murder? Oh, Your Honor, I'm not admitting to anything. This confession comes from Maranoth himself. But your own familiar just... Let me ask you a question, Maranoth. Did I order you to murder my father? No, you did not, Lady Beatrice. What are you talking about? You're lying, aren't you? No. Because it's her familiar. It could have been... He's got a different master. His master could have ordered him. Humans are physically unable to lie, Mr. Cuthbert. Damn it, she's right. She must have done something. Did she plan for this? She must have arranged things so that statement would be physically true, would be technically true. She could have asked someone else to give the order, or she could have just implied it. Either way, she can just plead ignorance and blame everything on Maranoth. Still, this isn't over. Oh, is that so? Let me tell you. This trial was over the moment Arya turned her blade against me. I don't care who you are, man, king, or demon, you're not going to get away with this. Oh, I do love gravitas behind that. But I wonder how long it'll last. Hit me with your best shot, Heavensborn. Okay. Beatrice Frege, you may not have technically ordered your father's murder, but you were clearly acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the manor, something that you knew would harm your father. Oh, really? And what would that be? I didn't bring anything dangerous into Frege Manor. What was so dangerous that it implies lethal intent? I don't know, probably... I'm gonna go on a limb and say, this fucking thing. You brought Maranoth into Frege Manor that night. You were clearly planning to murder your father from the start. I require Maranoth to see. That does not imply lethal intent. You brought a demon into that house, and as a result, your father was killed. That's hardly an innocent mistake. My client specifically asked her father if familiars were allowed. We even received a written legal confirmation beforehand. We couldn't have possibly expected her to bring a demon. He didn't specify not to do this. The presence of soy smirk. He didn't specify not to do this. The presence of Maranoth did not break any of his rules, nor any laws made by the kingdom. Right you are, Tamara. I can hardly be blamed if my familiar acts without my knowledge. How can you be blameless in Maranoth's actions? He's your father. By that same logic, shouldn't we also blame Lord Haraldson for the actions of his pet monkey? If I recall, he broke into the study, tampered with the crime scene, and then left my father's body without reporting it. Dude, he didn't even call a meeting. He didn't even push the big red button to call an emergency meeting. That's right, he's kinda sus. Maranoth and Eugene are intelligent and sentient creatures. They have their own autonomy. Their keepers aren't legally responsible for their actions. Damn it, she's playing devil's advocate, but you suppose that's fitting for her. You still cast invisibility to keep Maranoth hidden that night. Mr. Cuthbert, I always cast invisibility on Maranoth. I can't very well let people see him. Oh, but it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter if it's an accident or not. The Slayer rule doesn't care if it's an accident or not. Face it, Mr. Cuthbert, you have nothing on me. I did not commit any crimes during the Lord's Ball. No, that's probably true. Every crime related to the murder was committed by Maranoth. Wait, where is that? Wait, wasn't that part of the... Was that not part of one of the evidence things? Testimony, alibi, modified will, security, inheritance. Wait a minute. It fucking take evidence away from me. Or take clues away from me. I know Slayer rule was added as evidence. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Maybe I'm lying. Did she commit a crime? I mean, she would have had to do this. Beatrice, Marnoth required your magic to break the wards against the Sword of Spell Eating. You may be able to explain why you cast Invisibility that night. You can't explain why you cast Evocation spell, powerful enough to shatter that display case. Oh, that. I'd almost forgotten. I plead guilty. What? To the charge of grand theft, I mean. I ordered Marnoth to help me steal that artifact so I could sell it on the black market. I would have never imagined that he'd use it to murder my father. Right, it doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing the sword. Slayer rule only takes effect if she's found to be responsible for her father. No, it doesn't! Is there seriously nothing you can do? Marnoth, take the fall on Beatrice's behalf. Sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes? That still doesn't absolve you of being... Wait, none of these things matter. Why are we threatening the demon? Huh? That's not a fucking... Deflect is not a... I guess it's a threaten? Marnoth, the sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes? Stupid Heavensburns. Demons never truly die. When our bodies are destroyed, we return to the abyssal hells. Hell? If I were to die in accordance with your laws, I would only return to my plane unharmed. Even if I could die, fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail. Oh? Those three are a pain to argue against when they're together. Can't break Beatrice's confidence at all. Do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert? I didn't think so. But, Your Honor, it appears we found the true culprit. Can't believe you killed my father, Marnoth. I'm so cross with you. I should give my apologies. I won't do it again. Don't worry, I forgive you. I fucking... Jesus Christ. That's so brutal. I love it, though. Now then, is there any reason why this trial hasn't ended already, Your Honor? Come on, don't you have anything else? There is one thing. Damn it, not again. Oh, is that all you can do now? Glare at me. What? Marnoth, what did you just do? I've been watching you. He's been using an old celestial trick. But it's weak. Your divine gaze won't work here at Heavensborn. You. Looks like that was your last piece, Cuthbert. It can't be how it ends. Not if you've come this far. What is it that you like to say in these situations? Checkmate, Cuthbert. Well, I have to say this was one of the more eventful trials I've ever seen. It was many things, if not enlightening, but I suppose it all ended the same. Come on, think of something. Anything. While I find the defendant's actions quite suspect, I must agree with their argument. Aside from the theft of Lord Haraldson's exhibit, none of Miss Frega's actions that night are illegal under Wyvern Guard law. And there's no proof that the defendant is responsible for Familiar's action. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. We will be taking a brief recess. I will announce my verdict once we resume. Seriously how it goes? It doesn't matter. It's okay. She's doing this because she wants the inheritance. You can prove, she basically admitted already, that she was an accomplice, at least as an accident. And that's all that matters. Who cares if she doesn't get tried at this point? Deny her of what she wants. This world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light within you is. Use my eyes, peer beyond the divine gate as I once did. Marnoth called you a heavensborn. Your mother told you that there's a light within you. You have no idea what that means. Even is the divine gate? How do you have the Eye of Horus? Are you able to read people's minds? Been so lost lately. You thought you finally figured out who you were supposed to be, but all of this, everything you've been working towards, it was all a lie. You spent your whole life trying to be like Ms. Tamura, but is she even like her? No. She just wanted to raise you into a tool for the Eye Taker. She was never your guardian. She was never your mother. Your real mother died years ago. Was Eris right? Is everyone in your life just trying to use you? Looking back on it, you had no idea what to do with yourself since your mother died. You've been making mistake after mistake, leaving Aranox, trusting Tamura, becoming an attorney. You've always just done as you're told. You never once made a path for yourself. You saved Celeste, and Wallace, and Dracogen, all when no one else would stand up for them. Was helping them a mistake? Fought for a dream that doesn't exist. Doesn't mean you can't make it real. It's true that you followed Tamura's lead. You've always done what you thought was right above anything else. You wouldn't have stood up to that criminal if you truly didn't know right from wrong. And you wouldn't be standing here if you'd just done as you were told. What do I do? I'm not going to tell you that. You already know the answer. You've always known the answer. Take a deep breath and relax your thoughts. How do you prove that Beatrice ordered Marnoth? Okay, whatever. I guess we're trying to do this. Situations can seem hopeless sometimes, but there is always a way to win in the end. How do you... fucking tell a lie. Tell a lie that acquits... Oh, never mind. That wouldn't be it. I was looking for Marnoth. Oh, wait. Beatrice and Marnoth? That connects. Tell a lie that kills someone. Yeah, that sounds pretty fun though. Okay, in order to convict Beatrice, I need to prove that she was responsible for Marnoth's actions. People leave trails, even when they think they've committed the perfect crime. Something always gets left behind. IFRAG SW. Jesus Christ. True! Yeah, that works. That's one. There has to be something that proves Beatrice gave Marnoth the order. Beatrice's relationship with Marnoth is clearly different than a relationship between two humans. What is unique about Beatrice's relationship with Marnoth? Facilitated through a pact. Or they're packed, as Maranath calls it. Wasn't there something that someone said, but what is it? Who told you something about demonic packs? I don't remember. Just kidding. I think it was him. Right. This guy. Sword spell eating is said to have been forged using a pact between a demon and a mage. Asking for trouble. Betrayed. Demons often draft blood contracts. Once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. That's right. But apparently he can't lie to facilitate that from happening. Legally binding document like that must describe how the relationship works. F did tell you that Beatrice would never trust someone that she couldn't control. So she would only put herself in a situation where she had full control over Maranath's actions. But it's not as if they'll ever show it to me. It would be a tall order to even prove that blood contracts even exist. Guess you have a point. But if you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. So just this once, let me guide you the rest of the way. Tyrion, your eyes don't actually read minds. They give you the means to reveal truths that are being concealed. And pull the truth out of anyone, and anything. The truth. So, say it together with me. Maranath, dweller of Avernus. Wait, what are you doing? By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Beatrice Frege. What the fuck? What? You just do that? It's a legal document written in blood. It's also 50 pages long. Luckily, you somehow know the excerpt of the exact section you need. Maranath is prohibited from killing or injuring any and all humans. Beatrice Frege can designate individuals that are exempt from this rule, and exempted individuals will only remain so for 24 hours. After that, Maranath cannot harm them unless told otherwise. That is a weird one. I guess it's funny that they say that, because I guess this is already telling me that it's going to be like, oh yeah, I told him a while ago that I wish my dad would die or something. Why are you allowed to do this? I don't fucking know, dude. You did it, but how? Is that really your... No, it's not important right now. This is really bright. To give you what you needed, the rest is up to you. When the Nine Hells was that? When do you learn to... Mr. Cuthbert, this happened. Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract. Did what? Blood contract? You can think of it as a legally binding document. It lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Frege and her familiar. Incredible. Where'd you learn how to do such a thing? The library. To think that our kingdom had access to such knowledge. Not buying it. Did you really find out how to do that? It's a long story. You're not sure if she'd believe you even if you told her. Listen, I mean, he just made it manifest, you know? How are you gonna tell someone no to that, you know what I mean? The defense's argument is as such. Maranath was acting alone, and the defendant is not to blame for his actions that night. However, look at page 7 of this blood contract. What if it was just what if it was magic to manifest fake evidence? Well, Cuthbert can't do magic. Like he can't, he's unable to do magic. This game also kind of does this thing where, like, there is only a set type of, like, this spell wouldn't exist, basically. Like, it does a good job of, like, laying the ground rules of, like, these are the spells that exist. And we know all of the spells that exist and what they're capable of. specifies that Maranoth is prohibited from killing any and all humans. Only one scenario where he can do so, and that's when Beatrice Frege... You bitch! Sorry, designates someone to be exempt from this rule. You. Beatrice Frege, you didn't directly order Maranoth to kill your father, but you implied it by telling Maranoth that he could kill him. Only that, you did so within the 24 hours of the Lord's Ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Maranoth into Frege Manor with full knowledge that he could and would kill William Frege. And that is checkmate. And just when I thought the surprises were over. But in the end, we arrived at the truth. Suppose I can't disagree with that, but you have to say for yourself, Lady Frege. Do not call me that. It's almost funny that you hate your name that much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frege estate. You have any idea what you just cost me? Everything has been ruined because of you. Why should I care? You're just another noble trying to steal power for yourself. Don't you dare lump me together with those tyrants. We wouldn't have just liberated House Frege. We have liberated everyone. Miriam, Leif, Arya, even Aster. Our system is broken. The only way we can fix it is by burning it down from the inside. As long as King Oliver sits on the throne, this suffering will only continue. Lady Frege. As the prosecutor, I should warn you. You don't want to add treason to your list of crimes. Though, you'd like to see the king ousted as much as she does. Doesn't matter. I'm done either way. Heavensborn. Look at page 46 of the blood contract. By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frege forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. If Beatrice Frege fails to pay her debt by claiming House Frege and all of its assets, her soul, her mind, and her life will be claimed by the Empress of Discord. Looks over at Discord. Who's the Empress of Discord? The mother of all Discord kittens? Contract goes on to name several parts of House Frege's holdings. There's very little room for ambiguity. Ari was almost right. She just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never to the Eye Taker. They were to the Abyssal Hells. Why would you agree to something like this? I miscalculated. In this folder are records of your many plots against House Steelwind and the Crown. It'd be a shame if this information fell into their hands. You think this feeble attempt at blackmail will frighten me? Dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can't solve with House Frege's resources. What are you talking about? Lucio Steelwind isn't the type of person you can just buy. It's clear your time away has taught you nothing. Everyone can be bought. Before I left, he controlled every aspect of my life. Saw him as unstoppable, tyrannical force. I never even considered one possibility. That William Frege was a sheltered moron. He honestly thought he could pay off Lucio Steelwind. Anyone who's met him would know that would never work. I could have sent this information to House Steelwind and the King, but I was running out of time. I needed to inherit House Frege as soon as I could. Felt trapped, felt angry. Just wanted something to change. Something about this feels wrong. Something deep inside you is crying out in anger. The blood contract is still a legal contract, isn't it? What? It's a contract, we can dispute it. We can find some kind of loophole to get you out of it. Trying to redeem the enemy you just defeated. You really are a Heavensborn. Sorry, Cuthbert, but I won't accept your help. What? Why? You can at least try, right? You seriously come this far just so you could die? To dispute a blood contract is bet your own soul. If you fail to render it null, your soul will be dragged to hell alongside hers. Even your divine blood won't save you from that fate. Still, I can't just... You've beaten me, Cuthbert. I don't want to drag anyone else down with me anymore. Not you, not Lef, not Miriam. Despite everything, I still have my dignity. I believe there's no further need to prolong this trial. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frege and Familiar to a holding cell. I'll be passing my verdict shortly. Fuck, dude. I mean, to be fair, to my understanding, most of the time when someone is guilty of murder, they're just fucking murdered anyways. So like, or not murdered, but I mean they're just killed anyway, or executed, that's the word. So it's not like it's that much different, you know. Are you okay? As okay as I can be. I still feel uneasy about how things turned out. It doesn't feel quite like a victory you were hoping for. Old. You fought against the demons, and you can't help but feel like you lost. Cuthbert, we need to talk. What's done is done, but the boss isn't going to take kindly to what you've done today. It was a long shot, but maybe if you talk to him, he'll... No. Cuthbert, this is serious. He's going to send people after you. Dangerous people. You can't just ignore this. Please just listen to me and shut up. Tyrion, how could you do this? Because you work with criminals. Cuthbert, everything you told me, all those ideals about protecting the weak, it was all a lie. Everything Commander White said about you is true, isn't it? Just trying to... I don't want your help. As you yell at her, and your voice echoes throughout the lobby, several of the people nearby turn silent. You have everything for you, my childhood, my home, my happiness. I left it all behind to chase the ideal that you told me you were fighting for. It was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything, all for the goddamn lie. But I'll make it real. And I'll do it without you. Tyrion, As she reaches her hand out to you, you step away from her. You never cared about me, did you? All you cared about was using the Eye of Horus. That's not... Shut up. I don't want to hear any more of your damn lies. Go away. Get the hell away from me. I never want to see you again. That's literally bullshit, though, and he should know that. She outright told him every time he used that shit, she's like, you need to learn how to not rely on using the eye, because it's not always going to work. Tyrion reaches out to out her hand to hold yours again, but she hesitates this time. She can't. He didn't turn her down. That he looks at her as a mother. Come on, man. No. What? Can't believe it. We actually won. Listen. She clearly actually cares about him. As she hesitates to hold your hand, you reach out and grasp it. She smiles as you take hold of it. She seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug. Huh? Sorry, I just really need this right now. Should I stop? No, it's just, people are staring at us. Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do. You're still unsure of what you're going to do next. But perhaps you don't need to, even if Tamora's ideal was a lie. Hey Celeste, there's something I've been wanting to tell you about. Oh? What is it? It's hard to explain, really. I don't even know where to begin. It's about an ability I have. Call it the Eye of Horus. Even if that ideal was a lie, you have the power to make it real. And even if you can't trust Tamora anymore, you have people in your life that you can trust. Okay, we done it. We finished episode 4. We still have an entire extra episode to do. I wonder if it's even longer. This ended up being like 7-hour long episode. That's crazy. Maybe not 7. Maybe it's closer to like 5 or 6. Well, no, we've been live for 5 hours, so it's like at least 6 hours long. Because we started in the middle of it. A fine mess this is. The kid has completely and utterly ruined everything. As much as Tamora hates it, we're going to need to put him in the ground. I don't think that will be necessary. Sorry, love. I know you're fond of him, but I can't let an insult like this go unanswered. He's going to have to pay the price. I think you've misunderstood me, father. I meant this facade is no longer necessary. What the hell? Something wrong, father. Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so why? It happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house. So he made a pact with me. What are you talking about? Things didn't turn out like he wanted, I'm afraid. Poor Lord Lyran's plot was discovered, and his noble house was stripped of its rank and status. His very name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me Wyvern Guard, but I had to settle for claiming his bloodline. Dude, I love this sprite. This sprite is so wicked. Lyran, but you know my name. No one knew about that name. I am my real daughter. No, it's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten, John. Everyone in your bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter. Bastard, what did you do to her? What do I do to all my prey? I made her suffer. No. You know what? She was crying out for you for months. I made her watch, you know. I made her watch as I took her place. All while the father that she so desperately called out for forgot who she was. All while my minions slowly and painfully tore her soul apart. You monster! You goddamn monster! I enjoyed her torment while it lasted. Even that couldn't satisfy me. What I really crave is the blood of a Celestial. That's what this is about. That stupid kid. But I can't have you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. At least not until I'm done with him. Goddamn demon, I'll kill you! This man is your enemy. Your life's goal is and always has been to exact revenge on him. What the hell are you talking about? You. I lost everything because of you. They kicked me out of the Inquisition because you were false testimony. What? Let go of me. Killed my entire family. Won't let you get away with this. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Hey, isn't that the noble who killed all those children? But he got released by paying off the judge. What are you talking about? Get away from me. Don't lie to us. We know what you did. Stay away. What? We finally entered the final act, my dearest Tyrion. For what I've seen, I think I know exactly how I'm going to break you. Hope you're just as excited as I am. Well, I have no idea what to expect from this last chapter. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits, but it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it. A little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard. I never felt that uneasiness, not even once. This is definitely Celeste talking. Made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. Maybe I am. The time I spent with you filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. Felt good to protect you. Felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. Made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. Whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. It was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. Couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? Interesting. Tyrion, you still haven't gotten out of bed yet. It's almost noon. You just want to rest today. I've been saying that for the last 10 days. Someone's actually here to see you. You should really get out of bed. Is it tomorrow? No. I'm still not really in the mood. You just send them away. That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time. Steelwyn. As the prosecutor enters your room, you immediately leap out of your bed. Try to futilely clean your unkempt hair. You're just making it worse. Tyrion, pants! Right, sorry. We'll give you some time to ready yourself. I knew he was in a rut, but I certainly didn't expect this. And no, I'm really worried about him. Empathize with his situation. It's been a month already. You tried speaking with him? He has opened up to you before. I did, but I think he's really broken up about what happened with Ruby. She's basically the closest thing he had to a family. Let's see, perhaps he needs more time. After taking some time to make yourself presentable, you exit your room to greet the prosecutor properly. Sorry about that. No, I suppose the fault is mine. I shouldn't have intruded. Anyways, what brings you here? You're doing well. You seem, I'm fine. Of course. I just couldn't help but notice your absence. You haven't taken any other clients since Beatrice's trial. I'm going to be honest. I'm not even sure if I want to be a defense attorney anymore. I spent my whole life training to be one. But I was only doing it because someone else told me to. Do you not enjoy it? We're very skilled at it. I don't know. I've been trying to take some time to think about everything. You still haven't found any answers. Have you considered becoming a prosecutor? Your time as my stand-in made it clear that you have the ability to. Prosecutor. You have never even considered that a year ago. You understand now, there are criminals that need to be brought to justice. And despite how difficult she is to face, Steelwyn never engages in outright corruption like the other prosecutors of the Crown. If you follow her example, you could fight injustice that way. But even if you did that, you'd just be following someone else's footsteps, just like before. I'll think about it. Please do. At this point, I could use all the help I can find. Have your injuries been healing well? Yes. Nightgrave's skill in necromancy is quite remarkable. I'm glad I introduced him to House Asclepius. Okay, Asclepius specializes in the study of necromancy. After Nightgrave's expulsion from the academy, I thought it was only right that he be allowed to continue his studies. That's interesting he was expelled. I wonder why. Right, he mentioned that he owed you a favor. It was only logical. It would be a waste to let someone of his talents fade into obscurity. You're glad Wallace was able to continue his studies. That he wants to use his talents to better society. He's definitely in a better place than you are right now. Even so, should you still be moving around like this, you should take some time off to recover. Much as I would like to, there's been a recent uptick in cases of mage blight lately. Mage blight? You recall hearing about that many times. The mage exceeds their stamina by overusing their magic. It starts to affect their mind and send them into a violent frenzy. To make matters worse, the nobility has been trying to suppress information about these incidents. Right. Not a good look whenever a mage goes on a murderous rampage. I was actually surprised to see you here, Celeste. Well, I can't just leave him alone anymore. He ticked off a criminal overlord. They're definitely going to send someone after him. He really can't take care of himself right now. Celeste, your thoughts are leaking. Hello, Ukami Aki. How is it going? Hey, get out of my head. What? It's nothing. I am surprised, though, how many people slight the eye taker and live. He's known for taking swift retaliation. Oh my god. He's known for taking swift retaliation against his enemies. We're hoping he's laying low after his plan with Beatrice fell through. That does match with the reports I've read. Supposedly, he's been absent from many of his enterprises. Way you're not looking forward to dealing with him. It's bad enough that you're already on the nobility's bad side. By the way, Tyrion, Ruby sent another letter. Oh, she's been sending letters, I see. Okay. Do you want to put it with the rest? Right. Have you spoken to her since the trial? I see. That does explain her recent mood. You two probably see each other a lot. I've prosecuted a few of her clients recently. How doing? We just started the final episode. Or the final chapter. Listen, I asked you how you're doing, you didn't answer. Fucking goofy ass. Yeah, we just started the final chapter. Things got kind of interesting at the end of the last chapter. I'm kind of interested to see how long this last chapter is going to take, because I kind of expected to be close to being done at this point. But we'll have to see. That last chapter took like 7 hours in total. Like a long one. Dooning and gooning. But it's clear she's not nearly as threatening as before. We talk about something else. I'm straight up dooning my shit. I got sand on my shit right now. The tea's ready. Thank you. Some tea sounds lovely right now. Right, I was totally making it for you guys. She walks to the cabinet in your kitchen. She takes out two more teacups. You guys better enjoy this. These are my last bags of... Whoa. As she walks over to you, she slips on a scroll case that you left on the floor. Regains her balance, but the teacups slip out of her hands. Boiling liquid is airborne and is heading toward your face. Bigagua. Celeste reacts immediately and points her index finger at the tea. Her magic takes hold and tea freezes just inches from your face. You breathe a sigh of relief and brings the tea back into their cups. You really need to clean this place. I'm your bodyguard, not your maid. Sorry about that. That was Shape Liquid, wasn't it? Yeah. Shape Liquid has been added to my notes for some reason, but alright. I never expected you to. I know, but it's just too convenient not to have. She's really opened her mind about learning new spells. Remember when you first met her? Back then she only knew how to cast Mage Blade. She hated magic back then, you never imagined how diverse her repertoire would become. Wonder how many spells she knows at this point. Dude, the very first case involves a guy using Shape Liquid to kill someone. Because you can freeze it into, like, a weapon. Another visitor? I'm already up. I'll check it. Oh, whoever they are, I'm not giving up any more of my lotus tea. You open the door and don't see anyone. There's a letter in your mailbox. Take a closer look at the envelope. It's sealed with candle wax. There's a crest on it. It's the insignia of House Pierce. We open the letter and read. Despite supposedly being written by a noble, paper has been torn in half. The message is clear. Hope you understand. I would have never contacted you unless I had no other choice. Who the fuck isn't Garrett Pierce the guy that we fucking put in jail? I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage, and I'm aware of how vital this information is to you. As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month. Oh, okay, yes. Also, I'm just gonna break it to you. I'm already like 90% sure who the fuck her dad is. I'm like pretty sure she's just fucking... She's the daughter of the king. But the king abandoned her for some reason. So it was like infidelity or something. I don't know. I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information with you. In exchange, you will grant me my freedom. Meet me in the private prayer room within the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. You will save me from my fate, or else. What? Uh-huh. He thinks for a second that we'd even think of helping him. I know how you feel, but aren't these the answer you've been looking for? I don't care, we're not going to help him. It was never an option. There's clearly more to this. I agree. How was he able to find out in the first place? The truth is, Celeste, I've also been looking into your parentage. Why didn't you say anything? Sorry, but I didn't want to raise your hopes. I was apparently right to do so. Couldn't find any information regarding your birth. So if you couldn't find anything, how was Pierce able to? House Pierce is low on the political hierarchy. He doesn't have access to the resources I do. He does own the land to the McCoy Tavern. Is on. Frankly, this whole situation is quite suspect. Why would he ask for my help? I was the one who indicted him in the first place. Even if I did agree to help him, it would be nearly impossible for me to get him an acquittal. He must be desperate. His execution is scheduled for next month, after all. It's possible that he reached out to Tamora as well. Still, I can't believe he'd set up a meeting at the Grand Cathedral, today of all days. Why? What's happening there? Sorry, it's not my place to tell you. Arya, can I talk with Tyrion alone for a minute? Of course, sure you have much to discuss. I actually also have business at the cathedral today. Can't believe he'd use that as an opportunity. Is she getting married today? Is today the day she gets married? That's crazy if so. This is huge if true. Which would also kind of make sense. Be taking my leave. Sorry. I'm sure this is just bringing up bad memories for you. You should meet with him. What? We're not going to help him, obviously, but I had an idea. Probably really scared of his execution, right? He's desperate enough to ask you for help. Suppose that's true. So think about how stressed he would be if you showed up and refused to help him. Use the Eye of Horus on him. We can get info we need without having to give him anything. Are you really okay with this? You have to see him again. Yeah, I'll manage. And it'll be worth it if we can finally get answers I'm looking for. I've already gotten her hopes up. There's no guarantee that he actually knows the truth. He could just be bluffing to get you to help him. If he does know, you can't just ignore this. You need to verify his claims yourself. So this is the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. Have you never been here before? But you spent a lot of time in Ratholm. The Church of Bahamut wasn't that popular in my hometown, and I've never been a religious type. What about you? It never really caught on with me. Yeah, Bahamut mentioned! That's right. Bahamut's like the big god here. Apparently my roots are more celestial than draconic. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He certainly has the looks for it. Thoughts are leaking again. Can you stop? Can't exactly turn it off, you know. These mental exercises I taught you. As you approach the Grand Cathedral, you see a large blockade guarded by legions of Kingsguard. It's closed off. Is there some kind of event going on? You recall Steelwind mentioning that she was heading there as well. Nobility must be using the cathedral grounds for something. It might explain why Pierce wanted to meet you here. Probably secluded from prying eyes today. Tyrion Cuthbert? As you approach the blockade, one of the knights notices you, glances at you and Celeste. We had been expecting you. I see. You exchange glances with Celeste, but you both enter the cathedral grounds. The main building is massive, yet mostly empty. You only see a few people within, and most of them are quite familiar. You spot Lef and Miriam as you head further into the room. They both avoid eye contact with you, but it doesn't seem to be purely out of resentment. As soon as they see you, they move their conversation elsewhere. It's clear they still have mixed feelings about how you convicted their sister. In another corner of the room, you spot Lloyd Von Sanctus speaking with another individual. She seems to be someone of equal social standing. She looks kind of similar to the young prince. You feel like you've seen her somewhere before, but you can't quite remember where. As soon as you enter the room, Von Sanctus flashes a quick look of disdain at you. You see him slowly move his conversation out of the room as well. Finally, you see Lucio Steelwind speaking with his daughter, along with the two princes. They seem to be speaking with another individual that you haven't met before. That's just the fucking king. He also just looks like an aura with the horns cut off. When he notices you, his gaze narrows, and he stares at the two of you warily. Aster, especially, seems surprised to see you there. He and Lucio ask the prosecutor something. You can't quite hear their conversation. When she responds, Aster raises his eyebrows and Lucio's expression darkens. What's going on here? This is a little awkward. Yeah. We have some time before our meeting with Pierce. You want to do some sightseeing? Oh, are you asking me out? We're literally already out. Sure, why not? Picked up this map from the entrance and use it to navigate through the area. I'm also a little interested in what all these nobles are doing here. It is strange, perhaps someone can tell you more. I think I saw Arya over there, we should go say hi. As you approach the group, the Grand General and the unnamed noble stare at the two of you. Hello? Nobleman looks at you, and then at Celeste, he silently scans the two of you. It's as if he's trying to read something, then walks away without a word. Rude. At this point, I'm kind of used to it. Mr. Cooper and Ms. McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here. But I thought you were the one who invited them. I'm sad to say that I didn't. Though I am happy to see you two nonetheless. What brings you to the Grand Cathedral today? We're actually invited by another noble. We have a meeting with him. What? None of the people here are allowed to invite guests. Why didn't the guards stop you? They said they were expecting us. What? It was the Lord Pierce who invited them. Pierce? That little... And to think I granted his request for temporary release. Sure, he meant no disrespect by it. Probably had his reasons. How can you say that? This is a day of your... He stops himself mid-sentence and clears his throat. Make no mistake. Even if he is a dead man, I will have words with him about this. I have to ask, why are all these nobles gathered here? Taken over the entire Grand Cathedral? As you ask that question, everyone seems to tense up. The prosecutor awkwardly looks at the two princes. Prince Alaric avoids eye contact with everyone and just stares like, why is everyone so awkward about this? It's a wedding. Why does everyone feel so weird about this? Sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you that. It's a matter of public safety. I see. It's a little strange, but you can read the room. Prying isn't the best thing to do right now. You said that Lord Pierce invited you here. For what reason? I can't really tell you that. You will tell us if it poses a threat of the two nobles in the attendance. Please, Lord Steelwind, there's no need for that. Mr. Cuthbert would never do such anything to put anyone's life in danger. As you wish, Your Majesty. Why, is this the reason why Pierce asked for temporary release? Interesting, so Pierce was temporarily released to attend whatever this is. Could have met with you in his cell, but perhaps he wanted to be away from prying eyes. Lady Steelwind, Your Majesty, the High Speaker is ready to speak with you. Oh, wonderful. I've been looking forward to this day. Shall we go together, Miss Steelwind? Yes, Your Majesty. She would like to accompany you. Wonderful. We shouldn't keep him waiting. Okay. Hello, Ninja. Welcome back. No, we just started case... no one's even dead yet in case 5. We started case 5, I believe, about 20 minutes ago. Current state of affairs is, well, last case ended with, fucking Beatrice, the blind chick, actually technically being the murderer, by having a invisible demonic familiar. Right when you got brought to the eye taker. Okay, I think that kind of was more or less. Yeah, I think that more or less tells us, or like you already kind of knew what everything was at that point. Because yeah, she had an invisible familiar that ended up being a demon that she had a blood pact with. Yeah. So then she got indicted, and then we got to see another little cutscene. Well, actually, the end of the eye taker cutscene thing was we got to speak with Eris, the Ingy goth girl that does weird dialogue manipulation shit. Anyway, she's trying to manipulate us into, well, she said break us. And is trying to be like, well, check it out, you know, like everyone actually just trying to use you or whatever. And we found out at the very end of the chapter that apparently that's not Eris anymore. That is just a demon that has just possessed her. So, yeah. Scaled Lord, how does she plan to marry him if she can't even speak properly in his presence? Honestly, I also have something important to do. Good day to you, commoners. It's going towards the washrooms. I'll be taking my leave as well, but make no mistake, the men will be keeping an eye out for you. Oh yeah, so in the last 20 minutes, we have been invited to the Grand Cathedral today by the first guy that we ever indicted and got tried for murder. He's like, yo, I actually know who Celeste's parents are. Come here on this day, and not him at all. I'm just circling my mouse. Come here on this day, and I will tell you. But if I tell you, then you have to get me out of here and stop my execution from happening. So he invites us here, and we are finding out. I think it's kind of, we're supposed to understand at this point that it's a marriage. I don't know. She's secretly the princess. I think so too. I think she's secretly the king's daughter, but like that he abandoned her. My men will be keeping an eye on you too. Yeah, she looks pretty similar to Aster. I think it's like an infidelity case though. I think like he cheated on his wife and had her. Cause she doesn't look exactly like the two of them. The two princes. What are you doing here? Did you follow us? Not intentionally. Trust me, you're the last person we wanted to see today. Hush now, Von Sanctus. If they are here by chance, it is because the cosmic balance wills it so. Ugh, not this again. Sorry, I don't think we've met. I am Coraline Seville, Lady of House Seville. We have not heard about this house at all. So this is the head of the fourth pillar family. Oh, okay, so yeah, this was the last pillar. Not quite what you were expecting. Between her, Lucio, Lloyd, and William, she definitely seems the most agreeable. Better or worse, you've gotten to know the other pillar families decently well. Might benefit you to learn more about her. So you're the leader of the House Sybil. I'm just gonna say Sybil. What does your family do? Are you this ignorant? The four pillars, as you commoners call them, control different branches of the kingdom's government. House Steelman oversees the national defense and law enforcement. House Frege oversees economic development and finances. House Von Sanctus handles commerce, both local and international. And finally, there's House Sybil. We handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches. Well, we should be intimately aware of your existence, but okay. That would also mean you're responsible to our kingdom's justice system. That is correct. Oh, wonderful. Here we go. Lady Sybil, are you aware of the rampant corruption happening within your justice system? I suppose it's only inevitable that you'd see it that way. Am I wrong? It's been involved in plenty of court cases. I've been involved in plenty of court cases, and it's very obvious. All your courts care about is closing cases as quickly as possible. The system is corrupt to its core. The courts don't even try to hide it half the time. Yet you've prevailed against this so-called corruption in each and every one of your cases. Only against every conceivable odd, and I can't be everywhere. Also, this chick is almost 40. It says she's 38. That's crazy. If they are convicted under my system, it's only because the cosmic balance deems it so. What are you even talking about? Cosmic balance is the natural order of things. Under it, the guilty are punished while the innocent are protected. She's an astrology girl, ain't? Yeah, she literally has a fucking astrologian globe. And yet, when a noble commits a crime, they only need to waive their influence to escape any consequences, all while their victims are forced to suffer in silence. Or worse, an innocent commoner is framed for the crime. Regardless of your personal feelings, our kingdom needs the nobility to govern the people. If they were held to the same standards as commoners, our society would surely collapse. Take back what you said about her being the most agreeable of the four pillars. Do you think nobles like Pierce and Von Sanctus should just be allowed to get away with murder? Are you still sore about that? I'm sure you realized it by now. I've more than paid for what happened with Jason Witt. He doesn't even remember his name. His name was Justin Way. And if you were truly paying for your crimes, you would be in prison right now. Von Sanctus made a mistake, but removing him from his position would only create more suffering. Our government is barely recovering from the death of William Frege. Wyverngard can't suffer the loss of another house leader this close to that. The way I see it, I think you nobles overstate your importance in our lives. We'd probably be fine without you. And I suppose you commoners are capable of coordinating macroeconomic initiatives. Oh, and I suppose you're also capable of engaging in diplomacy with the other nations. Face it, as much as you are loath to admit it, ours is a symbiotic relationship. Or like a parasitic relationship. Well, to be fair, those are kind of the same thing, right? So what? The common folk should just continue to suffer for the good of our nation? Lady Sybil, the people of the kingdom you claim to be protecting are suffering because of your inaction. Not even close. Yeah, okay, whatever, sweaty. My inaction, you place the blame on me. But what have you done? You were once a champion of your so-called justice. You stomped your work as a defense attorney. How many lives could you have saved in the month that you spent on vacation? It's not his responsibility to solve your mess. You have no idea how much he's suffered trying to do the right thing. Celeste. Perhaps you're right. He shouldn't bear that kind of responsibility alone. Every commoner has the ability to learn and practice law as you do, Mr. Cuthbert. So why are you one of the few commoners that do so? What I've heard, you're one of the few people who defend mages of the common folk. Every other attorney wouldn't even consider taking them as clients. Perhaps the problem lies in the common folk, then. They are fully capable of rising to defend the so-called innocent, yet they do nothing. Never mind, this was clearly a mistake. Let's go, Celeste. Yeah. Finally, thank the Scaled Lord. Symbiosis involves all parties benefiting equally. Parasitism involves one party exclusively benefiting at the cost of others. Listen, I'm just saying that a symbiotic relationship usually sometimes could also be parasitic. Or a parasite could have a symbiotic relationship with its host. In some cases. It literally can't. Source? I don't know, dude. I'm just fucking saying shit. What do you want? Isn't there like some fucking... There's been stories about parasites that like, you know... I don't even think they're real. I don't fucking know. Fuck off. You guys got me. You've owned me. You've caught me in my lack of knowledge. You win. Venom Spider-Man. Exactly. Finally, thank the Scaled Lord. You okay? Yeah, I guess I should have expected that. But I never expected someone with so much power to be so out of touch with reality. Really, buddy? Really? Okay, man. Come on, let's go somewhere else. We still have some time before the meeting. Go to the nave or the garden? I guess we'll go to the garden. We can go to Garvin. You find yourself in the Grand Cathedral's garden and stumble upon a strange statue. Why does it have a party hat? That's a little out of place. What even is it? My memory is correct. It's a Pegasus. Ah. Hello, friends. Oh shit, it's Tracker! As you inspect the contemporary piece of artwork, you're startled by a familiar voice. And it looks like she's not alone either. Along with Eris, she seems to be accompanied by both of her sisters. Beatrice, are you supposed to be dead? Sorry, I wasn't trying to say... No, it's perfectly understandable. You of all people know what was on my blood contract. It appears the Lady of Discord isn't going to kill me just yet. Fuck. Did anybody see what it said? It changed something. Or maybe it didn't change it. I don't know. I thought I was keeping up with the text perfectly fine. It said use. Oh. Okay, okay. It's going to use me instead. Gotcha. Ugh. Do you really have to do that? Ugh, what? Never mind. Right. A little awkward speaking to the Frege sisters after everything that's happened. You don't seem hostile. All things considered, you prefer their company over Sybil's. Although you're still not sure how you feel about speaking with a murderer, especially one that you just indicted. Beatrice clearly knows more about demons and their kind than you do. You wonder if she knows anything about the Heavensborn. So, you seem to be doing well, all things considered. I mean, how a demon now has ownership over my soul. Yeah, that. How can you be so calm about this? Must agree with Miriam. It's a little unnerving how nonchalantly you're treating this. King, what does this say? What is this Nihongo bullshit? All you need is some thread. Why did you say that? Ito sayate yato yo aregei. Huh. Okay, anyway. Suppose it's the knowledge that everything is out of my hands now. There's something peaceful about it. That's certainly a positive way to look at it. You know, my offer still stands. And try to help you. At the risk of your own life? Which part of the contract would you dispute anyways? The Divine Edict made you aware of every element in her blood contract. There was very little room for interpretation. It was airtight. The demon I signed that contract with was very meticulous about the details. I spent the last 5 years looking for any possible loopholes. I didn't find anything substantial I could use. I didn't even think disputing it is possible. I'm sorry. Don't be. You defeated me. I won't suffer your pity. I feel like we always end up randomly meeting like this, Eris. What brings you here? Alright, I need to, every time she's on screen, I'm like hard focusing, like making sure I end my line before I hit continue, because I want to try to see if she says any bullshit. Requested to accompany Beatrice to this event. After all, I don't have many opportunities to enter a church like this. Yeah, I wonder why. I can imagine. By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. That seems too good to be true. How'd you pull something like that off? He may look like a hardened criminal, but he's always had a soft spot for his family. He also owed me a way of making people see things my way. He's right about that. Wait, if you're here, does that mean Maranoth is also... Oh heavens, no. There's no way they'd let me bring him here of all places. Left him at the entrance with the Kingsguard. If he tries to escape, that knight over there is ordered to kill me. He gestures toward the knight that's silently watching the sisters from afar. You're surprisingly calm about this. Please, I regularly deal with demons. This is nothing in comparison to that. You really haven't changed. Suppose not. Wait, does that mean you can't see right now? How did you know which statue I was looking at? It was a lucky guess. That grotesque statue certainly makes an impression on you. Oh, Maranoth just spoke with me. He wanted to let me know that he can smell your celestial stink from the entrance. Love you too, Maranoth. Oh, wow. I probably shouldn't repeat his response to that. By the way, you seem to know more about these things than I do. What exactly is a Heavensborn? What? Did you seriously not know? But you know how to issue a divine edict. That's a very advanced technique. It sort of came to me in the moment. What? Anyways, I'm quite surprised you don't know about your lineage. Perhaps my mother knew, but I lost her when I was really young. I see. You have my condolences. To answer your question, Heavensborn is a human whose bloodline has been touched by the gods. Gods? You mean like the Scaled Lord? No. I'm speaking of the actual gods. Beatrice, you can't say that here. Oh, come off it. What's the church going to do? Arrest me? Anyways, your blood has been touched by the celestials of the upper planes. Much like my soul is bound to the abyssal hells, your soul is consecrated and tried to the heavens. The heavens? Is that why you're able to use the Eye of Horus? Is that some kind of angelic power? Make no mistake, though. If you find yourself under the wrong circumstances, even you can be sent to hell. The Church of Bahamut is prominent in Wyverngard, but this is the first time I've heard of the Celestial Gods. That makes sense. It's probably because of Wyverngard's bloody history with the theocracy of Lumina. Theocracy? Aren't they the nation east of us? Yes. The Luminites worship the Celestial Gods, while our people worship the ancient dragons. A few centuries ago, our nation was locked in a bitter war with the Luminites. Even now, the Crown sees the celestial religions as a threat to our draconic culture. The Church has done its best to wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials. Wow. I love zealotry. But if your bloodline is blessed by Celestials, does that mean that our kids will also be... Girl. Suppose so. I think my mother was also... He's just like nonchalantly answering. Wait, what did you just say? Your kids. I asked if your kids will be Heavensborn. Oh, I must have misheard you then. Wow. She just Freudianed all over the place. Freudian. That's how it's pronounced. Yeah, whatever. If only you were always this easy to lie to. Anyways, I'm a little curious about the theocracy of Lumina. They worship the Celestials there. Would I find other Heavensborn there? Heavensborn aren't that common there either. Frankly, I'm surprised there's even one Heavensborn living in Wyverngard. How'd your bloodline even find its way here? I suppose I don't really know. My mother never told me much about our ancestry. Makes sense. If the Church of Bahamut knew what you were, they would have definitely hunted you down. Great. The last thing you need is another faction that wants to kill you. Anyway, travel into and out of Wyverngard is technically illegal, and I doubt Lord Steelwind would make an exemption for you. After all, House Steelwind was essentially founded by veterans of the Great Luminite War. Interesting. Veteran? Dog, you don't know what that means. Shut up. Why is this the word that you've caught on to? Vet? Oh, never mind. Okay, you got me. That was kind of cute. That was pretty funny. Oh no. No, I hate the vet. I'm not going. You'll never take me alive. Why is he mogging on you? Why is he doing the Doge face? Was the real question. You all watch as Tracker frantically runs through the garden, barking loudly. Lief chases after him as he runs towards the passing knight. Should probably go help. It's almost 2 p.m. anyways. Should probably head to the prayer room. Thank you for answering my questions, Beatrice. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you with your situation. Of course. Let's go, Celeste. Right. Try not to look so down. It's almost time for the main event. Why'd you bring me here? Oh, who knows? Whatever you're planning to make me do, please. Please don't make me harm my sisters. You're in no position to make demands. You'll just have to see for yourself. Stay safe, Mr. Cuthbert. You could fix Eris? I believe it, man. She's literally possessed by demons, and her original soul is just like not even in existence anymore. But I believe it, man. 100%. Are you ready? Yeah. At least I hope so. You just gotta lock in. I believe, man. I put my faith in you in this one. I think you can do it. If it becomes too much for you, don't hesitate to leave. I only need a few moments to look into his mind. No, I'm the one who asked you to do this. I'm not going to leave you alone with him. Alright, that's what you want. Tyrion? Yeah? Thank you for doing this. It really means a lot to me. Of course, this will finally give you the answers you've been looking for. Not just that, you've done so much for me since I met you. Got me acquitted, you helped me work through my grief for my dad. Feels like I can never repay that. What are you talking about? For the past few months, all I've been doing is relying on you. I only don't know what I'd do if you weren't part of my life. I should tell him. Tell me what? Ah, get out of my head! You're really bad at guarding your mind. You know you can tell me anything, right? Oh? Wife? Arya? How long have you been standing there? Well, I knew you'd be here around this time. I wanted to wish you luck. Then you two seemed to be in the middle of something. Didn't want to interrupt. Don't stomp on my account. Cinnamon roll. She kinda does. You know what? She does kinda look like M4. Like in a weird. I can kinda see it in the hair. Mostly just the hair. Hello, blue M4A1. I'm seeing it. Don't stomp on my account. I'll just get out of your way. As she awkwardly skitters away, you see something fall out of her pocket. You don't want to be the blue one. Well, Arya, you dropped your runestone. As Celeste picks up the runestone, she accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but Arya quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it. Oh. Oh, I see. Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that. Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. Thank you. Good luck. Part of you really wants to know what she saw, but one of you has to exercise some self-restraint. Anyways, let's go meet with him. Yeah, let's do this. I can tell him after. You finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided. Wait, you two? Got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you two. What? I don't like this. So the final act begins. I've been waiting for this. The hell are you doing? Have you gone mad? No. What are you doing? Stop! What is going on? Is she possessed now or something? Huh? Cuthbert is a silly name, I agree. Lady Steelwind? What are you... Is this also the will of the cosmic balance? She's killing all of them! I'm fucking pogging! Come on, just tell us the truth, Pierce. You're the last person I would give this information to. It's getting more and more stressed. Just a little more and you'll... As you interrogate him, you suddenly hear a loud crash outside the room. She's not key smashing. That's true. She wasn't. What was that? I'm gonna take a look and see what's going on. What? Are you going to leave us here? He's right. You don't know what's going on. We should stay together. Don't worry. There were 2 guards outside. They're from the Kingsguard. They'll be fine. That's not what I'm worried about. But I'll trust your judgment. What? It's been almost 10 minutes since Celeste went to investigate the noise. Pierce seems extremely on edge. He's sitting at one of the tables and impatiently tapping its surface with his finger. So you never intended to send that letter to me. Who did you send it to, then? Oh, as if I would ever tell you that. Luckily for you, he should have accumulated enough stress by now. What? Why are you looking at me like that? If I wasn't the intended recipient, you said that you knew who Celeste's biological parents are. Who are they? Are you seriously focused on that now? It's far too important. It's my only bargaining chip. Answer the question, Pierce. What was that? Somnia. This is him. Someone getting put to sleep. Oh, it's probably us. What is this? Blue luminous vapor enters the room. As soon as it makes contact with you, you feel extremely fatigued. Damn it, a sleep spell. Duration while concentrating. Conjures... I love that it's giving us, like, the full information about this as it's being used on us. The magical mist will travel up to 30 feet before dissipating. Any creature who inhales the mist will fall into a magical slumber. An affected creature will be woken from their slumber if they are violently shaken or experience any sort of pain. Yeah, exactly. I miscalculated. No. If they got here, that means Celeste. Try your hardest to stay conscious. The spell is too powerful. Feel your body slowly dropping to the ground. No. Beatrice? Saw Beatrice, Freyga, as you were losing consciousness. You only saw her for a brief moment, so it could have been an illusion. Regardless, that means she somehow entered the prayer room at 2:30. Would you like to save your progress? Yeah, sure. Rion. Tyrion. What? Celeste? Tyrion, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. Should have never left you alone with him. It's okay. Just streaming down her eyes, she was clearly worried about you. Try your best to comfort her as you look around the room. What happened? How long were you knocked out? As you look around, you see several other people with you. Commander White is leading a group of knights. They all have their weapons drawn and pointed at someone. Prosecutor Steelwind? Commander, I understand your position, but there has to be another explanation. Look, Your Majesty, I get where you're coming from. But from what the witnesses have told us, it has to be a case of Mageblight. You look around the room and see a pool of blood at the end of the tables. Oh shit. Celeste, where's Pierce? Tyrion. I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but Garrick Pierce is dead. What? We're honestly surprised that you're okay. But who? You look at the knights who have all their weapons pointed at the prosecutor. Wait a minute. I think Steelwind did this? It wasn't just Lord Pierce, Mr. Cuthbert. We also found the bodies of Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. Not to mention a bunch of Kingsguard have gone comatose. Comatose? I don't want to believe it, but several people saw Steelwind acting off at the scenes of each of the murders. We also found her unconscious here, and Pierce's body was lying next to her. No, it wasn't her. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She was the one that knocked us out. Beatrice? What the hell is going on? Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field. What? I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now. What are you talking about? Now is not the time. Do it, Commander. Right. You watch as the Inquisition arrest Steelwind and escort her out of the room. Damn it, what happened? I know you have many questions, Mr. Cuthbert, but we should make sure that you're okay. Yeah, there's a necromancer here in Nave. They have a point. You have no idea what happened while you were asleep. Follow their suggestion, but not before making a note of the current time. So, my guess is that obviously she didn't do it, and that she doesn't have Mage Blight, but she knows she didn't do anything, and she's telling them to lock her up in a anti-magic place, or like anti-magic spell, or anti-magic cell, just to kind of prove that it wasn't her, because stuff's gonna probably continue happening or something. I don't know. You follow their suggestion, but not before making a note of the current time. It's 3:12. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, except... What's wrong with him? You would just let me finish. There appears to be a trace of necromancy on you, Mr. Cuthbert. Necromancy? Probably nothing. Did your assistant cast any spells on you? Right, I used healing magic on him when I found him unconscious. Ah, I expected as much, but it never hurts to make sure. Anyways, nothing seems out of the ordinary, you're quite healthy. Should be fine to go about your business, but please speak with me again if you experience anything out of the ordinary. He's literally the Arc Knight's MC. Damn. Thank you, Lord Lazaric Asclepius. Oh, yeah, it's the fucking, the Necromancer house. And there are no thanks needed. My apprentice apparently owes you a lot. The doctor name. Lazaric Asclepius. Wallace Nightgrave, I believe he was one of your clients a few months ago. Right, Steelwind did mention that she introduced you to. Speaking of Steelwind, we find it hard to believe that she did this. Mr. Cuthbert, Mage Blight isn't exactly a benign condition. When it takes hold of a mage, it doesn't matter what kind of person they are. Violent behavior is almost always a result of the delirium it puts them in. It's unfortunate, but mages have to be held responsible when cases like this happen. Unless someone is framing her. Tyrion, I fought her. What? I remember back when we heard that weird sound. I went outside to see what was going on. Saw her outside and the guards were there The guards there were all unconscious. Tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. She just attacked me. What was her emotional state like? Oh. Well, she was pretty cold and emotionless. Almost looked like she was sleepwalking. That's actually pretty strange. What do you mean? When someone is affected by Mage Blight, they enter a state of extreme psychosis. Psychotic episodes like that raise the affected mage's paranoia to ridiculous levels. That's why these cases almost always end up in violence. If she was affected by Mage Blight, she shouldn't have looked anywhere near as calm as you're describing. You might be onto something, Mr. Cuthbert. If what you're saying is true, there has to be more to this. You're planning to defend her, aren't you? At the very least, we need to find out what actually happened. Like there's more to this than we're seeing. You saw her, right? She wanted them to arrest her. It's as if she thought she was in danger to others. Regardless of what really happened, she clearly believes what that she was responsible for this. There's no way that she'd do something like this. Something else is happening here, and you will get to the bottom of this. You're not sure where each of the murders occurred. The Inquisition should be able to tell you more about that. You also need to speak with Steelwind. She really was affected by Mage Blight. She should be able to remember what may have caused it. But anyways, the prayer room is the room you're most familiar with. Probably want to start there. Huh. Interesting. So pretty much all of the nobles of the Four Pillars are dead now. Well, not pretty much. All of them are. Yeah, because Freyga died last chapter, so the only one that's still alive is Steelwind. No, she didn't kill her dad. I guess I mistook. I was counting 4 and I'm like, oh wait, fucking Pierce wasn't actually it wasn't a pillar. That's interesting, then I don't know why he's dead, why they killed him, but he apparently had some sort of leverage. You arrive at the prayer room. It's now swarming with knights from the Inquisition. Find yourself staring at the chalk outline where Pierce's body once was. Killed him for being annoying, true. Can't help but feel a little uneasy. You've been to plenty of crime scenes before, but even if you were unconscious, you were here when the murder happened. A little unnerving to know how close you came to death. Are you okay? Yeah. Now's not the time for an existential crisis. Steelwind's future counts on you figuring out what happened. You still don't know what happened after you fell unconscious. The Inquisition believes that Steelwind broke into this room, knocked you and Pierce out, and then killed him. You remember it clearly. You saw Beatrice before you lost consciousness. There's more at play here than you realize. Celeste also fought Steelwind after Beatrice knocked you out. Perhaps she can tell you more about how she was acting. Okay, well, first of all, maybe... Okay, fine. It's telling me to do this first, we'll do this first. Let's review what happened. Before Beatrice knocked me out, we heard a commotion outside and you went to investigate. Can you tell me more about your fight with Steelwind? What was she like? It wasn't her usual self. It's like she was in some kind of daze. Noticed it before she attacked me, something was wrong with her. She didn't even respond to me when I tried to talk to her. It's like she didn't even recognize me. From what Lord Asclepius said, I have to pause while reading that because I'm just like, what the fuck is that? How do you pronounce that? She would have been acting more erratically if she was affected by Mage Blight. It's possible that you fought someone who disguised as her. Yes, that's possible. Whoever they were, their magic was still extremely powerful. It's the Ogas system. The fuck is that? And several members of the Four Pillar families were assembled there. Could have been one of them. Computer wife. We should speak with the commander when we get the chance. I don't, dude. I fucking barely paid attention to the girl's frontline lore. Also, anything that happened in the last, 5 years, I have no idea of. Grand Cathedral was closed from the public for whatever was happening there. I was about to say, I think it was like Cube. I don't... Cube sounds right. I don't really remember. I mean, even the events, I wasn't really paying too much attention to the story. You know what event I paid attention to the story for? The Valhalla event. They probably have a list of everyone who was present when the murders happened. This means that whoever did this was one of the nobles that was here today. Beatrice can cast invisibility, so I doubt she'd let you see her. Did you see her at any point when you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste? Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive. I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. Are you really that strong? Aren't you really strong? I've never seen you break a sweat in a fight before. Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. It was mainly her magic. I've never fought someone with spells that powerful before. Didn't hurt you, did she? No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized that she couldn't beat me, so she ran past me and into the prayer room. So her real target was Pierce, but why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce? No, when I arrived at the prayer room, I saw you and Steelwind unconscious on the ground, and Pierce was already dead. I'm assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere. No, she wasn't there when I arrived. How did she leave the prayer room without Celeste noticing? Did she turn herself invisible? During the afternoon of the murder, Celeste McCoy, suspicious sound. Didn't respond to questions and attacked her. Two fought to a standstill. She pushed past. Pierce was already dead. She didn't see Beatrice at any point. Okay. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50. Then we interrogated Pierce for about an hour. Really? An hour? That's when we heard that commotion outside, and you went to investigate it. Right. I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. How long did you fight Steelwind? A while. At least 20 minutes. After that, she gave up on fighting me. Beatrice somehow got into the room during your fight. That discounts my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind, which would have been my theory as well. We were knocked out for about 40 minutes. There's still a lot of unknowns. You'll need all the pieces you want to put this puzzle together. There are 3 stained glass windows. They look quite nice. The chalk outline looks like he was sitting against the altar when he died. The bloodstain seems to imply that the fatal wound came from his chest. Autopsy report would really be helpful here. You should ask the commander for a copy of it. There's no way these fucking things are important. There are lanterns hanging around the room. They're still lit. Awesome, thanks.
Arcanum.
Oh shit, that's a lot of shit. There's a trace of necromancy on the ground here. Probably from when I tried to heal you. Oh, there's a trace of transmutation here. All over the area around the body. Interesting. Did the murderer wound him using transmutation? There's traces of conjuration magic all over the room. That must have been left by Beatrice's sleep spell. Anyways, it looks like you found everything you can here. Should move. Wait, this is how you talk to her. Go to the garden. It's just you, Celeste, and the statue. The horrible statue. I don't feel safe here. Why is that statue freaking you out so much? That Pegasus is literally a celestial, like you. I don't know, but I can feel it suffering through the eye. It's an inanimate object, Tyrion. Let's move somewhere else. Alright, whatever it takes to get you to stop acting so weird. Hey, I guess we're moving. It does, it has a birthday hat. You retrace your footsteps to find the common room. This is This room was white. This room was like bright white. This person fucking... This is like, they exploded. What the fuck happened here? This was the last place you saw Von Sanctus and Sybil before everything happened. Dude, I don't think that's casting Fireball. I think they became Fireball. You know that you know when Frieza kills Krillin on Namek and where he just like lifts Krillin up and just fucking explodes him? That's what I'm thinking of. You look around and see that most of the room has been entirely scorched. You still smell the scent of burnt cloth and flesh in the air. What happened here? Is there some kind of fire? Yeah, we think the perp lit a fire using magic. As you enter the room, Commander White approaches you. He seems to be accompanied by the typical Legion of Knights. Commander White. Hey kid. You investigating what happened too? Something like that. You just want to figure out what really happened. You and me both. Nothing about this case makes any damn sense. Goes off of D&D magic. Fireball has like 40-foot AoE or something. Nah, that makes sense. Yeah, it seems to kind of go off of D&D magic a lot. Fair. We even have prestidigitation. I'll be honest. Could really use your help trying to figure this out. Honestly, you're not sure who you can trust at this point. But the commander is leading the investigation. And he's bound to have information that will be useful to you. Dude, I've said it so many times in the last like 3 weeks. Yeah, that's right. I can like one-shot it now. This whole situation is a damn mess. Has the Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened? We only have the basic stuff so far, and we just received the autopsy reports. It's still pretty useful. Do you have copies of them? Sure, knock yourself out. Okay, so this guy died at 2:45 in the prayer room. Cause of death was blood loss. A shard of frozen liquid was found stabbed through his heart. I'm gonna say something, and it's not going to be completely accurate, but I'm gonna say something. It would be pretty funny if everyone that died in a way that was similar to how they killed someone. Like Garrick Pierce killed Celeste's like adopted dad with fucking shape liquid. Von Sanctus would be an interesting one though. Von Sanctus he killed somebody by dropping them into a vat of liquid. Or a vat of magical acid based. They threw Waluigi. But then the other chick hasn't killed anybody that we know of, so anyway. Shard of frozen liquid was found stabbed through his heart. It is very likely this was the murder weapon. The wound also shows heavy traces of transmutation magic, and traces of conjuration magic were found throughout the room. Okay, so nothing really crazy there. It's that's the transmutations. The shape ice or shape liquid is transmutation. Died at 2:18. Cause of death was suffocation. Her body was found floating in a nearby lake outside of Grand Cathedral. Traces of transmutation, evocation, and necromancy magic were found on the body. That's interesting. Died at 2:05. Cause of death was suffocation. The fire in the common room burnt the body too much to discern any specific wounds he might have suffered. However, a small trace of evocation magic and a burn mark were found on the victim's left shoulder. This implies the body was hit with a fire-based evocation spell. Traces of abjuration magic were found on and around the body. Why? Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart? Sorry, I didn't mean to... No, it's okay. It's so strange, though. Why would the murderer kill Pierce using such a convoluted method? Steelwind really was affected by Mage Blade. She wouldn't have done something like that. I was gonna say maybe. I mean, we're already kind of leaning on she doesn't have mage plate, right? Is the idea, but I think the implication here is actually that this guy's murder seems to be by a different person. Inquisition found a frozen blade impaling him. But why would the murderer do this when they clearly had more lethal spells at their disposal? It's clear the murderer wanted to frame Arya and leave as much evidence as possible. Okay. Interesting. Anyways, the times of the death also seem to tell a story. If you look at the reports, the murderer must have killed Von Sanctus, then Sybil, then Pierce, in that order. That's our working theory too. If we look at this map, we can see where the prayer room and the common room are. The Sybil's body was found in the lake west of here. So, what? Fucking common room, then balcony, then prayer room. Since the Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff, there isn't an easy way to get there in such a short amount of time. That raises my next question. How did Sybil's body end up in the lake? Sybil, well, fucking... This is easy. Through Sybil from the balcony. And the westward balcony just happens to be right over it. I guess that makes sense. We even have a witness who saw Steelwind there. Really, who was it? High Speaker Theon Arceus. High Speaker? He's a shot caller of the Church of Bahamut. And he stands at the top of the religious hierarchy from what I hear. He spotted Steelwind near the west balcony and noticed that she was acting suspiciously. He called out to her, but she ignored him. So she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him. Yeah, he really lucked out. But if she was having a psychotic episode, he would have noticed that. And from what you said, all she did was ignore him. You're right, this whole Mage Blight story doesn't really add up. Either way, we'll just have to talk to him directly to find out more. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange. That. But the order that the murders occurred in. What's strange about the order of the murders? Murder killed Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce in that order. This means that the murderer went to the common room, then the west balcony, then finally the prayer room. But if we look at the map, the murderer's route seems a bit strange. Well, I mean... the murderer could have killed... where is he? Pierce second, I guess? The murderer must have passed right by the prayer room where they dumped Sybil's body. Why wouldn't they just murder Pierce on the way there? They want to dump Sybil's body first. Or they were afraid of fighting me. Aren't you giving yourself a little too much credit? No, she has a point. Of everyone who fought the murder, Celeste was the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyways, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. Murder's route has been added. Okay, you've created a rough outline of the murderer's actions. The real clues will lie in how each of the individual murders occurred. And that starts with figuring out how Von Sanctus was murdered. How did the Inquisition find out the murders, anyways? Did a witness come across the bodies? It all started when Prince Alaric ran up to us. He told us that he saw a fire breaking out in the common room. Also saw Steelwind there, but when he tried to talk to her, she hit him with some kind of spell. Ooh. She attacked one of the princes? Yeah, but it didn't look like she hurt him. That guy from House Asclepius inspected him, and he told us he wasn't injured. Okay, interesting. Glad that he's okay, but wouldn't Arya would have used more violent spells if she was being affected by Mage Blight? Also, she was just throwing spells randomly, and he just randomly got really lucky. Suppose that's possible. Was there anyone else nearby when this happened? We've expected a Prince of Wyvern Guard to be under constant guard. Yeah, that was kind of a mistake. Or the Knights to give him some space considering what had just happened. And that would be... Sorry, kid. If you don't know, it's not my place to tell you. Dude, why is it such a big secret that they got married? I have orders from the top. Stay quiet about that. It looks like you'll need to ask someone higher up. It's still strange, though. Why were all these nobles gathered here? Anyways, whatever the perp hit him with, it only put him in a daze. He could barely walk or talk. He couldn't even approach us until the spell had worn off. The weirdest about it all is that he was pretty close to where we were. For some reason, we didn't find him until after the spell wore off. Must have been traumatic. I hope he's okay. Why didn't anyone see him? After he told us about what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw a bunch of guards knocked out outside the prayer room. You see me? No. This all happened around 3:10. Right, that was probably well after Steelwind moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have already followed her into it. Oh man, what's the fucking over-under on Celeste killing someone? Be interesting. When you arrested Steelwind, I recall you mentioning that a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell to knock them out? I don't think so. Just as lost as you are about that. None of the victims didn't have any magical traces on them, so we know that they're not under the effects of a spell. They still haven't woken up. It's odd, to say the least. Is there any common thread between the knights who fell comatose? It might help us deduce what happened to them. And all of them at the locations where Steelwind was spotted. That can't be a coincidence. He just admitted that they weren't being affected by any kind of spell. What's going on here? What the fuck, dude? So how? Huh. Commander White. Keep saying the perp instead of Steelwind. Even though everyone else seems to think that she was responsible for this. You also suspect that she's being framed. Doesn't add up. If she did give herself Mage Blight, her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate. And she's definitely not the type of person to just go around murdering people. You know, she led a lot of the Inquisition's investigations recently. She's investigated plenty of homicides with us, and she knows exactly how we do things. However, whoever did this got the job done. They were sloppy about it. A bunch of witnesses saw her, and she didn't even try to hide herself using the magic. So either she had Mage Blight, which doesn't match her behavior, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. Neither scenario makes any damn sense. Someone has to be framing her. It's the only reasonable explanation. Honestly, I'm not so sure about that either. What do you mean? You saw her when we arrested her, didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like she thought she was a danger to herself and others. Right, that's the same impression we got as well. If it weren't for the witnesses' statements, I'd be sure she gave herself Mage Blight. The strangest thing is that I've never seen her that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened. Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved in this somehow. Well, she's already in prison, so we're already ahead on that account. But when we asked her what happened, she said that she couldn't remember anything. Such an obvious lie. She has to be hiding something. Normally I'd agree with you, but she's not the only one missing memories. Steelwind can't remember anything either. Looks like you'll have to speak with her about that. Anyways, what about Eris and that knight who was guarding her? Did they see anything? Sorry, kid, but Eris Illmater has been missing since everything went down. Of course she has. You have any idea what happened to her? No, but I wouldn't be too worried. Witness to the crime is missing and possibly hurt. Look, kid, you may be a hotshot attorney, but I've been in this business a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when these things happen to civilians, they get spooked and run away. I've seen it a million times. I feel like he's not making as big a deal about this as he should be. But he might have a point. Eris is the daughter of a crime lord, after all. She might have gone into hiding to avoid having to speak with law enforcement. We don't have the resources to look for her, but I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. Well, I suppose we can't do anything about that now, but I still hope she's okay. Anyways, what about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing as well. That's the thing. The knight, who was supposed to be watching her, is one of the people who went comatose. Okay, dude. We found him in front of the prayer room, too. Yeah, what happened to him? Make matters worse, that Frege chick knows how to cast invisibility. So even if she was telling the truth, very few people would have actually seen her. Her guard was in front of the prayer room. She must have brought him there somehow. Kill her if Marnoth attempted to escape. He was later found comatose in front of the prayer room. Okay. Anyways, would you happen to have a recent version of her spell compendium? Sure, we already have it on record. Oh, fuck yeah, we have her spell compendium. Familial bond, sleep, mend wounds, send message, animate corpse, necrotic blight, shatter, invisibility, feign death, and illusory disguise. Dude, she has so many fucking necromancy spells. And we know this one. We know this one. That's conjuration. We know this one. We know this one. Shatter is the evocation one. Yeah. Channels the caster's magic into any physical object they are touching with their hands. If enough magic is channeled, the object may shatter or break. The intensity of the spell will exponentially increase while they are concentrating. However, channeling larger quantities of magic will slowly drain stamina and possibly cause mage blight. Interesting. You know this one. Feign death. Caster must target a creature that's already unconscious. While they concentrate on this spell, the target will appear to be dead. Target creature will stop breathing and their heart will stop beating. However, the life energies of this spell keep them alive. Aw. That's interesting. And then this is... yeah, this is just the one that's normal disguise. Forgot how many spells she used during Lord Frege's murder. It's all a little difficult to take in, I still can't believe it. Even after everything he did, Von Sanctus was just murdered. Surprised to hear that from you. Didn't he basically get away with offing Justin Way? The way I see it, he got what he deserved. Still doesn't sit right with me. No matter who the victims might have been. No one deserves to die like that. You're definitely a bigger man than I am. Anyways, Von Sanctus's autopsy report says that he died of suffocation. You think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something? It hardly sounds like something someone would do during a psychotic episode. The more info I get, the more I think you might be onto something. Either way, the fire that the perp started in this room burnt his body. Didn't completely turn it to ash, but it was still pretty charred. That fire would have burnt away any evidence in the minor wounds he had. We're lucky we even discerned he was hit with an evocation spell. The autopsy report mentioned that too. But if a fire was started, is it possible he died from smoke inhalation? No. The divination spell we used identifies smoke inhalation as death by poisoning, not death by suffocation. I suppose that kind of makes sense. It's still a shame we can't find out how the murderer suffocated him. That is kind of weird. We still know very little about how the murders occurred. Do you have records of each of the victims' spell compendiums? They might help us understand what each of the victims was doing during the attack. Knock yourselves out. Okay, so he knows Prestidigitation, Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frost Wave, and Shape Liquid. She can do Slow Fall, Foresight, Strike True, Detect Magic, Stone Skin, and Mend Wounds. Mage Blade, Force Cage, Send Message, Mend Wounds. We know this one. We know this one. We know all of these ones. Except I kind of want to make sure I reread these because these were for a while. Or these were a while ago and never actually used. Liquid's hit will be immediately frozen. Enter stages of hypothermia. Okay. Force Cage. For the duration, the caster creates a magical 10 by 10 by 10 cube around a target within 30 feet. The walls of this cube are impenetrable and can't be destroyed by anything. Not even by spells that can normally dispel spell effects. Furthermore, any attempts to magically teleport into or out of the cube will fail. It will be pushed away from the center of the cube. Interesting. And then we know this one. Caster counteracts the force of gravity, affecting them, causing them to fall significantly slower when airborne. Caster invokes the ultimate form of divination to see brief glimpses of the near future. While this spell is active, the caster is able to sense danger seconds before it actually happens. Caster increases their ability to predict the results of all of their actions for the duration. It's useful for the purpose of aiming or doing other activities that rely on dexterity or skill. Interesting. Oh, this is also kind of interesting to actually get a full list of how this works. Magical traces are created 2 times when a spell is cast. The first is created at the position of the caster. The second is created when the spell effect resolves or dissipates. Caster can identify the school of magic trace by color, even. Stone Skin. Create an X with both arms. Nice. Caster creates a thick layer of stone around their body. The stone layer will deflect and protect caster from any physical trauma. Stone layer can be slowly broken through continuous attacks. As long as the caster concentrates on this spell, the stone layer will instantaneously repair itself. Okay. That's a lot of work, a lot to work through. Yes, sir. This is what happens when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky until now. Nevertheless, I'll need to look over each of these spells when they become relevant. The chalk outline in the center of the room must be where they found his body. There's even bits of ash here. Must be burnt fragments of the body. There's scorch marks all over the room. The fire must have spread pretty far. It's probably going for a while. No one even noticed it until Prince Alaric told the Kingsguard that he saw smoke. Interesting, we should speak with him and see if he saw anything else. Even now, sunlight is shining through the stained glass windows. Looks like the fire reached them before it was put out.
Repario Arcanum.
Just a bunch of evocation magic, huh? A bunch of traces of it all around the room. I think the perp threw a bunch of fire-based evocation spells around to start the fire. And the Kingsguard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out before the fire spread. That makes sense. With that knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. Trace of evocation magic near the body. That matches his autopsy report. Murder must have hit him with an evocation spell. Trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room. Do the traces overlap with the body? Kind of. It's sort of square-shaped? Square-shaped. Can't see the traces, but there also seems to be square-shaped outline around the body. Right, they overlap perfectly. Very inside the square is a lot less burnt now that I look at it. Not sure what this means yet, but it's definitely worth taking note of. So he was put in the gay baby jail before the fire was set. That's interesting. I think you found everything you can relating to Von Sanctus's murder. Perhaps you should move somewhere else. You arrive at the west-facing balcony of the cathedral. Supposedly, this is where the murderer threw Sybil's body into the lake. Hello there. It's the Pope. As you inspect the area, you catch the attention of an old man nearby. From his garb, he appears to be someone who works at the cathedral. I don't believe we've met before. What are you doing here? Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard, Celeste McCoy. We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind. Tyrion Cuthbert, I have heard of you. You don't look nearly as criminal as I expected him to be. Judging from his thoughts, he probably hasn't heard many good things about you. But forgive my rudeness, I am Theon Arceus, High Speaker of the Church of Bahamut. So you're the one who saw Steelwind during the murders. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? Scans you warily. Suppose there would be no harm in that. Heard you saw the prosecutor just acting strangely here. Could you tell us more about what you saw? It looked like she was having a psychotic episode. Wouldn't go that far, but she was certainly acting strangely. How did you come across her? Well, I was on my way to the prayer room. I always recite prayers from the draconic text around that time. I was heading to the prayer room. I saw her. First thought she was enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to greet her. When I approached her, I saw that she was throwing someone off the edge of the balcony. You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body. Probably correct. Even the same conclusion after they found that poor woman's body below us. Although, what is it? I only saw it for a second, so perhaps I'm wrong. Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colors this morning. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw in the lake looked much darker. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I can't really explain it. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be, after all. It would have just been the trick of the light. I mean, maybe she was, like, burned. Wait, you saw Arya dumping Lady Sybil's body. She must have murdered her. Must have just murdered her. That means you must have been heading to where we were at the time. Were you praying there with Lord Pierce? Yeah, sure, dude. What? That's not what the guards told me. Guards? You mean the one standing watch outside the prayer room? Yes, they told me that Pierce was praying with some acquaintance of his. They said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well. Wait, Steelwind was there too? Yes, she appeared to be waiting for something. Anyways, I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters and prayed there. Didn't see her fighting Celeste. She must have started her attack after we left. Why would she bother waiting? Either way, we can't exactly question those guards. They're still comatose after the attack. Interesting. So this dude sees her throwing a body off the balcony, and he's like, okay, guess it's time to go to the prayer room, gotta say my prayers. Just no like, oh, maybe I should ask questions or like report that to somebody. Interesting reaction. Actually, the High Speaker's quarters aren't that far away from the prayer room. Did you not hear anything? Must have been because the magical wards in my room. Magical wards? Are they there for security reasons? Not exactly. I suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound will wake me up at night. Years ago, I had some mages enchant the walls so sound couldn't travel through them. I can't hear anything from outside the room once I shut my door. It does sound awfully convenient. You doubt that he'd lie about something you could so easily verify. Either way, you should make note of this. Interesting. Balcony provides a perfect view. People probably come here when the Grand Cathedral is open to the public. Some sort of debris on the ground. You pick up one of the pieces and feel it in your hands. Appears to be some kind of gravel. Interesting.
Prepare Arcanum.
Transmutation. It would imply the spell specifically targeted or created whatever this came from. But I doubt someone created these bits of gravel. Must have broken off from something else. Oh, I guess this would be like the stone skin, probably. You believe that you found everything. Perhaps you should move. We... You arrive at the dungeon to speak with Steelwind. You can't find her anywhere. The Inquisition and the Kingsguard must be still processing her. You should come back later. Alright, fine. Time to come back to the Cathedral Garden. Across that cursed statue again, staring into my soul. Stop looking at it! As you move your attention away from the grotesque sculpture, you spot the Crown Prince. He's sitting on a bench, guarded by some knights from the Kingsguard. His brow is furrowed, and he seems to be deep in thought. Mr. Cuthbert, and Ms. McCoy too. What are you doing here? We're trying to investigate what happened. We were looking around when we just happened to find you here. I see. Are you okay? Yes, I was just thinking of how unfortunate this ordeal has been. I do hope Ms. Steelwind is taking this well. Right, she is his fiancée after all. Must be extremely worried about her. Trying to find out what exactly happened. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? See. Well, I'll do whatever I can. You said that you two were investigating the murders. You weren't planning on to defend Miss Steelwind, were you? She would have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more experience defending clients. Unfortunately, I think the situation is more complicated than that. What do you mean? Several house leaders died today. I can't release this information to the public, after the news of William Frega's death has already been spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not one, but 3 members of the Pillar families. The trial has to happen soon, or else the magical traces left will disappear. What I've heard, we will be holding a trial. It will be handled privately and internally. I'm sorry to say that. You won't be permitted to serve in such a trial. Right. Majority of the nobility hates me after all. Would you be able to pull some strings, Aster? I'm sorry, I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her, but I clearly have a personal attachment to this case. If I try to tip the trial in her favor, it will only harm her chances more. I see what you mean. But even if we can't help her during the trial, we can still investigate the crimes on her behalf. Yes, I would really appreciate that. If new evidence is found, perhaps we can exonerate Ms. Steelwind of the charges against her. Interesting. After everything that's happened, I really need to know. Why were so many nobles gathered in one place anyways? All 4 of the Pillar families were present. I understand if you don't want to tell me, but this information could be vital in figuring out what really happened. No, I see your point. The truth is we all gathered to mourn the death of my father. It's not a marriage? What the fuck? But we saw him, did we not? I thought that's who we fucking met. Wait, the king is dead? Yes, we wanted to avoid releasing this information to the public so close to the death of William Frega. My father has been ill for quite some time, so we were prepared for this. Or at least, I thought I was. I also lost my mother when I was quite young, but it's still all a little hard to take in. I'm sorry, you have my condolences. Thank you. But if King Oliver is dead, that would make you... Yes. You currently stand before King Aster de Wyverngard, ruler of our kingdom. Considering everything that's happened, he seems less than thrilled about that. So that explains why all these nobles were gathered. They came under the guise of paying their respects, but it's clear they all wanted to get closer to the new King of Wyverngard. The Pregas were the only ones who genuinely came to give their condolences. Speaking of the Fregas, I think you need to know. I saw Beatrice before I was knocked out. I think she may have been the one that killed Garrick Pierce. Why would she be there? I'm sorry, I know she's your friend, But we already know that she's not above committing murder. See, suppose if you're saying it, it must be so. What possible reason would she have to be involved in something like this? Not sure yet, but I plan to find that out. By the way, where were you during the murders? I remember you left with Steelwind when Celeste and I arrived at the cathedral. Steelwind and I left to speak with the High Speaker Archgeus in his quarters. What was your meeting about? It was actually about our wedding. With my father's death, Lord Steelwind wanted to finally make our union official. Oh. I would congratulate you two, but considering the circumstances, I understand, and I appreciate your words nonetheless. Anyways, how long did this meeting last? I believe we spoke with him until 1:40. Von Sanctus died at 2:05. That means that she began her rampage less than half an hour after that meeting. Was anything off about her behavior? Now that you mention it, something about her demeanor changed. We were speaking of the wedding when she abruptly left. I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me. Sounds similar to what happened when Celeste fought her. No way she was affected by Mage Blight. Huh. So it's literally just like, out of nowhere, she just like fucking brain off. It's weird. Honestly, didn't think much of it at the time. I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder. Right. It's possible that Steelwind, the witnesses saw wasn't actually real. Does that mean the Steelwind that attended the meeting was also fake? Anyways, what happened after your meeting with the High Speaker? Do you see Steelwind after that? Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. It does, but not the kind. Yeah, it's not the Mage Blight, but I mean, yeah, to me it does sound like a normal psychosis, not the fucking berserk psychosis that they're kind of talking about. At 2 p.m. I went to pay my respects at my father's coffin, but apparently someone had set a magical trap there. It was a glyph of contingency. When casting the spell, the caster must choose another spell they know. The caster casts that spell, but the contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Instead, it takes effect when a certain condition specified by the caster is fulfilled. Okay. Then I wonder what it would have been. I have heard of that spell. It's like a trap you can set, and you can infuse any spell into it. But it requires a second contingent spell to place that trap. Which spell was it? Force Cage. Targeting you. Is the murderer trying to attack Aster too? I don't think so. They would have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. But from the sounds of it, Force Cage can't be dispelled. So Aster would have been trapped inside of it for that full hour. We think the murderer used this as a distraction. Because of that trap, the Kingsguard consolidated most of their attention and forces on my location. As a result, there were fewer people guarding Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. And the ones that were there all fell comatose. You can't tell us exactly what happened. Interesting. Yet another inexplicable event is added to the list. After everything you've learned, you highly doubt that Steelwind was affected by Mage Blight. So someone must be behind what happened, but who? Anyways, it seems he's told you everything he knows. Probably didn't witness much after he was trapped by that forest cage. Should move somewhere else and follow your leads. Interesting. I think there's only there to go now. Never mind. She attacked a member of the royal family and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear about what we must do. We should execute her immediately. What is little homie cooking? There's something he's doing here. He's the real murderer. I'm kidding, but I don't know. Oh, so we still actually don't even know who the fuck this guy is. I thought he was the dad, but I guess not. Alaric, the situation is of far too much import to take such rash decisions. That, I mean, genuinely, I was like, he is the crown prince. He's not actually, like, in charge. But what would he gain from wanting her? Yeah, obviously, if his brother dies, then that would be how he becomes the king. And part of me kind of feels like he would want that to happen. Like, even if he's, like, 7 years old, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he would be bothered by being a 7-year-old king. As you return to the nave, you spot the young prince in an argument with that nobleman you saw earlier. Now that you think of it, you still have no idea who he is. It's you two, your highness. I don't think we've been introduced. But I see you're still as insolvent as ever. You stand before Sir Remus Virgile, Archduke and Royal Visor to the Wyvern Guard throne. Dude, these are fucking words, man. I believe he means advisor. Archduke? I didn't even know the Kingdom of Wyvern Guard had a title like that. Why haven't you heard of him before? Vizier. I mean, it doesn't matter, the kid used the wrong fucking word anyways. Oh, it's literally just a fancy name for advisor? Very cool. Why are you two still here anyways? I thought the cathedral was closed off for an investigation. We're investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Steelman. I see. Anyways, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. You sense a tinge of anxiety. You've been added to the scheming Vizier group chat. Hell yeah. Actually, since we have you here, we have some questions for you. The both of you. You should know your place, knave. I hate this kid, dude. Your Grace, where were you when the murders took place? Just what are you trying to insinuate? Please, Alaric. No need for that. To answer your question, I was speaking with Lady Frega's familiar. Tracker? No. It's a demon who calls himself Maranoth. What? Why would you want to speak with him? He was actually the one that sent for me. According to him, he had some information that was of great import to me. You didn't make a contract with him, did you? Of course not. What kind of desperate fool do you take me for? No, he gave me the information he had freely. Why would he do that? Humans are supposed to supposedly always trying to trick humans into making deals with them. Looking back, he must have been a distraction. What a fool I was. I knew he was playing with me. But I knew he couldn't tell lies, and the information he had was too important to ignore. If you don't mind me asking, what was the information about? He's not fucking telling you, dog. Yeah, no. It could endanger people that I care about. But rest assured, I doubt it has anything to do with the massacre. Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly take your word for it. I suppose that's fair. But believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my grave. That's ominous. He's clearly intent on keeping the conversation a secret. Anyways, several members of the Kingsguard were watching us. They can verify my alibi. How long does this conversation last? I arrived to speak with him at 1:50, and I didn't leave until 3:10. Wow. Okay. So he was accounted for during the entire frame of the murders. But why would Maranoth go to the trouble of distracting him in the first place? Or orchestrated, this also used a force cage to trap Aster. Were they trying to distract the forces in the cathedral? Or were they trying to keep certain people out of the crossfire? Either way, it's clear that Beatrice has a lot to answer for. Your Highness, we heard the prosecutors cast a spell on you when you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened? I can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family. She was completely irresponsible with her magic. I understand your feelings about this. We can't say for certain that she was inflicted by mage blight on her. She inflicted mage blight on herself. We don't even know if she was actually her. Saw her with my own eyes. Many of other people did too. Either way, where did this happen? It was on the path outside the common room. I saw smoke coming from the building, and I saw Steelwind walking away from it. It must have been after she murdered Von Sanctus. I have a feeling I already know the answer, but was she acting erratically? No, she very deliberately cast a spell on me. Which once again implies that Mage Blight wasn't behind this. Do you know which spell she cast on you? I'm not sure. Never been affected by a spell like that before. From the magical traces on him, we know it was a transmutation spell. Manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary to think what that might do to a human body. Sure he's okay? Lord Asclepius inspected him and doesn't appear to have any lasting injuries. We're hoping the spell's effects were only temporary. Can you describe what you felt while you were affected by it? It might help us identify which spell it was. Extremely dazed, and my ears were ringing. My vision was partially blurred. It was as if my mind was in some sort of fog. Whenever I tried to speak, I couldn't even form words with my mouth. I could only make grunting noises. Couldn't walk either, so I had to crawl on the floor. Sorry you had to go through with that. That must have been traumatic. What kind of transmutation spell would do that to him? It'd be something that affected his senses. I'm thinking we probably have whatever it is. Oh my Christ. Bend water, shape water on blood of the brain. That would be crazy. Be really funny too. Yeah, because there's not really a lot. I was gonna think of like stone skin, but that doesn't really make sense either. And then a lot of these are divination. They are color coded, so all the yellow ones are just these three. Isn't there another one like here, and then this? Okay, so they're not entirely color-coded. But they kind of are. But we also we don't have Steelwind's spell compendium. So she might have something that we haven't seen yet. You already told us she wasn't acting erratically. Was there anything off about her demeanor? When we saw her for a moment, she was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's exactly what she was like when I fought her too. It's like she was an arcane construct. Her movements were almost robotic. Are there any arcane constructs in Cathedral Grounds? No, not for lack of trying on Lord Von Sanctus's part. The High Speaker and I have specifically forbidden the staff here from using them. It'd be really convenient if all of this was done using a construct. Although you are a little tired of seeing them in your cases. They can't possibly make a third. Yeah, no. And water on the blood and the brain more or less literally is. Yeah, no, like. Your idea isn't insane. It's more, I don't know if the game would fucking go that far. You know what I mean? Of like exacting that level of. Like, you know. No, she moved away quickly after she incapacitated me. And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen them anyways. Aw. Commander White also said that he was surprised no one saw the prince until the spell wore off. What happened to him? Yeah, because that's the other thing, is no one else could even see him. It's almost like there's something that actually is a real ass transmutation spell that like made him into something. It like turned him into a fucking frog or something. Covers Alaric's account of what happened, even got to Archduke's statement too. There's still one last person we need to speak to, Arya. She and Beatrice supposedly have no memories of what happened. If it were only Beatrice saying that, I'd probably doubt it. If Steelwind also doesn't have any memories, it becomes a lot more credible. She definitely has the missing piece that we need to put this together. Are you going to the dungeon to speak with her? I am. Wonderful. I'll be accompanying you. What? As the royal advisor, I have vested interest in this investigation. While I trust Lucio to leave no stone unturned, I hear you have quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot. Well, it's not as if you have the authority to stop him. You still don't know him very well. You'll need to be wary of what you say in front of him. Okay. You arrive at the dungeon and see the prosecutor sitting in the holding cell. She seems extremely stressed, as if she's trying to figure something out. Mr. Cuthbert, and your grace. Steelwind gives a wary look to the Archduke. How are you doing? As best as I can, all things considered. What brings you here? I'm trying to investigate everything that happened. I see. I was wondering if you could answer some of the questions. Steelwind, I know your situation is pretty grim right now, but you know you can trust me. You're not the person I'm worried about. At this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself. What? Heard that you don't have any memories of what happened. Is that true? It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything. What's the last thing you remember? I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave and speak with my father. I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. Thought some fresh air might help me feel better, so I went to the balcony. Went over the Lake Galagrand. Yes, that one. Last thing I remember was losing consciousness as I looked at the lake. You cast any magic before this happened? No, I didn't. Sure you don't remember anything after that? I don't. All I remember is waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. She was crying over your unconscious body. Okay. I feel like we've completely ruled out Mage Blade. So I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can specifically modify or destroy people's memories? They certainly explain a lot of this. No. Arcane spells can only affect the physical world. But throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that can affect the mind. Beatrice was... her whole shtick was that she was trying to create new spells. But who knows? There's no recorded history of any of them succeeding. You're assuming that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exists. That's the other thing I was gonna say. We do have a fucking demon involved. What? I think you've observed it already. There are magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert? Huh? Does he know about the Eye of Horus? Not sure what you're trying to imply. Don't take me for a fool. Several of my associates attended Freya's trial. They all heard what that demon referred to you as. Heavensborn. If I learned that Lumina had anything to do with this... Grace, I'm not an agent of the theocracy. Even if what you're saying is true, I wasn't the one who manipulated Steelwind's memories. I suppose you raise a good point. If something affected Steelwind's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. In fact, it couldn't have been an arcane spell. It was definitely something else. Probably right. It proves that I'm responsible for the murders. What? You just said you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced that you're responsible for this? Well, the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She's clearly involved in this somehow. There's more to this than you realize, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past few months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders. During each of those cases, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator without issue, but there was always something off about them during questioning. The murders were always abnormally gruesome and passionate, and each of the perpetrators said the same thing. They all said they had no choice. No choice? Cases like this have been occurring through Wyverngard, and very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except one thing. Each of them acted as if someone had controlled them against their will. They were probably just desperate. Most murderers try to make excuses after they're caught. They could even just be in complete denial. Orm said the same thing, but these cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I wonder if they were telling the truth. Perhaps each of these murders was committed by an unknown party. Didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew I was getting closer to something. Steelman. I don't mean to be rude, but this sounds completely insane. You don't have any physical evidence to prove these murders are connected. There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. But it does tie each of these cases together. Takes out a small parchment from her pocket and shows it to you. It's gonna be the purple sigil that we saw in the second case. Purple symbol. Several of the people we arrested had an item with this symbol on it. None of them could remember where it came from or even what it was. They all somehow knew that it was called the Purple Mark. There has to be an explanation for this. It could have just been an esoteric superstition we don't know about. If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Where did I get this parchment from? You don't mean. I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined. How could they know that a purple mark was called a purple mark? That's true, man. Yeah. Whoever I've been chasing must have left it here to haunt me. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw this symbol myself. Either way, this all but proves the massacre at the cathedral is related to it. Huh. Supposedly this mark has been found at scenes of gruesome murders. Huh. I don't want to dismiss what you said, but this definitely won't hold up in court. Or should it? If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving this dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people. Are you planning to spend the rest of your life in prison? If that is what is necessary to keep everyone safe. What about Aster? Weren't you supposed to get married soon? He's the king now. You can't rule Wyvern Guard alongside him from a holding cell. You're correct. But he's always been a remarkable person. What if that's why they're keeping Beatrice alive, is because they're gonna lock her up, make it so they can't really get married, and then she's gonna go after him. And then, fuck it, she doesn't even need the fucking... They don't need to worry about Frega's power, they could just actually be married to the king. I see. He's always been a remarkable person. You should have no problem finding another suitor. Yep. You feel an overwhelming sadness emanating from her as she says that. Arya. No. What? You're not going to sacrifice everything for someone else's actions. Mr. Cuthbert, I'm not going to risk more lives. If I were to hurt His Majesty, I would never be able to forgive myself. It was, but I think they'd be willing to change the contract for that. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Please don't ask that of me. You have to make an argument. Even if she was the one who did all this, she's not the one who's responsible. Can't let her resign herself to a fate like this. Do we just start an argument? Sure. We don't have a psychological profile, but it's not telling us we need one, apparently. She acts for the greater good of the kingdom, regardless of the amount of suffering she must endure in doing so. She's deeply in love with Aster, and will do anything to protect him. However, she's still a rational person, and will be receptive to logical arguments. Are you seriously going to throw your life away? If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, they can and will do so again. As long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself. Assuming this person can continue to do so. Yeah, that's fair. Said so yourself. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. You don't how this mind control works. We don't have enough information. Can't just drop this without finding what really happened. I suppose you're right. I doubt there was any goal to this. Just a sadistic killer. Okay, I don't believe that one. Been investigating these murders for months. I've never been able to find any personal clues as to who the perpetrator is. There's no way to connect them to this. Whoever did this was a sadistic individual who wanted to cause as much suffering as possible. Okay. Fine. Proof that they weren't just a sadistic killer. I don't know. The report. Oh, maybe... I guess this is worthy. No? Perpetrator wasn't nearly as aimless as you think, and this proves it. Okay, never mind. We need to prove that there was an aim in it specifically. Not true Steelwind, whoever did this had very specific targets in mind. Both Prince Alaric and the High Speaker saw you when the murders were being committed. Okay, whatever. I fucking presented High Speaker, but I guess that wasn't it. Unless I presented the wrong one, but that was my intention. They set a trap for Aster. What? Assuming that someone was controlling you, they wouldn't have left Alaric, Arceus, or Aster alive if they were trying to kill as many people as possible. Suppose you have a point there. Even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone was controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. Perhaps you're right, and the perpetrator only wanted to murder the three victims. There's plenty of people who might want to see those three dead. But why would they have had to enter the cathedral? Because you don't know all the spells? What are they getting at here? What is this? What is this one asking? Anything about familiars? Not really. I don't think so. There's this testimony. The demon. There was this testimony where he, Maranoth, the demon familiar, called the Archduke. But nah. Hang on. Read this again? It's Evidence that narrows down who's responsible for this. The map? She's saying the perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. We need to prove that they did need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. But why? Hmm. This is weird. I just don't really get what are they even asking here? What are they wanting us to present? I don't know what happens actually if you fail these arguments, by the way. We'll find out, I suppose. There's so many different evidences, is the problem here. I mean, it's one of those things of like, it's probably range or something, I don't know. What the fuck do you want us to say? It sucks that this is on, like, you know, one of the few things that if you fuck up, there's actually consequences. Yeah, I was gonna say it was placed in there. There's one thing you're overlooking. Before the murder started, someone trapped Aster within a forced cage using the glyph. They didn't harm him, it was probably just a distraction. Even so, this gives us two very important clues. First is that whoever did this is capable of casting those two spells. This means that the perpetrator was a mage. It's true. Second clue is the most important one. Whoever set that trap for Aster, they did so within 24 hours of triggering it. This means that the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral. It was one of them. That narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance we can identify who did this. If they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steelwind, you need to fight this. Can't. Why not? Fighting this will put people in danger. If we pursue an individual like this, they might retaliate even more than they already have. They wanted to remove me from my position. How will they react if I try to resist? They might hurt even more people to send a message that's far too dangerous. It has to be either threaten or appeal. It feels really weird to threaten here, but this actual thing that we're saying makes the most sense. Yeah. Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you. You have no guarantee that they'll stop there. 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of the political hierarchy. But if they decide to go after more victims, who will they target next? Your father, the king? You need to catch them before they can do more harm. You know, you're frightened about what might happen to the people close to you, but we can't let someone that dangerous get away with this. You put it that way, I suppose I no other choice, do I? We did it, we won the argument. Never realized it before, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You really have a bad habit of butting your nose into other people's business, don't you? I suppose I do. But you're right. We can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this, somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert. I think we've known each other long enough. You don't need to be so formal. You successfully argued against Arya Steelwind. Perhaps I've misjudged you. You know, I agreed to fight this, but what is it? You're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. You probably know how Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom. And they've nominated my father as my prosecutor for my trial. What the fuck? What? No one believes my theory of mind control. Everyone believes that I overspent my magic and gave myself mage blade. As a result, they blame House Steelwind for Coraline Sybil's death. Now, the only way for him to redeem House Steelwind is to convict me and sentence me to my death. But he's your father. There's no way he would. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. In her resulting psychotic episode, she massacred an entire village of What the fuck? No. House of Steelwind almost lost everything after that. Isn't that? Nah, I don't know. To redeem himself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution. That's... My father values his duty to Wyvern Guard over everything else. Nothing matters more to him than that, not even his family. I want to have confidence in myself, but I don't know if I can face him like this. Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all of this? What? You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Ms. Steelwind? Because she's innocent. I know she is. She would never be irresponsible enough to give herself mage blade. Mr. Cuthbert, it doesn't matter if she's a noble or a commoner. She's being oppressed by the system and she deserves a fair trial. Well said. What? I, Remus Virgile, hereby grant you the privilege to serve as Ms. Steelwind's consul. What, really? I'll be acting as the judge and arbiter of Ms. Steelwind's trial. Oh. It is within my right to grant such permissions. Thank you, but why would you? Do you think I've made a mistake? No, of course not. I'll serve as her attorney, if she will have me. Of course, there's no one else I would trust more with this. Oh, that is a cute sprite. And please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Please call me by my first name. Celeste has already taken to doing that. But since you'll be defending me, you probably need this. Okay, we get her spell compendium. So she does have pretty much all this shit. I see. Firebolt. Hold creature. Yeah, okay. Polymorph is probably the one that she used on little homie. Bolto. It's hot enough to inflict third-degree burns. This projectile can travel 120 feet without collision, or its magic dissipates. Once it collides with something, it will set the object ablaze if it's flammable. Caster completely restricts the movement of the target while concentrating on the spell. The target will be unable to move any part of their body. Even subtle movements, such as the gestures required to cast certain spells, are impossible. As a result, the target will also be unable to move their mouth to speak. Yeah, I don't think this is what the prince got. I think it was polymorph. Caster strikes targets of their choice within a 40-foot radius with a slashing force. Each slash has the might and power of a mage blade and cut through thick metal armor. The ultimate spell of House Steelwind and its spell formula is closely guarded secret. Oh my god, if he actually got turned into a frog and I fucking randomly called that, that would be really funny. Caster transforms a target within 30 feet into an animal. The animal can be any creature that can fit within a 2x2x2 cube. For the duration, the target's senses and intellect will also be changed to match that of the animal they are transformed into. Choose any magical effect within 120 feet. Spell that is creating that effect immediately ends. Unless the targeted spell is immune to being dispelled. However, this only ends the spell's effects. It does not undo the effects of the spell. For example, dispelling shape liquid on a affected liquid will only prevent the caster from further manipulating it. Okay. And it's settled. We will hold the trial at my home, the city of Leyden. Leyden? I've never heard of that place. Speak with Lucio. He knows the location well. Before you can ask any more questions, the Archduke leaves without a word. He really has a bad habit of just walking away from conversations. But I guess we should consider ourselves lucky. Even if it's unorthodox, the situation will let us approach this like any other trial. You had no idea what you were in for when you agreed to this, and what proceeded next would be unlike any trial you've ever been in. But even so, you persevered as you've always done in the name of justice, regardless of what you have to sacrifice to do so. Okay, here's the problem. I'm thinking of ending stream here. Because we've been live for like 7.5 hours-ish, around the right time to end the stream. I'm curious how much longer we have though. Cause like, aren't I on like 21 hours? And how long to beat said, I mean, I'm already over on how long to beat, I believe. Which I guess, fair, I guess I'm just a fucking moron. I'm not on 21 hours, I am close. At like 18, I think? 18 and a half. So it's kind of like, I'm sitting here thinking, maybe this is literally just the trial takes place here and there's like an epilogue, but I don't know. I know it probably seems as though it's like close to being done, but we saved. Overwrite the save slot. Yeah, we already did that. Do not take me further. Yeah, I am going to call it quits for the night because it is midnight. So, yeah, tomorrow we'll continue Hollow Knight. I don't know how much longer I have of Hollow Knight either. Wonder if there's a sequel bait? Man, maybe. Be kind of funny if there. Oh, I'm at 19.4 hours now. The game came out in 2023, so I guess not completely out there. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much longer I have on Hollow Knight either. I think realistically I could actually finish Hollow Knight tomorrow if I really tried, but we're just gonna keep on going at it at a kind of casual pace. Yeah, I have intentions of finishing it on Sunday. I took a couple days off unexpectedly because of my sleep schedule being a complete mess, and me also spending time with my mom instead of worrying about streaming. So unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to finish this. So yeah, we're gonna continue on Sunday, hopefully, and then tomorrow is Hollow Knight. Anyway. Yeah, no, I don't plan on changing the schedule that much. They still have stuff I want to do. I think, I don't know. Part of me wants to finish this, like, ASAP. And it would feel really dumb to be like, oh, I'm gonna wait until Sunday, and then, like, take an hour to finish it. If it's only an hour, it'd be funny, but... Anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll go on Sunday, and then however long it takes, we'll figure out what we do from there. But until then, I'm going to try to go to sleep. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Goodbye. Goodbye.